Ah, mic test. Hi, Minnie. Happy New Year. Happy holidays. It's been a while. You been busy? Hopefully not pushing a boulder up a hill and watching it roll back down again. Hmm. Today we're gonna finally start Canto VI. Hmm. The heartbreaking. It's been a long time coming, but I'm glad that I finished Wuthering Heights before starting this. Happy New Year! I'm on my last semester of college. Let's fucking go! So basically, pushing a boulder up a hill and watching it roll back down. Yeah. Wait, are you telling me it's all boulder? Always has been. Yeah. Before we start the story, let's try if we can get a Hong Lu on the daily poll. We got Heathcliff yesterday. I'm getting an art degree. So to a degree. Okay, no Hong Lu. Maybe we'll get lucky here. We still have a few days, and I'm in no rush. Okay, nothing for today. But yeah, the heartbreaking. I'm kind of scared, not gonna lie. Well, I'm more excited than I'm scared, but I've been wanting to do this for a while now. Um, so there's 3 parts to the story. Unlock after 621. Um, this is probably gonna take a while, and my objective is at least around 3 hours per stream. Zol, I am freaking out. I might see this stuff called snow. And I don't know how to feel about this. To be fair, I think snow is overrated. Like, I like being cold in my house with my tea and my books. But going out to actually touch snow, ew. Oh, Minnie! Speaking of which, well, nothing to do with snow. You just remind me that I just finished my first D&D campaign where I DM for my friends. I was super fucking nervous because it's my first time DMing and it was their first time playing. But they liked it so much they were like, we want more. I'm like, oh no. Am I a forever DM now? I'd rather be a player. So yeah. For the final boss match, for a boss fight, um the hunter, the ranger, because there was like a paladin of Bahamut in the party. So for the last hit on the boss, the ranger said praise Bahamut, and then she rolled a nat 20, and then she max rolled her damage and the hunter's mark. I was like, holy shit. And the ranger was like, this shit fucking works. I'm super happy for them though. Mm-hmm. I've never seen snow before. Yeah, it's frozen rain. But yeah, I think the wonder, the whimsy of it, it's still there. Mm-hmm. But once you start getting buried in it, it stops being fun. Okay. Have you guys read The Wuthering Heights? I have. It's wild. It's a hot garbage fire. Mhm. But I'm expecting good things. I've heard good things about this Canto. I watched the movie. There's a movie? I could have watched the movie instead of reading the book. Well, okay. Now that you've watched the movie and I've read the book, we should have context on the story then. Hmm. Let's go. Let's go. Have you read Jane Eyre? No. I'm reading Don Quixote right now. But at the same time, for Christmas, my friend gifted me a book. So I feel like I need to finish that first so I can talk to them about it. And then CD bought the Dungeon Master Guide for 2024, so I have to read that too. uh, and I think my niece is starting to read the Odyssey, so I'm like, so many things to read. Is the book club still a thing? Yes, but we stopped like doing it um on stream because it's not getting enough clicks. It's still a thing though, but we do it offline now. Um, we've been talking about we've been talking about bringing back book club though, but we need to spice things up. We're still like thinking of ways, how to make it more active. Hmm. I approve. Yes, the Odyssey. I read that in second grade in Middle English. Ah, do you know who Otis is? Wait, before I start, I need to like fucking gush. Do you know who Otis? Otis. Because just a reminder for the people who don't know, each character is based off a book, and Otis is based off the Odyssey. Mhm. I don't know if you were here, Minnie, but this Ishmael based on Moby Dick, and I read Moby Dick just to do her story. I can't recommend it. It's too thick. I feel like you could cut out like 10 chapters off easily. But yeah, right now we're doing the character that has Wuthering Heights. Next is Don Quixote. Hmm. But let's get into it. Let's get into it. Come back, Heath. This is Catherine. I don't think I'm ready. Okay, I know these story cantos are voiced though, so I'm gonna try not to read it too much. Ah, the music. You guys can hear the music, right? It's so somber. I'm kind of scared. I'm excited and scared. I will hold one of your hands for moral support. Thank you. Okay, let's go.
보랏빛 꽃만이 유일한 아름다움으로 남아있는
To the
그
manor,
저택으로.
where the last vestiges of its beauty remain in its violet flowers. Bro, I've heard patches of Violet from Millie so many times on repeat. I fucking love that song. I can't wait to hear it in game.
폭풍으로 뚫린 균열 사이로 모든 온기가 빠져나갔던 그 저택으로.
To the manor where its storm-broken breach has siphoned all that was once warm. Yep. That sounds like the book.
너에게 삶을 내어준 대신 모멸감과 무너짐을 안겨주었던
Oh my
그
gosh.
저택으로.
I'm getting goosebumps because I think, you know what? I think for me, reading the books before playing the cantos is such an enjoyable thing because I can like cross-reference.
난로불 가운데가 아닌 차가운 모퉁이 어기만이 네 자리였던 그 저택으로. 황야에서 돌아와. 이제 집으로 올 시간이야.
It's time for you to come home. I'm assuming this is Kathy. So this is what T Corp's nest looks like. I need to finish reading Dracula and the Iliad. I saw Castlevania. Close enough. The Iliad. What's the Iliad again? It sounds familiar, but there's lots of like seafaring Greek-Roman adventures. Dante as in Dante's Inferno. Yes! Yes! We're being led by Virgilius. We had surprisingly little trouble making past the nest borders. I guess my concerns were unfounded. The Iliad. Is that where Achilles dies?
뭐 다행히도 이번 둥지 입국 심사는
He
별일
made it
없이
through the
넘어왔네요.
nest without trouble. Okay.
아이, 이 정도야 뭐. 아이, 에이, 칭찬은 굳이 안 해도 괜찮다고 하지 않았어.
Am I blocking this too much? I think I'm blocking it a little bit. I'll make it smaller. There. Is that good? That's not too small, right? That's the Achilles Perish book. Okay. Yep. That book also goes hard. Not gonna lie. I don't want to get sidetracked, but when Patroclus like went ham and the gods were like, "Turn back, dude. you're not gonna bring this wall down." Anyway, I don't want to get sidetracked. We'll talk more about these stuff once we get to the Odyssey chapter. Right now we're doing Wuthering Heights.
아무도 하진 않았는데.
But we didn't say anything.
다 컸어 이제.
Are you talking about Ishmael? Everyone seems relaxed after entering a different nest. I guess everyone's gotten used to this by now. Humdrum routine. I guess they'd be the words to describe the general sentiment among the sinners. Focus, I can talk about mythology for hours. Don't let me distract you. No, it's fine. Because I actually love mythology too. I'm sure you can gather from like how long you've known me. For Christmas, actually, I went around the family asking like, "What's your favorite Greek mythology?" Mine's Sisyphus, obviously. My niece was like, "Oh, I like Orpheus." I was like, "Good one." My sister's like, "Oh, I like Hercules since I saw the movie," and I'm like, the Disney movie is nothing like the actual Hercules. But I'm happy for you. My friend CD, I think he likes the thought experiment ship of Theseus. Anyway. Except for one, that is. Heathcliff. Despite my username, I actually prefer the story of Echo and Narcissus. Wow. I actually also like Narcissus. He's the one that turned into a flower, right? We're headed to this place called Wuthering Heights next, right? I could tell from Heathcliff's glum expression that his mind was weighed down by all kinds of complicated concerns.
그렇지.
Though his eyes were staring at the moving scenery past the windows, his mind was affixed on something that his eyes couldn't see. Something that lay beyond the building's walls.
워더링 하이츠라.
Wuthering Heights.
무지하게 강한 바람이 불었던 집이었나 보죠.
Manor built on a windy hill.
그 저택은 바람이 지랄맞게 불었어. 아늑한 구석은 하나도 찾을 수 없는 곳이었지.
But you found comfort in Kathy, right? Heathcliff's voice carried an unusually dark tone. The other sinners on the bus noticed this and began chatting him up. That's kind of cute, actually.
고향에 당도한다니 마음이 참 복잡하겠소.
Sorry. I read the Mud Hut. So this... We're moving on.
고향이라.
Homeland, well... Actually, he's an orphan.
태어난 곳이 아니라 자라온 곳이긴 한데.
I wasn't born here. I was raised
그것도
here.
고향이라면 고향이겠지. 근데 보통 고향하면 떠올리는 감정은 아니야.
That's fair, that's fair.
허면
Like, for example, if you're like Korean, right? But you were born... No, you were born in Korea, but you were raised in America. Then you went to like, I don't know, Japan. But then now you return to America. You're not going back to your homeland, right? You're going back to the place you were raised.
머릿속에선 수천 번도 넘게 상상했어. 내가 그 빌어먹을 집안에 돌아가서 모든 걸 남김없이 부수고.
You have no idea how many times I imagined it. Played it out in my head. Returning to that bloody manor. Smashing every little thing in that place to bits until nothing is left.
모든 걸 부숴서 그 다음엔 뭘 하려고 했는데요?
Okay, you'll smash it, then what? Bro, the character development. Because Ishmael was obsessed with vengeance and she had no thought about her future, and now she's like, okay, you're gonna smash it, then what? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
저를 보고도 깨달은 게 없는 거예요?
Did you really learn nothing from watching what I went through at the lake?
있어.
I did learn something.
일단 내가 획가닥해서 되져버리기 직전까지 가게 되더라도 너희 중 하나가 어떻게든 끄집어내줄 거라는 거.
Sorry. There's actually a weird level of trust coming from him. Like, if I ever lose the plot and push myself to the brink of no return, I trust that one of you louts will pull me right out, like he did for Ishmael. Let's fucking go.
뭐 두들겨 패서라도
Are you
꺼내달라는
giving us
건가요?
permission to beat the sense back into you?
두들겨 패서라도.
Yeah, if that's what it
그럴 필요가
takes.
있으면.
That's actually surprisingly mature coming from Heathcliff.
어디까지 허용이 되지?
Interesting.
신체 절단과 신경 조직 손상 중에
How far are we allowed to go with bodily harm? Amputation? Nerve mutilation? That's so fucking specific, Ryoshu.
머리 같은 데를 세게 쥐어박는 정도는
Thank
괜찮지
you,
않을까요?
Sinclair. Maybe we can at least smack his head really hard.
아니 이 새끼들
Alright, you cheeky bastards.
나한테 쌓인 걸 풀라는 의미가 아니라고. 지금 진지하게.
Seriously, this isn't an invitation to use me as your emotional punching bag. I'm not in the mood to...
그래도 지금의 히스클리프 씨라면 잘 해내실 것 같다는 생각이 들어요.
Still, I think your present self can do this, Heathcliff. Oh, encouraging words from Hong Liu.
뭔 소리야? 지금이라니.
What do you mean, my present self?
지금의 히스클리프 씨는 가난하고 남은 게 아무것도 없잖아요.
Oh, what? Is this supposed to be a good thing? Heathcliff, your present self is deprived. You're poor, and you don't have anything left. This does not sound like a compliment.
뭐?
What?
가난?
Poor?
이제는 아예 대놓고 시비 걸기로 작정했냐? 내가
Right? Now you're skipping past pleasantries and going straight into personal insults, yeah? I'm...
아, 아니 오해가 있으신 것 같아요.
I think you took my words the wrong way. Honglu is far from the most talkative sinner. But when he does speak, he usually has something insightful to say. Though since he never says it in a way that's immediately obvious, his words are very prone to misunderstandings. It's because Honglu's the fucking rich kid. It's kind of complicated. They are just on a train visiting different homes. No, oh my god, where do I fucking start? If you have time, watch a video essay on Lobotomy Corporation, and then watch a video essay on Library of Ruin, yeah? But basically, they're gathering these power sources that scattered throughout the city, and it appears that each power source lands in one of their hometown, and each time we visit their hometown, the character development happens. Violently, if I add. But the writing speak. I think, Minnie, you're a fan of good literature, right? You'd enjoy the lore of this game. That's why I keep playing it.
저희는 모두 가난해요. 그러니 예전과는 많은 게 달라졌을 거예요. 어쩌면 가진 게 아무것도 없을 때가 되어서야
D&D style
몰랐던
bet.
걸
Kinda.
깨달을 수도 있으니까요.
They have their own arcs. And right now we're doing a Wuthering Heights arc. In a way, we're all deprived. And that can change a lot of things. Maybe there are things that we can understand only when we're left with nothing. Like he is right now. The rich kid has nothing.
가난하여서 이렇게 구릿구릿한 색깔을 계속 가지고 다녀야 하는 거요?
Does that poverty explain our current unsightly lack of colorfulness? I was raised by an English major, and Minnie says is also an English major. Yeah, bro, this game has got me reading so much classic literature. Like this is Don Quixote. If you can see her lance, it says Sueno Imposible. The impossible dream. Don Quixote looked mournfully at everything around her, then at herself. She sounded like she was about to cry. Everything had been drained of color since the moment we entered T-Corp through the back streets. It feels like even more of our colors have been taken away since then.
그 얘기 언제 하나 했어?
I was wondering when we'd bring that up.
대체 언제까지 이런 색깔로 다녀야 하는 거야?
Maybe we'll get our colors back soon. I'll just listen to the audiobook to absorb quickly. Yeah, to each their own. Actually, recently I tried doing audiobooks while reading the book at the same time. It's actually kind of fun.
라는 생각을 한 게 불과 10시간 전인데
Or so I thought, like 10 hours ago.
가도 원상복귀가 되지 않잖아. 이대로 평생 칙칙하게만 살아야 하는 거야? 이러면 식욕도 떨어져. 살아갈 의지가 없어지게 된다고.
Just throwing a fit. Are we gonna be colorless forever? Are we gonna be stuck in this gloomy hue for the rest of our lives? Seriously, nothing looks tasty in this sepia hue. I'm starting to lose even my will to live.
고기를 먹어도 고기가 상한 걸로밖에 안 보인다고.
Rodian's one of the cuter sinners. Everything in this sickly brown hue. Guys, even meat looks downright rotten in this color.
갑자기 너무 건너뛴 것 같지 않아?
That's a bit of an overreaction, isn't it? I kind of have to agree with Gregor here.
그리고 저 사람들은 옷의 색깔이 보이고 있잖아.
Oh, and what about those guys? They got color in their clothes. Which guys? With an annoyed look, Rodya gestured toward the people outside the bus.
개개인분들께 해드린 답변을 합치면 23번째 답변이긴 합니다만 색깔을 돌려받으려면
그에 준하는 돈을 지불해야 합니다.
Welcome to what being colorblind is like. A sufficient amount of payment must be made in order to retrieve your colors. It must be emphasized that this question has been repeatedly answered on 23 separate occasions. That's spouse speak for like stop asking the same fucking questions. I think Rodion is like really prone to asking the same questions over and over. If you guys remember during the Ishmael Canto when they were out at sea, she kept asking like, does anyone have any fun stories to tell? And she asked that so many fucking times. Otis got fucking mad. Like, you asked that like 10 minutes ago. Faust is here as well. Yes! And the bus that we're riding is called Mephistopheles. She made it. I still have to read that.
저 정도로 색깔을 돌려받은 거면 코트에
Well, let me have a
바지에
gander. His coat, his trousers.
저 새낀 별로 잘 살지도 못하면서 허세만 있는 놈이야.
That looks
진짜
not even
부자들은
that loaded.
안경테나 장신구까지 색깔을 되찾거든.
He's only trying to come off as though he is. Real tops spare no cash to get every single color back, even to their trivial trinkets like the rims of their glasses. Ah. So this like that's a poser. If you only have a little bit of color in specific places, you're not actually rich. Real rich people have color all over.
히스클리프 씨도 이곳에 살고 있을 동안은 계속 색을 보지 못한 상태였나요?
Did you also have to live without color when you lived here, Heathcliff?
아니, 저택은 어느 정도 예외였어. 그래도 여전히 색이 구린 곳이긴
No.
했지만.
The manor had some color, yeah. Though it was still far from vibrant.
동의 구려 피의 색 정도는 되찾았으면 싶군.
Ryosh is always so fucking violent. Agreed, this is the color of shit. Blood should have remained red. I agree, to be honest.
그런데 저 자식 말이야.
I really like
저렇게 어설프게 색깔을 가진 채로 쏘다니면 괜히 뒤통수 얻어맞기 딱일 텐데.
I really like movies where it's black and white, but one specific item has color for some reason, so it like pops out, like a black and white movie. Then someone gets stabbed, but the blood has color. I'm like, damn. That poor sod's going to get himself jumped wandering with that look. That's just enough color to invite the bandits, but not enough to keep him away. Oh, there we go. Heathcliff's predictions came true soon enough. Several thieves surrounded the bloke who's only trying to come off as though he's loaded, and bashed him on the back of his head. Oh my god. Don Quixote's reaction is like, no, and Ryoshi's just laughing.
저런 극악무도 파렴치한 자들을 보았나?
I don't know how to pronounce this word. I've seen it so many times. Fie. Fai? A bunch of shameless villains they are,
혼자 다니는 무고한 시민을 단체로 핍박하고 있지 않나?
preying on the weak civilian like a pack of hyenas.
갱단이라고 부르는 분들인가요?
Are they what you would call a gang?
물이 흐려졌군. 저런 걸 갱단이라고 부를 수도 없고 시간을 못 채운 하류 인생들인 거지.
The gangs of T-Corp have certainly seen better days. I wouldn't even call them a gang. They're lowlives running out of time. In quotation marks.
내가 떠나올 때만 해도 저런 버러지 같은 것들은 저렇게 버젓이 돌아다니지도 않았어.
Last time I was here, scum like him couldn't even dare to infest the streets so brazenly. These gangs that aren't... There are gangs that aren't scummy?
당연하지. 내가 있었던 갱단은 저런 식으로 만만한 놈한테 우르르 몰려가지 않았다고.
Of course, the gang I was in would never dogpile on some poor, unarmed bloke like that.
탈원,
쌩쌩 달리고 싶어.
You say that, but you know, you've been away from home for some time now.
못해.
Times change. Karen wants to vroom vroom. Can't vroom vroom with a roadblock. So that's Karen, our driver. Aptly named. And here's Virgilius, our guide. Well, there isn't much point in waiting for the situation to resolve itself. Virgilius finally spoke up after quietly listening in our discussion for the last few minutes. Take care of them before Don Quixote starts making a fuss about it.
정의지 비군! 고맙네!
Her chapter is next. I can't wait to see how we break this person. Ooh, an enactment of justice. I think the
길잡이 씨도 익숙해졌나 봐 이제.
is really starting to get the hang of this, huh? Yeah, he only has his hat and shoes colored. I am being hit by the sleepy spell. I'm going to get ready for bed. Sleep good. Man, I farmed the event off stream. If I knew we would be getting event currency during the story, I should have like held back a bit more. But yeah, for the Wuthering Heights event, we should go with the sinking team. If you're not bossing, I think we can bring Lob Corp Lament Yisang instead. Yeah.
다음 5창까지는 돌아오겠습니다.
뭐야? 이놈은 우리가 먼저 찜했어.
Oh wait, yeah, gets this one's ours.
너희도 시간이 부족해서 온 놈들인가 본데. 우리는 고작 30분밖에 안 남았다고.
Looks like you lot are running low on time as well. Tough luck. We've got only 30 minutes ourselves.
혹시 데드래비치 같은 갱단 쪽인 거 아닐까?
Oi, maybe they're one of those dead rabbits or something.
30분? 시간? 무슨 소리 하는 거야?
30 minutes. 30 minutes of what? Karen as in the ferryman of the dead? Exactly. And this Gregor from Metamorphosis. Gregor Samsa.
그럴 리가. 옛날에 자경단 활동 같은 걸 했던 데드래비치는 이지 없어. 괴사가 마스크 쓰고 쾌한 눈으로 그냥 노려보기만 할 뿐이니까.
Impossible. The old dead rabbits and their vigilante ways are no more. All they do nowadays is staring at you funny from behind those odd masks.
뭐? 마스크?
Masks?
지금
What?
뭐라고?
What are you?
에이, 가뜩이나 시간 없어 죽겠는데 젠장. 후딱후딱 해치워주마.
Bollocks, we don't got time for this. Let's kill him quick. They began rushing at us with bloodshot eyes, not giving Heathcliff time to even finish his sentence. Heathcliff seems familiar with the dead rabbits. I wonder if that was his previous gang.
카론, 기다리는 거 못해. 100초만 기다려줄게.
We can do this. Dominate. Throw that away. Cool.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지.
불청객은 찌그러져 있어.
적들이 흔들흔들. 기회
Okay, so
아니야?
Brodian has inside 3. Cool. And then we can get inside 3 with Hong Lu, right? If we throw away this skill 3. Okay.
이 땅과 마님이 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다. 파쇄 완료.
야호.
Oh.
이기는 편, 우리 편.
2 out of 11 enemies. Okay. I should probably eat something else since I've only had chips and salsa to eat today. But I'm so sleepy. Well, it depends. Like, if you're trying to lose weight, just go to sleep. But if you're one of those who are like struggling to gain weight, you should probably eat something. Let's kill this guy. Then do this. And then we can get on our horse next turn. This guy's in 1 HP. Good night, Minnie. Thanks for stopping by.
어두운 무지를 열어줬죠.
대성공이야.
찌그러져 있도록.
카론 신나.
Kill him.
그럴까?
Kill him.
내 안에
Nice.
갇혀 죽어라.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
Wild Hunt is really good with this drawn out fights with a bunch of bodies. Because it gives him time to ramp.
우와, 카론도 깜짝.
Good night. Okay. This one. Okay, let's get on our horse. And then we can start AoEing them down.
직접 알게.
If there's any left, actually.
잠든 그대를 빌릴
Because the party is sufficiently wrapped up now.
열어드리죠.
정리하겠습니다. 기대받지 않은 것들은 모조리 치워버린다.
Beat them up, beat them up.
속에서 묻혀 잠들어.
1타 2피 맞지?
듀라니아.
카론
무릎
시달해줄게.
달릴 시간이다.
This is what I was saying. Like, there's not even enough bodies. But I'm suspecting it's gonna get harder later.
모조리 치워버린다. 보고 계시는군요, 마님. 칭찬 감사합니다. 불청객들을 남김없이 모조리 처리했습니다.
진리를 열기 위해.
Hey, what do you mean, mask?
야, 너
Speak up. Oi.
모자 멋진데? 어디서 샀냐?
The way he asks it. Nice hat you got there. Where'd you get it?
잘못했습니다. 다 가져가세요. 제 시계에서 원하시는 만큼 시간을 빼가셔도 됩니다.
Ah! I'm sorry, please. Take everything. Take as much time as you want. Here's my watch.
클리프군.
Sir Heathcliff. Heathcliff was looming over the man and growling threateningly. He certainly fit the look of a villain from a particular angle.
야, 방금 건 그냥 칭찬한 거잖아. 이놈이 유독 오버해서 반응하는 거라고.
Lass, I was just complimenting him for his sharp fashion choice. The lad's overreacting.
저는 이것 빼고는 완전 아무것도 없어요. 납치 같은 걸 해봤자 돈 나올 건덕지가 없다고요.
This is literally everything I have. I don't got any money for ransom, even if you were to kidnap me.
납치는 안 됩니다. 집에 기다리는 가족들이 있어요.
Please don't kidnap me. I've got a family. They're all waiting for me to come home. The man was inadvertently saved from the hands of thieves, was shuddering and screaming incoherently, almost to an unnatural degree. And we were still not out of the dark alleyways, where other thieves might be waiting to get the jump on us.
아이씨, 무슨 시끄러운 소리가.
The hell is this racket? Oh?
이것들 뭐야? 이렇게 시간이 굴러 들어온다고?
Oh yeah. Nani? Oya, oya, oya. Nan desu ka? Or is it oya, oya? Koko wa nan desu ka? I think I'm seeing loads of time rolling in right before us.
10분 아니 5분이라도 좋으니까 얼른.
10 minutes. No, we'll take 5 minutes too. Hand it over now.
도대체가 이놈이고 저놈이고 왜 다들 시간 타령인 거야?
Why the hell is every fella here so obsessed with time?
아니면 모조리 해치운 뒤에 저 시계를 뺏어가는 방법밖에 없겠지.
If you won't give it up willingly, we'll have to take you all and take the clock for ourselves. Huh? Clock? Wait, me?
카론, 기다리는 거 못해.
Ooh, okay.
100초만 기다려줄게.
We got the early. Oh, we can get on the horse early, and then we got the early insight. Ooh, and the next turn we can get insight on Rodion.
오작 터뜨려주지.
Nice.
부숴주마.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
주라니야. 죽도록 달릴 시간이다.
11 enemies as well. Okay. This is a very good turn, actually.
일당과 마님에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면 불청객이 찌그러져 있도록
대성공이야.
초대받지 않은
나는 신나. 노래
모조리
부를까?
치워버려.
무차 잠들어.
1타이피 맞지? 카론, 스담해줄게. 우와, 카론도 깜짝.
Okay, we can do double get off the horse, double lament. And then get on the horse next turn. Okay, this looks good.
일당과 마님에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다.
Kill him, kill him. Kill him.
풍과 함께 사라져.
불청객은 찌그러져 있도록 정리하겠습니다. 불청객은 찌그러져 받지 않은 것들을 모조리 치워버리.
무지하니까 얼얼하지. 정신 못 차릴 거야.
그게 다친 짓을.
야호, 이기는 편, 우리 편.
할까?
Okay, this is the last few ones. Bam. Let's get on the horse. Okay. These guys should not survive this.
직접 알겠습니다.
잠든 그대의 길일 테니.
무지하니까 맞는 거야.
풍 속에서 무차 잠들어.
I'm kind of convinced that this is the best Heathcliff.
너
You
쳐라.
quiet,
쓸데없이 네가
or you'll
비명지르는
attract
바람에
even
일이
more of
자꾸
them to
보이잖아.
us.
당장 안 닥치면 사람 먹는 버스로 끌고 간 다음에
Shut your gob
철덩어리한테
right
먹이는
now,
수가 있다. 어?
or we'll feed you to the meat grinder back at our rickety cannibal bus. Is that clear? Frankie, hello! Thanks for the raid! Let me give you a shout out. What were you playing? Yellow Taxi Goes Room. They do that. How was it? What is that game? From one Dulhan to another. Yeah. Pass me your head, bro. I'll catch it. Hi, Frank Raid. Hey guys. Let me scoot a little here. Hi. Hello, welcome. You guys don't know me. I'm Zol. I'm also Dulahan, like Frankie. I have 4 arms and detached head, as you can see. I hope you guys had a good time at Frankie's stream. How was it? Right now I'm playing Limbus Company. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but we're doing the chapter based on Wuthering Heights, the book, and I had to like read the book. Well, it's not required, but I felt like I wanted to read the book before playing this story. Yeah. From one Filipino to another too, small fucking world. We got good taste. Kamusta? Maligayang bagong taon. You talked in DMs once, so hi. Oh, hi. Yeah, I remember. I'm glad you guys made it here. As always, if you need to like walk around, you know, get dinner or something, feel free to do so. Thanks for interesting your community here. If you guys like reading, the story should... We're just starting the story, so it should start picking up soon. And if you've read or watched Wuthering Heights, you might want to stick around. Okay.
그러면
Then
저를 납치하러 온 사람들이 아닌가요?
you're not here to kidnap me?
그래. 몇 번이나 말했던 것 같지만.
No, for the... I don't even know how many times we've told you.
그럴 리가 없지 않소. 우리 앤 우연히 지나가는 정의로운 림버.
She's running out of breath. What the fuck? That's a first. Don Quixote always has a bunch of things to say. Of course not, indeed, for we are the live fix. Ugh. She's trying so hard not to say it.
아니, 나그네들이었어.
Oh,
여기는
she doesn't want to reveal our identity. She's learning. Oh, passers-by of justice. Sir Heathcliff here can be rather brutish in his manner of speech. That is all.
그렇군요.
Right. Passer-by of justice.
그런데 왜 돈이 아니라 시간을 달라고 하는 거죠?
So why are they asking us for time, not money?
시간도 사고 팔 수 있는 걸까?
Maybe time's just another commodity to be sold and bought here.
T사 가이드북 여전히 아직도?
Ishmael's the only one that reads the pamphlets. Like, it makes so much fucking sense. Like, all the info's here, my dudes. Guys, is it just me again? The T-Corp pamphlet guide? Did no one really? I love Ishmael. Ishmael's eyes start to glaze over. Once again, she may have been the only sinner who bothered to read up on our destination.
T사, 즉 타임 트랙사에서는
In T-Corp, also known as Time Track Corporation,
시계를 신분증의 역할로 쓰고 있어. 이들이 지니고 있는 시계를 통하여 화폐 대신에 시간을 거래하기도 하오. 대부분의 근로자는 노동에 대한 보상을 시간으로 지급받지.
its citizenry utilizes timepieces as personal identification. They often trade with time instead of physical currency. Their means of transaction done via timepieces they carry. Most laborers in these lands are rewarded for their efforts with time.
이상 씨를 봐서 이번엔 넘어가죠.
Thanks for the explanation, Yi-sang. I'll let it slide this time. So, is this going to be a problem? Otis is the only one of us who carries a watch.
아, 그 시간이 멈춰 있는 손목시계 말씀이죠? 패션용으로 착용하고 있는.
Oh my god, Honglu! Oh, you mean her broken wristwatch? I feel like this is a sore fucking topic and he's just like walking on a landmine. I always thought that wearing a stopwatch was a neat fashion statement.
패션용인 적은 없었다.
It's not a fashion item.
무례한 말을.
It never was. How insolent of you to assume.
그리고 아까 말한 납치라는 건 무슨 뜻이었어?
Right. I've been meaning to ask. What got ya so freaked out about the kidnapping earlier?
아, T사 길거리엔 사람들이 마구잡이로 납치당한다는 흉흉한 소문이 돌고 있어서요.
Oh. There's a pretty scary rumor of indiscriminate kidnappings going around these T-Corp streets.
이젠 아무도 다니지 않는 거리인데 이렇게 때로 다니시니 소문의 납치 조직인가 해서.
These are abandoned streets, so when I saw a dozen or so people running around together, I was scared that you guys might be the infamous kidnapping syndicate or something.
구체적으로 말해보도록. 육하 원칙을 활용하면 더 좋고.
We need more details. I want the who, when, where, what, how, and why. Proceed.
실종자들 때문이에요.
People have been going missing around here.
최근 들어 이곳에서 사람들이 이유 없이 행방불명된다고 해요. 이젠 다들 안개가 자욱해지기만 해도 무서워서 집에만 박혀 있죠.
This kind of became the last known location for a bunch of missing people. Everyone becomes a shut-in during the foggy days because they don't want to get kidnapped. Like, then why the fuck are you walking around with a collared hat then? It's like screaming kidnap me.
마침 여기 굴러다니고 있는 디타임즈 신문지 일면에도 쓰여 있네요. 오리무중인 납치 사건, 충격, 경악, 공포. 시체조차 한 군도 발견되지 않아.
Calm down,
더
calm down.
읽어드릴까요?
Look, look, it's even on this front page of this Times newspaper. Mysterious kidnapping, fear sweeps district. Not even a single body found. I can keep reading if you want. Mersault, Rolia, and Don Quixote began enthusiastically reading the sensationalized titles and the attached articles on the newspaper he showed us.
이 근처에 상을 받은
She's
맛집.
not even reading the headline. I gotta check out that award-winning eatery. It's not so far from where we are.
아, 시간의 수 해결사들이 이런 인터뷰를.
The time retrieval fixers have said as such in these interviews. Are you guys even reading the same article?
확실히 평소보다 지나다니는 인간들이 훨씬 줄어들었어.
Lad's right. There's a lot less people around here than I remember.
여기는 원래 공장으로 일하러 가는 노동자나 조잡한 장비를 팔러 나온 발명가들이 붐비던 거리야. 이렇게 거리가 텅텅 비었던 적은 없었는데.
This street used to be packed with workers headed to their factory jobs and inventors selling their useless trinkets. It's never been this empty. This empty street of T-Corp was thick with fog. The bustling crowd from Heathcliff's memories nowhere to be seen. Maybe the lack of color made the fog appear even thicker.
일전 검계와의 소동에서 들었던 괴담과 흡사한 이야기인 것 같군.
This reminds me of the kidnapping rumor we heard when we were working on the Blade lineage case.
행방불명이라 역시 사람을 납치해서 팔아넘기는 악질적인 조직이 있는 걸까요?
Missing people. Maybe there really is a messed up kidnapping. Human trafficking syndicate roaming in this area. It's probably human experimentation. It always is.
그런 놈들이 대놓고 활보한다는 이야기는 못 들었는데 적어도 내가 있었을 때
I've never heard of such syndicate strutting about this place. Back when I lived here, at least.
인신매매 따위가 목적인 조직이 있다면 흔적 하나둘은 남을 수밖에 없다.
It is statistically impossible. It is a statistical impossibility for a human trafficking syndicate to leave zero evidence behind. There's bound to be one or two they let slip between their fingers.
거리를 이렇게 만들 정도로 거대한 움직임이라면 더더욱 시체 한 돌 정도는 찾기 마련.
He makes a good point. Especially if this syndicate, quote unquote, is so prolific to the point of indirectly discouraging the public from leaving their homes. A body or two will invariably be found.
시체도 남지 않는다는 건 단지 죽거나 죽이는 정도의 내용이 아닌
If they really didn't leave any bodies, maybe it's worse than just your usual murders.
깊이 파고들수록 위험한 일일 수 있다는 건가요?
Maybe it'll be more dangerous the more we look into it. If it's not another violent tragedy, then maybe there's more to this than we think. Maybe there's some powerful organization pulling on the strings.
아니, 시체만으로는 그렇게 보기 힘들지 않나?
You know, that's a lot of conjecture to make just from the fact that no bodies have even been found.
네?
Sorry?
뒷골목에 밤이 있잖아.
Guys, the night in the back streets.
그 청소부들이 지나가면 시체를 포함한 쓰레기들은 전부 청소되어 있으니까.
A single sweep from those sweepers leaves nothing behind. Every trash in the back streets, including corpses, is completely cleaned up.
그렇군. 시체까지 말끔하게 치워버릴 수도 있겠네.
Right. They'd clean up even the corpses, yeah.
당연히 쓰레기만 청소하는 게 아니라는 건 무서운 일이지만.
Of course, it's kind of scary that they clean up more than just trash. Yeah, the idea of sweepers really freaked Sinclair out for a while.
그건 밤마다 로저 씨가 이상한 흉내를 내면서 저한테만.
Sinclair's such a baby boy. That's because Rhodia kept making funny noises and sweeper impressions at me every night.
끝장냈어. 이제 더는 폭풍 소리에 죄를 떨 필요도,
Okay.
그 소리를 꿈을 꾸고 슬픔에 빠질 필요도 없지.
We got more story.
전부 끝내버린 건가?
안개 낀 거리에서 일어나는 미스터리 실종 사건이라.
A mysterious case of missing persons in a street shrouded in thick, heavy fog.
무슨 괴담 같네요. 무서운 건 아니고요.
The nervous laugh. It's almost as if we're in the middle of some scary urban legend. Not that I'm scared. Not at all.
억지로 웃지 않아도 돼, 싱클레어.
Don't force yourself to laugh, Sinclair.
불길하네. 첫 판부터 주눅 드는 기세로 가면 좋지 않은데.
I don't like this at all. We're this scared so soon after entering the nest. Everyone seems to be on edge, thanks to the unsettling story we heard earlier. I know what to do. Do you, Dante? I'm doubting, but let's see what you do. Hey Heathcliff, that invitation. Can you read it out loud for us again? It would be a good idea to remind ourselves of our current mission. Besides, I could use a refresher myself. Actually, that's a good idea.
그까지 초대장 읽어서 뭐 하라고?
It's just an invitation. There ain't anything special about it. The neatly folded invitation Heathcliff produced from his pockets completely betrayed his attempt at appearing aloof. It was folded with such tender care that it almost resembled a neat paper craft. He cleared his throat. Sometime later.
부디 참석하시어 이 자리를 빛내주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Please honor this occasion with your presence.
경의를 담아, 넬리.
With great respect, Nelly.
그리고
And
아이씨,
bollocks.
꼭 와야 해, 히스. 기다리고 있을.
You're so fucking embarrassed.
캐시가.
Understandably so, though. You have to be here, Heath. I'll be waiting. Kathy. Damn. Woo. It always blows up in his face. This wasn't exactly what I had in mind when I asked him to read that letter.
여기가 무슨 동네 술집이에요?
What are we? A party crowd at some dive bar?
아, 이런 분위기 아니었어?
Oh, that wasn't what we were going for?
내가 이럴 줄 알았지. 화낼 기분도 안 나네.
I knew this would happen. I ain't even mad.
애초에 기다린다고 했을 뿐이지 만나고 싶다고 한 것도 아니고.
Besides, all she said that she'd be waiting. She never said she'd miss me or wanted to see me.
아니 그래도 말이야. 이 문구를 보면은
Come on, bud. Just look at the way she wrote it here.
어디?
Let me see. Let me see. Some sinners gather in a circle like they're doing a literary analysis of the invitation letter. Maybe I was worrying too much.
꼭 연애 편지 처음 받아보는 학생들 같네요.
They're like school kids opening their first love letters.
뭐야? 싱클레어는 저런 거에 관심 없었어?
What? Were you never interested in those things, Sinclair?
저는
I was.
공부만 했어요.
A good, diligent
책과
student.
칠판만 보면서 성실히 살았다고요.
The only things I ever cared about were my textbooks and the school lectures.
싱클레어 군 또다시 얼굴이 붉어지고 있어.
Sinclair, thy countenance appears to be turning rosy again.
체질이라고 지난번에 말했잖아요.
For the last time I said it's genetics.
그럼 단테는?
What about you, Dante? I don't fucking remember, my dude.
아니다.
Yeah, never mind. Hey, what's with that oddly sorry look on your face?
안타까울 필요는 없다. 세상엔 많은 취향이 존재하고 있으니.
The manager has no need for your sympathy. I am certain that there are those who appreciate their unique appearance. Not the point.
그런데 이상하지 않소?
Is it not odd?
히스클리프 씨가 연애 편지를 받는 게요?
What? That someone actually wrote Heathcliff a love letter?
이상 씨,
my.
그런 말은 좀 너무하네요.
Isang, that is such a rude thing to say. That's kind of rich coming from Honglu.
아니, 그런 무례한 말을 한 것이 아니라 나는
No, I had no intention of relaying such crass sentiments too.
농담이에요, 농담. 저도 이상 씨랑 같은 걸 느꼈으니까요.
Just kidding, Yisang. Just kidding. I was actually thinking the same thing.
티사 어딘가에 있을 로보토미 지부가 아니라 다 같이 워더링 하이츠라는 저택으로 향한다는 건
Since we're not looking for a lobotomy corp branch of T Corp, since we're heading to this Wuthering Heights manor instead,
그곳으로 도달해야 황금 가지를 얻을 수 있다는 소리일 테니까.
I suppose that that's where we'll find the golden bow.
정확하게 짚어주었구려, 이스마엘 양.
That was precisely what I had intended to convey, Miss Ishmael.
찬물 끼얹는 역할을 하는 것도 슬슬 지겨워져서 입을 닫고 있었는데 때마침 고마운 지적을 하는군.
Thank you for bringing that up. I was getting tired of being the bringer of unpleasant news.
우리가 워더링 하이츠로 향하는 이유가 설마 저 편지 한 장 때문이라고 생각한다면 큰 실망을 느꼈을 거다.
Hopefully, none of you under the impression that we're headed to Wuthering Heights just because some invitation Heathcliff received. Because if you are, you'll be sorely disappointed.
그래서 이 문맥을 보면 결국 하려는 말이
Right. So, if you're looking at the context she wrote this in, what she really trying to say here is
아니 그보다는 이 어투를 봐야지.
No, bud. You gotta look at the tone she used here.
뭐 일단 넘어가죠.
Sure. Moving on.
LCCB로부터 황금가지의 관측 보고가 있었습니다.
There was a report from the LCCB that a golden bow has been observed.
위치는 워더링 하이츠 저택 어딘가.
They narrowed its location down to somewhere within the Wuthering Heights manor.
하지만 특유의 보안 시스템으로 인해 LCCB 틈이 잠입하는 것은 위험 부담이 크므로 황금가지의 정확한 위치는 파악이 되지 못했습니다.
But there was a significant risk on account of the manor's unique security system that prevented the before team from conducting their on-site preliminary survey. The exact location of the bow is yet to be identified.
특유의 보안 시스템? 그런 게 있었나?
Unique security measures. Not sure if I remember anything like that.
그렇다면 더더욱 네 이상하다고밖에 말할 수 없겠네요.
Why are you saying Yisang? Right, then it's even more odd. No other ways to put it.
동의하오. 비록 황금가지의 값어치와 그 위상에 대해 정확히 알고 있는 것은 아니지만
Indeed, though I remain ignorant of the monetary value of the public perception of its worth.
평범한 저택 안에 그런 것이 놓여 있을 리가 만무할 것 같소.
I do know that the golden bow is not an item so easily obtainable that it may be housed in a normal private manner.
황금가지가 처음부터 그곳에 위치해 있었던 것은 아니었다.
It can be
말씀드리죠.
shared that golden bow wasn't always located inside the manor.
T사 로보토미지부 어딘가에 있었던 황금가지가
I see.
모종의 이유로 저택으로 옮겨졌다는
Then
것이구려.
the golden bow, its previous location in an unknown area within the T-Corp's Lobotomy Corp branch has been transferred to the manor for a reason we are yet to be aware of.
캐서린이라는 인물이 이번 작전의 핵심이겠군요.
Right. Then this Catherine person will be a major part of this operation.
황금 가지를 자기 저택 안에 소유하고 있는 자라니.
To have a golden bow all to herself in that manner.
그리고 황금 가지가 아니더라도 히스클리프 씨가 자신을 보러 저택에 와줄 거라고 믿어 의심치 않는 아주 자신만만한 사람일 거고요.
And she's gotta be one confident woman too. Confident enough to believe that Heathcliff would come to the manor just to see her face, even if it wasn't for the golden bow. None of this conversation seemed to even register to Heathcliff, however.
혹시 주위에 이발소나 양품점이 보이면 말해줘.
He's still trying to look good. Oi, let me know if you see a barber shop or a boutique nearby.
무슨 명소마다 멈춰서는 관광버스로 생각하고 있는 건 아니겠지.
This isn't a tour bus, Heathcliff. We will not make unnecessary stops like the ones you suggest.
그냥 나를 내려주고 먼저 가도
Right,
되잖아.
I get it.
뒤따라갈 수
Then
있어.
why don't you just leave me behind and go on ahead? I'll catch up.
제가 두 눈 커다랗게 뜨고 계속 보고 있는데 말이죠, 히스클리프 씨.
So Heathcliff, I've been watching the shops very closely.
아까의 그 소문 때문인지는 몰라도 이 시간에 길거리에 열려 있는 가게가 보이지 않아요.
But
안개가 자욱해서 더 그런가 싶기도
I
하네요.
haven't noticed a single shop open. It might be because of the rumors from earlier and the fog.
역시 저랑 로자 씨한테 맡겨보시는 게 제일...
Why don't you leave it to us, Rodia and I?
아이씨, 야 잠깐.
What the hell are you? Wait. Five colors. Oh, are we getting a few colors back? Hmm. The bus emerged from the back streets into a rather quiet-looking village. The fog was still thick, and everything was still in that faded hue. Even the occasional sightings of pedestrians have ceased. The idea of color variation seemed like an alien concept here. All I see are orange-hued lights coming through the windows of the misty gray buildings. It was as though everyone decided to stay indoors for the day. I can't even tell where we are or how close we are from our destination anymore. Have you been here by any chance, Yi-san? He was the only other sinner who had spent a while in T-Corp. So I decided to ask if he recognized anything. But it was evident that this scenery was unfamiliar to him.
나는 최대한 사람들의 눈을 끌지 않으며 연구와 생업에 몰두하고자 하였지. 하여 T사를 그리 자유로이 오가진 못했소.
Though I have resided here for some time, most of my hours were spent earning a living and conducting my research when I could afford to do so. Thus, I have not ventured freely the streets of T-Corp. He's saying he's a shut-in. I can't imagine doing any research at a place like this. Can't have been easy.
익숙해지면 괜찮소. 오히려 이곳에서 나고 자란 이들에겐 색이 있다는 것이 신기한 것이니.
It is quite manageable once one grows accustomed to this monochromatic sight. The presence of variance and color itself is a concept alien to those who are born and raised in these lands. Oh shit. Born colorblind, but artificially.
그리고 나는 잠시나마 기댈 수 있는 자들이 있었네. 이는 낯선 곳에 적응하는데 꽤 많은 도움이 되지.
And I had shoulders of those that I could lean on, even for a fleeting moment. It helps to have such support when acclimating to a place as foreign as this. Isang looks away at a place far beyond here. Memories of his past, most likely.
T사의 특이점이 어떤 것인지에 대해선 아는 게 있나요?
Did you ever hear anything about what T-Corp's singularity is?
그것에 대해선 특이점이 의뢰 그렇듯 나도 무어라 정확히 추론할 수는 없는 작동 원리라 함이 맞겠소.
As all singularities are, its true nature, its mechanisms, and functions are all something of an enigma. Yet, Yisang paused and carefully began to speak.
시간과 관련이 되어 있다는 것만은 알고 있었어.
I am
정확히 어떠한
aware.
시간을 어떻게 다루는지는 모르겠지만
I am aware is that it has ought to do with time. It has nothing to do with time. Oh. Though I am unsure of its use.
이 또한 부질없는 추측이며 답은 파우스트 양만이 알겠소만.
He's side-eyeing. Well, I suppose all this is but meaningless conjecture, and only Miss Faust amongst us must be aware of the answers.
T사가 거주자들로부터 끊임없이 색을 빼앗아가는 이유 중 하나죠.
Its singularity is one of the reasons T-Corp constantly drains scholars from its inhabitants.
그게 색이랑 무슨 상관인데?
What's time got to do with color?
시간을 필연적으로 제어해야 하는 곳이라면 빛과 연관이 있는 영역일 것이며
If the control of time is so imperative to T-Corp's operations, then they must also control the realm of light. Is there a correlation? CD! Thanks for the resub! Subscribe for 9 months. Let's go! We in here. We in here.
빛은 또한 색과도 밀접한 관련이 있으니 종국엔 색과 얽히게 되는 것입니다.
As light inherently has much to do with the spectrum of colors, these two subjects eventually overlap. Do they? I feel like light and time are different. Right?
제가 알고 있는 시간에 대해서까진 추론이 가능했습니다만 파우스트가 가진 T사의 특이점과 관련된 지식에 접근하기까지는 저에게 아직은 시간이 걸린다는 말도 덧붙여야겠군요.
That is as far as I could deduce regarding the concept of time that I am aware of. Yet, it must also be said that it takes time for me to reach Faust's specific knowledge regarding T-Corp's singularity. Faust, known among us for her, maybe, and perhaps, rarely gave us answers this detailed. Then now's the time to ask her all of my questions.
파우스트 양, 시간이라면
Miss Faust, as we discuss the subject of time,
네, T사에 관한 이야기는 여기까지 하는 편이 안전하겠군요.
indeed, it would be safe for us to move on from the subject of T-Corp at this time. Aww.
또 말해줄 것처럼 하다가 입을 닫아버렸네.
There she goes again, teasing us with the stuff she's not going to tell us anyway. Well, I guess I should be glad that she decided to tell us this much. I doubt she'll tell us more, no matter how much we pry.
그런데 좀 씁쓸하네요.
It's kind of sad.
특이점으로 인해서 평생 색을 모른 채로 살아가는 사람들도 있단 거잖아요.
That there are people who's never seen color their whole lives, all because of this singularity.
뭐 다 그런 거지. 우리도 어쩌면 지금 다른 사람이 볼 때 뭣도 모르고 사는 불쌍한 사람일 수도 있으니까.
Well, that's just how it goes, isn't it? In the eyes of a stranger, we'd just be another one of those poor, miserable people who's never seen color.
뭐가 되었든 고기 맛을 한번 본 적이 있다는 게 무서운 거야. 평생 모르고 살면 좋을 텐데. 기어코 고기 맛을 보면 알기 전으로 돌아가기는 불가능하니까.
That's the danger in trying your very first bite of the meat. You taste it once, and you'll never unknow the flavor. And in the end, you'll start to wish you never tried it.
햇빛의 색깔까지 보이지 않는 건 아쉽네요.
Aww. It's pretty disappointing that even the sun loses its vibrancy here. You are the sun.
하늘의 색이 그리워질 때는 많았어. 특히 얕게 비가 올 때는.
Oft did I long to see the colors of the sky, especially the sky that looms over a light shower of rain.
그래, 그런 것들도
Sun shower,
각자 알던
Lisa.
하늘의 색이 있었으니까 아쉽고 그리워지게 되는 거지. 처음부터 이곳의 하늘만 보고 살다 죽는다면 그건 불행도 아닐 거야.
Yeah, things like the color of the sky too. You long to see it because you've seen its beauty. If you were born here, never to escape its borders to the last of your days without ever seeing the blue sky, then I'd hardly call that death miserable.
그것까지 불행하다고 말한다면 오히려 오만한 게 되는 거지.
Calling even that miserable is nothing but sheltered arrogance. Damn.
그렇게 생각할 수도 있겠네요.
I guess that could also be true. The atmosphere in the bus suddenly became incredibly frosty.
아, 그거 해보자. 가장 좋아하는 색깔이 뭔지에 따라서 각자 성격을 알 수 있다던데.
Hey, speaking of color, I got something to ask you. Have you guys ever heard of the colors game? Apparently, each type of personality has a corresponding color. Rhodia, who was the one to chill the bus in the first place, was also the first to break the ice.
이상이 하늘색을 좋아하는 거라면 어디 보자. 고요하고 조용한 당신, 생각에 빠져 잠기는 걸 좋아하는군요.
Just doing color personality. Okay, if Isang enjoys the light blue of the sky, then let's see. You must be a thinker and a philosopher who prefers the calm and quiet.
오, 어떻게 하는 것이오? 이거 참 기묘한
I love
짓이군.
the idea that Isang's buying this bullshit. Oh, how did you come to know that? That is quite the remarkable talent you have.
나도 해줘. 나는 말이지 붉은색이 좋소. 아니 노란색. 아니 붉은색? 아니.
Hark! I wish my favorite color to be rated as well. Forsooth, I quite fancy the color red. Nay, yellow. Nay, red. Nay.
자, 차례를 기다려.
Now wait your
그
turn.
다음에는 파우스트.
Next in order is Faust. Is she going through the way the sinners are outlined in the roster?
저는
Sinner number 2. Faust.
잠깐. 무슨 말 할지 다 알아. 파우스트는 대체로 그런 걸 믿지 않는답니다. 라고 하겠지?
Wait up. I know exactly what you're about to say. You're about to say Faust does not hold much belief in such ideations. Or something like that, right?
그런 사람은 대체로 흰색을 좋아하더라고. 그렇지? 자기 머리색이랑도 똑같네.
Which is exactly what people who like the color white would say. Am I right? Aren't I? I'm right, aren't I? Like your hair's white too.
그저 말을 아끼겠습니다.
I will not comment further on this subject. I think Ronya pegged her. Hit the nail on the board. Wait, no. Hit the nail on the head.
나? 제일 좋아하는
Me, my favorite
색깔?
color. Is it purple? Is it violet?
참, 뭘 그딴 걸 물어봐 남사스럽게.
What a stupid question. That's not last.
나는
But I like. He pauses. A great manor begins to emerge into our view from a distance. I could immediately tell that this was Wuthering Heights manor Heathcliff had mentioned.
검은색.
Black. Oh,
모든 물감을 다 섞어버리면 나오는 색 아닌가? 그거.
it's the color you get when you dump an entire set of paint into a bucket, isn't it?
그래서 제일 볼만한 색깔이지. 덧칠만 계속 해버리면 되는 거니까.
And that's exactly why I tolerate it. Keep throwing paint over paint. Keep throwing paint over paint over paint. And you get black. Simple. I can clearly hear that Heathcliff's muttering through gritted teeth. I have a feeling that black wasn't always his favorite color. But, they kept dumping paint on it. Which is kind of like reminiscent to the book. In the book, he was like a bright kid. But things happened. More story. The makeover. Are we giving Heathcliff a makeover? Let's go. I'm gonna lie, this is how I imagined Wuthering Heights is gonna look like. um, Two things changed the moment the Wuthering Heights manor appeared over the horizon.
거울 있는 사람 없냐? 야, 뭐 아무거나 내놔봐.
Mirror. I need a mirror. Anyone got a mirror? Come on. Anyone?
왜 이러시는가, 히스클리프군. 이 거울은
Oh yeah, Yisang has a mirror. But it's like a different kind of mirror. What's gotten into you, Heathcliff? This mirror isn't. One was Heathcliff, who was suddenly overcome with intense anxiety. And the other was the weather that grew dark and tempestuous all of a sudden. What a terrifying noise.
원래 이렇게 날씨가 궂은 곳이었나요?
Was the weather here always this awful?
바람은 항상 거세게 몰아치긴 했어. 거의 폭풍 수준이었지.
It was always this windy. Yeah. Almost like a constant tempest.
하지만 이런 천둥이랑 번개는
But this thunder and lightning?
뭐 워더링 하이츠의 날씨는 어느 쪽이든
Well,
구릿구릿했지만
the weather at Wuthering Heights was always this awful. Thunder or not.
멀리서만 봐도 저택이 정말 크네요.
That really is one massive manor if it looks that big from this far away.
침침한 눈의 카론. 침침하게 도착.
Karen can't see well. Not sure if this is the right place, but we're here.
번개가 번쩍번쩍.
Lightning goes
눈
boom.
아파.
Eyes go ow. This manor looked as though it came straight out of a dark, gothic tale of mysteries. I was half expecting to hear a haunting cry echoing from its windows. So, are we just waiting for Virgilius to go off the bus again?
안 그런 적이 없지 않았나?
When hasn't that been the case, Manager Bud?
그래도 지금까지는 지부거나 회사였잖아요.
I mean,
이번에는 그냥 저택일 뿐인데.
it's not like we're digging into a lobotomy corp branch or entering one of their wings, right? It's just a manor. So I don't see what's stopping him from coming with us.
자, 내리지.
Now, off the bus.
나와 카루는
Karen and I
이번에도 밖에서 기다리고 있겠다고?
will wait outside until we're done with our mission. None of the sinners were hiding their dissatisfaction with Virgilius. Some of them were even standing with their arms crossed.
다들 표정을 보아하니 단체로 할 말이라도 있는 듯한 모양새.
By the looks on your faces, clearly, you all collectively have something to say.
본인은 아닐세. 감히. 아무튼 아무 생각도 하지 않았는데.
Of course not. I would hardly ever dare to challenge the. Well, maybe not every sinner. Don Quixote's gotten like the burnt of Virgilius's wrath. We've gone through a lot of things. Survived various trials and tribulations. Tribulations that could have been easily handled had Virgilius been there with us. So,
베르길리우스,
wow. Looks like Ishmael decided to step up as our representative.
처음에 길잡이라고 우리에게 소개하지 않았나요?
You introduced yourself to us as our guide, didn't you?
그런데 길잡이는커녕 매번 작전마다 우리를 출발선에 내려두고 카론 씨랑 무엇을 하러
오.
다니는 건데요?
So, what kind of guide just tosses everyone at the start of the journey and goes off on their own with the bus driver? Where are you guys even going?
쓸데없이 짜증 부리는 게 아니라고요. 이 점은 확실히 하죠.
I want to make it clear that I'm not being a hard ass for no good reason.
저는 당신을 신뢰하고 싶으니까 물어보는 거예요.
I'm asking you because I want to trust you.
같은 부서의 동료라면 적어도 업무 간 행선지 정도는 공유하자고요.
After all, we're technically all in the same boat. We're coworkers. I'd say the least you could do is to tell us where we're headed. Virgilius held his silence for a moment. His brows were not as furrowed as they usually are, which was the only indicator that he wasn't as offended to hear this as I thought he'd be. Same.
너희가 특정 계약을 통해 이곳에 입사를 한 것처럼
Just like you sinners who joined this company via your individual contracts,
나 역시도 어떤 조건이 적혀 있는 계약서를 통해
I
이곳에 입사했지.
also signed a contract with specific clauses and conditions I must abide by.
뭐이? 특색나리께서도 계약서를 썼다는 말인 겐가?
Huh? The company made thee, a caller, most illustrious, sign a contract as well?
당연하지 않나. 내가 아무 손익계산 없이 이 버스에서 철부지들을 통솔하고 있겠나.
Of course I did. Why would I be babysitting you children of this bus otherwise? I'm not the one to work for free.
자세한 계약의 내용까지 너희에게 말해줄 생각도 없고 언급해서도 안 되겠지만
I don't want to bother detailing each and every clause of my contract to you, nor should I.
이스마엘, 네가 말한 신뢰라는 단어는 제법 마음에 들었다. 그러니 간단하게만 언급해두지.
But Ishmael, I quite like that you use the word trust in your speech. So I believe that you deserve at least a brief explanation.
나는 황금가지를 직접 회수해서도 직접적인 도움을 제공해서도 안 된다. 오로지 여기 있는 관리자 그리고 너희 수감자들에게 맡겨야만 하지.
I am not supposed to retrieve the golden bow myself, nor am I allowed to provide you with any direct support. The contract stipulates that I must leave everything to the manager and the sinners.
왜 그런 계약을?
Why the hell would you sign a contract like that?
언제나 왜냐고 묻는 것은 의미가 없다.
As always, it's meaningless to ask me why.
계약이란 건 당사자가 아닌 자들이 완전하게 이해할 수 없는 형태로 이루어지니.
Contracts are rarely ever fully understood by those that are not part of it. Wow. I should actually write that down for my next warlock.
다만
But
목적지에 도착해서 너희들을 버스에서 내리라고 말을 할 때
what I can tell you is that when I ask you sinners to leave this bus for a mission, is his eyes gonna glow now?
그래도 마음을 어느 정도 놓고 보낼 수는 있게 되었다고는 말할 수 있겠군.
Oh, I suppose in a way I say it with a lighter heart than I used to.
모든 것을 얻어내겠다는 욕심으로 무리하게 계약을 지키려다 관리자가 돌이킬 수 없는 지경으로 가게 되어 다 잃지는 않을까 하는 고민은 덜었지.
I am no longer concerned that in my desire to fulfill conditions for every clause in my contract, the manager might be irreversibly hurt. I would be left with nothing if such a thing were to happen. I actually started reading Leviathan. I stopped at chapter 12. But it was getting good. They were at an art auction of the ring. I wonder if I should just finish that up before starting the next part of this stream. Next time. It's a good thing Virgilius can't hear what we're fucking saying right now. Did he just admit to trusting us more than he used to?
단테, 그런 말은 굳이 한 번 더 물어보지 않는 편이 좋아.
Don't make him repeat something like that, Dante.
특히 누군가 속마음을 어렵게 겨우 표현했을 때는.
Especially when someone went through the trouble of expressing their true hidden feelings.
그리고
Besides,
잠깐만.
wait,
이대로 내릴 수는 없어.
I am not going in there like this.
안 되겠어. 다시 돌아가자. 유턴하면 되잖아.
Nope, can't do this. Oi, turn the bus around.
내 피에는 유턴 없어.
Maybe he doesn't do U-turns.
이런 꼴로 어떻게 다시 저택에 돌아가라는 거야?
Bollocks. I ain't going back to the manor in these wrinkly rags. Oh yeah, right. Every single one of our elaborate plans to dress him up in a fancy clothes fell through. Hey, you don't look that bad.
이런 꼬라지로 가면 또다시 그 새끼들이.
Does he still have his coupons? I mean, the brothers' coupons. If I go back in these rags, those bastards will...
그 새끼들이 누군데요?
Those bastards? Who are they?
있어. 옛날부터 나만 보면 하나라도 흠잡을 구석 없는지 누나를 굴려대는.
Bastards that always eye me up and down, trying to find a speck of dust, a single flaw. Something to latch onto just to humiliate me. To be fair, that's what happened in the book. Wuthering Heights was not a safe space for anyone.
눈깔 다 내버려.
Then gouge their, then gouge out their eyes.
재치 있는 발상.
Oh, that would be quite the clever solution.
원.
What are you even? Looks like Heathcliff is the only one who's taking this seriously. Oh? I, I I don't know what's I don't know what's in store for him, but the fact that these two are laughing and the rain the rain background stop. Using that ID with those shoes. Oh my god.
뭔데? 니들은 왜 그렇게 음하게 웃어?
The hell's wrong with the pair of you? Quit giggling like that.
그럴 줄 알고 우리가 준비를 미리 해왔죠.
Good thing we came prepared exactly for this occasion.
아무리 생각해도 우리 히스가 혼자서 멀끔하게 꾸미긴 힘들 것 같아서.
I just couldn't imagine Heath managing to pull off this makeover on his own.
꽤 전에 로자님과 함께 둥지로 돌아오기 전 뒷골목에서 잠깐 쇼핑을 하다 왔답니다.
Rodya and I did some shopping in the back streets before we entered the nest.
둥지 안에는 뒷골목보다 대단한 게 있을지도 모르니 기다려봤는데 뭐 살만한 곳이 없으니까 아쉬운 대로 사둔 걸 써야지.
We were waiting to reveal these, just in case there was anything more impressive in the nest. But thanks to the disappointing lack of anything even more remotely interesting, we'll just make do with what we picked up earlier.
뭐 설마 전에 둘이 어디 갔다 온다 했을 때
Wait a bloody second.
아니
When the two of you went off on your own. No. All you brought back was a whole basket of cookies, wasn't it? Extreme Makeover, Fixer Edition. Bro, Heathcliff, beggars can't be choosers.
과자들은 눈속임이었어, 히스. 물론 그중 몇 개는 내 일용할 양식으로 잘 써먹었지만.
Those cookies were decoy cookies, Heath. Though some of them did end up as part of my daily sustenance, of course.
비록 제가 집에서 썼던 브랜드들까지 찾지는 못했지만 이만 해도 어느 정도의 멋부림은 낼 수 있을 거예요.
While I couldn't find the particular brands I use back home, this should be more than enough for a proper fashion makeover.
베르, 훈훈한 분위기 이어가게 이번만 눈 좀 감아줘, 응? 유니폼 말이야.
Very, come on. Can't we keep things nice and happy for once? Let him wear something else other than his uniform. Just for today.
회사 유니폼을 입고 오랜만에 애인을 제외하고 싶은 사람이 어디 있겠어. 그치?
Like, no one wants to meet their old flame while wearing their work clothes, right?
그래도 저 길잡이가 용케도 허락을 해주겠.
Well, I doubt the guide'll ever let anything like this.
그러지.
Fine.
뭐?
What?
또 멋대로 작당해서 뒷문을 들락거리는 건 피하고 싶으니.
Oh yeah, we did do that. I would prefer if we didn't have to encourage another rogue incident with the back door.
정말이야? 길잡이!
Seriously, guide. Heathcliff trembled like he was about to give Virgilius a big hug. Don't do it.
자, 히스클리프 씨. 이제
Now
눈을
Heathcliff,
감고
close your eyes.
무릉도원이라 생각하면서
Relax.
편안하게 몸과 마음을
And
맡기세요.
let us take care of everything. Pretend you're at a proverbial peach blossom spring.
잠깐, 머리 함부로 그렇게.
Wait, don't touch my hair like... Oh, are we giving him a bath? Oh, is he getting to your scalp? Oi,
솜씨가 보통이 아닌데.
you ain't half bad. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're so cute.
지금 단장 중이랍니다.
Shh, he's getting a makeover. Can we... There has to be a PNG art of this with the proper colors, right? Without T-Corp sucking it up. Deep scalp cleansing. Those feel really good. Sometime later. He's not that bad. There's a major improvement. It doesn't look that bad, actually.
그 머리에 너무 그 바른 거 아니야?
Slay Queen. He looks good. He looks posh. Oh, I think you might have overdone it with the hair. No, man, it's perfect.
안 돼. 홍루가 얼마나 공들여서 손질해줬는데 그렇게 만지면
Don't touch it. Do you even have any idea how hard Honglu worked on that?
들고 있던 몽둥이는 어디 갔지?
Where did his bat go?
몇 년 만에 재회인데 몽둥이를 들고 만날 순 없잖아.
It's a reunion of the century. We can't possibly let him say hello to his old flame with a big brutish club in his hand.
히스클리프 군이 왠지 친절해 보이는 것 같소. 이를테면 아이스크림을 사달라고 하면
Ice creamer.
같은 느낌이랄까?
Wait, let me read this. Sir Heathcliff appeareth a tad more merciful than usual. Mayhaps he shall accept my request, should I implore him to purchase me a pint of ice cream.
그리고 시끄럽게 해도 때리지 않으실 것 같아요.
He no longer looks like he's on the verge of punching me when I make the smallest noises. Heathcliff, control yourself. You have makeup on, sweetie.
야, 부탁하건대. 캐서린 앞에서 그런 말을 꺼내기라도 하면.
Lad, please. Please don't bring up anything remotely like that in front of Catherine.
옷이 날개군. 대회의 후기를 기대하고
Even
있겠어.
Virgilius is entertained. Well, I'll be. Clothes really do make the man. Do let me know how this reunion goes. I'll be looking forward to hearing that tale.
그래.
Sure. So Heathcliff, I've been meaning to ask this question for a while. I wanted to know the answer, but I couldn't bring myself to ask him. Because it's like storming outside, right? Oh, wait, no, this is a serious question. Why'd you leave Wuthering Heights? It's where the love of your life lives, isn't it? I know the answer. I read the book. Heathcliff, who'd been busily moving about and preparing to leave the bus, suddenly comes to a halt.
뭐든 괜찮았어. 때리는 것도 굽는 것도 하찮은 취급을 받으며 부려먹어지는 것도.
I didn't mind it. The thrashings, the starvings, the abuse, them treating me like a servant, like I'm something beneath them.
들러리 불순물 취급을 받으면서 사는 것도 참을 수 있었지.
I didn't mind being treated like I'm nothing more than an afterthought. Like I'm some impure trash to be discarded.
하지만 캐서린 입에서
But when I heard what Catherine said, no bro, you left too fast.
내가 저택에 있어야 할 이유는 그 순간 사라졌어.
I realized that I no longer had any reason to remain in that manner. Basically, he overheard Nellie and Catherine talking, and he left before he heard the whole story in the book. Heathcliff did not elaborate further. Perhaps it wasn't that he didn't, but that he couldn't bring himself to. I didn't dare ask him what he was about to say, so I simply nodded in response. I see. 나루호도. Hey, Karen.
오, 카론이 히스 바뀐 모습을 보고 할 말이 있나 본데?
Looks like Karen's got something to say about your new fit.
있어.
Karen has something to
좀
say.
발표할 거야.
Something big.
좋아 좋아. 자, 한마디 소감 부탁드립니다.
Great, awesome. Now, Karen, what do you think?
카로는 버터 싫어. 느끼하단 말이야.
Looks oily and greasy. Karen doesn't like greasy.
아, 이게 아닌데.
This isn't how I thought it would go. Karen's words must have hit him hard. It took quite a bit of convincing for Heathcliff, who was severely discouraged by Karen's remark, to exit the bus. He looks fine. Oh, there's a bit of violet. The front gate.
이거 불편하네.
This is uncomfortable.
걸을 때마다 옷이 꽉 죄어오는 느낌이야.
Oh, is it normal for these clothes to squeeze harder with every step I take?
기품이라는 건 원래 그런 것이랍니다.
That is what it
익숙해진다면
means.
오히려 다른 옷을 입을 때 허전해지곤 하죠.
That is what it means to maintain an air of dignity. Once you get used to that feeling, you'll feel like you're missing something whenever you're dressed casually.
히스클리프군. 이게 자네가 살던 곳의 대문.
So, this must be the front gate to your former place of abode, Heathcliff. The massive gate alone feels downright intimidating. That's one big front door.
몇 지역에서는 대문의 크기로 신분을 드러내곤 한다. 이 정도 크기라면 상당한 재력가라고 볼 수 있다.
It is known that in certain regions of the city, the size of the front gate is an indicator of one's social standing. The magnitude of this front gate indicates that the owner of this home is very affluent.
이런 곳에 살았으면서 홍루 씨를 부자라고 그렇게 못 살게 굴었던 건가요? 히스클리프?
Heathcliff, you picked on Honglu for being a rich kid when you were raised at some huge mansion yourself?
저는 아무렇지도 않답니다.
I don't mind that at all.
나는 갑자기 배신감까지 느껴지는데.
Because Rodya also grew up in the back streets. I'm feeling a bit betrayed, actually.
히스클리프군. 그대가 굉장히 낯설어 보이는만. 오늘따라
Heathcliff, Sir Heathcliff, thou appearest quite different today.
헛소리는 집어치워.
Keep your stupid comments to yourselves. Some were teasing him, some were genuinely surprised, but it didn't matter to Heathcliff. Every word he spat out was dripping with venomous spite.
부자는 내가 아냐.
I wasn't even remotely close to being rich.
난 이 저택에 있었던 단 한순간도 풍요로웠던 적이 없었어.
I was never once rich in this manner. I wasn't even allowed to be content. Not even for a moment. Yep. Yep.
그리고 이 저택도 단 한순간조차 날 받아들이지.
And this manner never accepted me, not even for a
뭐야 이건?
What the hell?
낙뢰다. 후방에 있는 숲 근방에 떨어진 것으로 보인다.
A lightning strike. It seems to have struck an area near the forest. That was so loud.
괜찮아요. 사람이 번개를 맞을 확률은 굉장히 희박하다고 했어요.
It's okay. I heard that it's extremely rare for lightning to actually hit people.
가만 보면 번개는 불꽃놀이와도 닮아 있는 것 같소.
A momentary musing reveals that a strike of levin brings about a sensation that is unlike the joy of fireworks.
텅 비어있던 밤하늘을 순간의 섬광으로 가득 채워주고 사라지지 않는가.
It fills the dark, cold void of the night sky with its incandescent brilliance, even for a brief moment, before fading away into oblivion.
그 대신 자기가 가진 모든 걸 내보내서
Right.
모든 걸 불태워버리지.
And in exchange, it loses everything it has, burning and leaving nothing but ash behind.
놀이가 아니야.
What joy is there to be found? I could hear some forest critters fleeing, spooked by the thunder strike.
저것 보시게! 조그마한 다람쥐가 있네!
Oh, behold, a tiny squirrel over yonder!
우와, 집 근처의 숲이라니. 자연 친화적인 곳에 살고 계셨군요.
Wow.
동물원을 따로 만들 필요가 없겠어요.
Such nature so close to home? I didn't know you used to live in such an eco-friendly place. I suppose I wouldn't have to go through the trouble of building a private zoo if I lived at a place like this. All this so fucking bougie.
도시에서 정원이나 숲을 가진다는 것은 이러니 저러니 해도 엄청난 재력가라는 것은 틀림없지.
To have a garden or a forest so near their home, even if we were to ignore everything else, that alone indicates that its owner is someone of unimaginable affluence.
그렇네. 싱클레어네 집도 그러긴 했지.
Oh my god, we're dissing Sinclair now? Right, I remember that Sinclair's home was in the middle of a forest too. Oh no, we're not dissing Sinclair.
다람쥐도 있고 뭐 몇몇 짐승들도 심심찮게 볼 수 있었지.
Squirrels, sure. There were other animals roaming about too.
아주 가끔 가다가 기분이 걷잡을 수 없이 안 좋아져서 숲에 계속 처박혀 있을 때도 있었는데.
Sometimes when I was so miserable that I could hardly bear to even be in that manner, I'd go to the forest and not return for a long, long time.
그럴 때마다 이 다람쥐군이 적잖은 친구가 되어주었겠어.
Oh, then this tiny forest friend, little squirrel, must have been quite the jolly companion for thee. Oh my fucking god! Little Sir Squirrel! Oh my god. Please. Please give Don Quixote's voice actor a raise. The little squirrel that may once have been his tiny forest friend. Can we replay that sound? Is it possible? Oh, we can. was immediately scorched down to a pile of ash the moment it crossed over into the manor's front gate. Oh wait, is that the security system?
번개가 보통 저런 식으로 치나? 휘어지기도 하고?
That, oh my god, even Gregor dropped his fucking cigarette. I mean, I would be fucking shocked too, not gonna lie. That was weird. Did the lightning curve?
일반적인 상황에서 벌어지기에는 지극히 낮은 확률이군요.
The chance of such an occurrence is extraordinarily low.
내 과민 반응일 수도 있겠지만 아무리 봐도 번개가 정확히 저 다람쥐를 향해 치는 것 같았거든.
It might just be that I'm overreacting, but it looked like as though the lightning was curving itself to strike exactly where that squirrel was standing.
이런 위험천만한 곳에서 용케 살아남으셨네요, 히스클리프 씨.
Whoa, Heathcliff. I had no idea you grew up at such a dangerous place. I'm impressed you even survived.
아니야, 미친. 나도 이런
No,
벽은
blimey.
처음 봐.
I have not seen anything like it. Right. Heathcliff, ready to knock on the front gate?
문을
The front gate. He stared blankly at the front gate of the manor.
문을 두들기는 거 오랜만이네.
I've not knocked on this gate in good many years.
한 번은 아무도 열어주지 않길래 몰래 저택에서 빠져나온 캐서린이 문을
I
열어줬어.
once had to wait out here for hours because they all refused to let me in. Everyone, except Catherine. She snuck out of the manor to open it for me,
비를 맞아가면서
walking through the heavy rain.
그럼 지금도 마찬가지겠죠.
Well then, I'm sure it won't be different this time.
이 문을 두들기면 캐서린이 올 거라고.
So if I knock, Catherine will come out to let me in. It's kind of fascinating because in the book, Catherine's the one who wants to come in. Heathcliff takes a deep breath before knocking on the front door.
정말로 이렇게 될 줄은 몰랐는데요.
Nothing. That's not what I meant when I said it won't be different this time.
담을 넘어갈까요? 높이를 보아하니까
Oh.
발목 접질러질 각오만 되어 있다면.
We can try climbing over the fence. I think we can clear the height as long as we're okay with breaking our ankles. I don't know about lightning though.
아니,
No. Heathcliff was a whole bundle of anxiety before he knocked on the front gate. But perhaps this perceived slight reverted Heathcliff into his usual angry self.
여기는 내가 초대받은 저택이야. 담을 넘어간다면 아무 의미가 없어지는 거라고.
That's true. I was invited to this manor. This invitation would be meaningless if I were to leap over the fence.
캐서린! 내가 왔어!
Oh my god, he's making a racket. Catherine, I'm back.
한 번 무시당했는데 다시 소리친다고.
They've ignored you once, continuing to shout.
캐서린!
Despite his efforts, not even a soul stirred beyond the front gate. None of us really believed that anyone would come out to greet him. But it's gonna be Joseph. The front gate began to creak open as though someone was answering his pleas.
꾸민 보람이 있었죠?
The makeover was worth it. Damn, that's like... How many chapters of story? Holy shit, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 chapters. Nelly! Let's go! The heavy rain and the tempest only grew harsher the closer we got to the manor.
대문을 넘었는데도
Damn, their colors like
보이지 않는군.
going away. Though we have long made it past the front gate, not a soul doth appear. The bubbling excitement of the sinners when they disembarked the bus had all but disappeared. Silent air of apprehension surrounded them as they gingerly took their hesitant steps towards the manor.
캐시, 잘 지냈어? 아니야. 캐서린, 오랜만이야. 아니야 이것도.
Kathy, have you been well? No. Catherine, it has been a while, hasn't it? No, this ain't it either. In the midst of this aura of uneasiness, only Heathcliff seemed to be preoccupied by something else. The rest of the sinners were.
봤어?
Did you catch that?
새였다. 정확히는
A bird.
참새의 일종이었다.
A subspecies of sparrows, to be exact.
성문을 지났는데도 이 공격적인 낭류는 계속되는군.
Lightning continues to strike aggressively, even this far past the front gate.
조금만 가까이 있었으면 저희도 같은 신세였을 거예요.
We would have been burnt to a crisp had it struck even a little closer. Lightning continued to blast the earth, as though it wouldn't be satisfied until it's reduced every living thing in the manor's grounds into a pile of ash.
빨리 걷자니 벼락 맞을 것 같고 천천히 걷자니 또 벼락을 맞을 것 같고.
Is it gonna hit us if we walk faster? Or maybe it hits things that are moving too slowly. Maybe we should speed up. I don't know.
이동 속도와는 관련이 없는 것 같다. 마치 벼락 자체가 의지를 가지고 목표를 맞추려는 것처럼 보이니.
Our walking speed seems irrelevant. Instead,
재수없는 것이 떠오르는.
it's almost as if this lightning has a will of its own, striking with intent. This brings back some unpleasant memories. Is this a Zeus reference? This feels like a Zeus reference actually.
아, 어쩌면 이 집의 방어 시스템은
Maybe it's
아닐까요?
like the house's defense system.
방어, 보안 장치를 말하는 것이오.
Defense system. Do you imply that this may be a part of the manor's security measures?
허가받지 않고 이 저택 안에 들어오는 것한테만 번개가 내리치는
The targets
것이고요.
though are maybe it only targets things that enter the manor grounds without permission.
이것보다 더 정교하고 확실한 장치도 많았거든요.
I've seen security measures that are more precise and more conclusive than this.
크기가 커다란 저택일수록 더 효과적인 보안 장치들을 설치하곤 하니까요.
Larger manors often do install more effective security systems after all.
아, 저희 집에서도 보안 장치에 대한 이야기가 저녁 식사 이야기거리로 올라오곤 했던 것 같아요.
Oh, I think our family talked about installing defense systems at our home too. It was one of those topics that kept coming up during dinner. Oh my god, they should have installed it. They should have done it.
말이 안 되는 건 아니네요. 그렇다고 이런 사고 방식이 이해된다는 건 아니지만.
That would make sense. Not that I'll ever understand the thought process behind these systems.
LCCB 팀이 접근하지 못했다던 보안 체계란 것이.
Perhaps the security measures that prevented the before team from approaching the manor may be.
네.
Yeah.
하지만 저희는 초대장이
But
있잖아요.
we have the invitation with us.
안심하고 걸어도 될 것
I think
같다는
we'll be
소리예요.
just fine. Is that really all this is? Is this just one of those normal security measures that every rich family supposedly has?
하지만 조금 신기하긴 하네요. 날씨를 조정하는
This is pretty
시스템은
interesting though.
비효율적일 정도로
I heard that the
어마어마한
technology
금액이
to change
들어간다고
the weather
해서
itself is
직접
really,
본 적은
really
없었거든요.
expensive to the point of being inefficient. So expensive that I've not seen it myself. I remained silent because I didn't want to concern the sinners with something I wasn't sure about. But the closer we got to the manor, the more confident I became that something was off. That this extremely abnormal weather isn't the work of some security system. This absolutely has something to do with the golden bow. But this golden bow feels different from the ones we've encountered before. It's a bit more chaotic.
이 꽃은
Ah, these flowers,
색깔이 있네요.
they've got color. Sinclair was right. The manor's garden was lightly littered with flowers. They were only things of color in this dreary sight. Oh my god, is it patches of violet?
이 꽃 이름이 뭘까요?
I wonder what these flowers are called.
혹시 말이야. 돈을 지불한다면 꽃에도 색을 되찾게 할 수 있는 건가?
I guess you can return the colors even to flowers if you cough up enough cash.
그렇습니다.
Indeed.
그렇다는 것은 이 집안의 인물은
Then the proprietor of this manor must have held a particular love of these flowers
곧 시들어버릴 꽃에도
to return the
색을
colors
넣을
to such a
정도라니.
transient thing as a flower.
혹은
Or perhaps it may simply be that they are preposterously affluent. Heathcliff quietly gazed at the patches of violet flowers as he sang mused out loud.
틀렸어.
You're
꽃을
wrong.
무척이나 사랑했던 것은 아니었을 거야.
There was no particular love for these flowers.
그 마음이 꽃까지 들어갈
There was no room,
넓고 따뜻하진
no
않았어.
warmth in the heart to spare for mere flowers. Heathcliff appeared so doleful that it felt as though he had built a tall, opaque wall between himself and the world. I could not bring myself to ask further. He did not tell us the name of those flowers.
아이고, 어서 오세요.
Is this Nelly? My oh my, please come this way. Someone hurriedly run this way from the manor's front door, holding a lantern.
날씨가 참 말썽이죠. 하긴 T사는 워더링 하이츠는 화창한 적이 드물지만요.
What an awful weather, hmm? Well, T-Corp is... The Wuthering Heights Manor is rarely ever sunny, but this is quite the storm. Long
오랜만이야, 넬리.
Long time no see, Nelly.
세상에 히스클리프? 정말 너구나.
My word, Heathcliff, is that you? It really is you.
네가 그렇게 떠난 후에 어떻게 살았는지 정말. 아휴, 밥은 제대로 먹고 다니는지 어디서 맞고 다니진 않는지.
You haven't the slightest idea how worried I was since you left. Have you been eating well? Have you not been bullied by a rough crowd, have you? Nelly's like the only moral figure in the book, to be honest. She's like almost like a parent to most of the characters. Bullied by a what?
우리가 그동안 소식을 얼마나 궁금해했는데.
We want to hear from you for so long. It's so weird because usually in the game Heathcliff does the bullying, but in the book he gets bullied so much.
자, 들어와.
Do come in now. Come in. This Nelly regarded us with a curious look, as though she didn't quite understand what we were supposed to be.
설마 여러분은
If I may be so bold to presume.
우리 히스클리프의 친구분들인가요?
She's so happy he has friends. Would you be our dear Heathcliff's friends?
네.
Yeah, well,
친구
friends.
해도 되는
Are we?
건가요?
친구의 범위를 어디까지 인식하고 있을지에 따라 답변이 다르다.
The answer to that question hinges on the range of affinity one would define as the alienation that separates friends from acquaintances.
그럼 죽을 뻔한 모험을 몇 번이나 겪은 소중한 친구들이지.
Of course, we're friends. Precious friendship forged in fire. Multiple fires, actually.
히스클리프의 소중한 친구들이 곧 있으면 비에 쫄딱 맞아서 얼어 죽을지도 모르겠고.
Your dear Heathcliff's precious friends are about to freeze to their deaths in the rain, woman.
귀한 분들이 오셨네요. 아이고 내 정신 좀 봐. 얼른 들어오세요. 얼른. 저택은 따뜻할 거예요.
Was that case she brings along? My, what honorable guests I welcome to this place today. I must be all over the place to leave you all standing in this rain. Come in now. Come in. It's a tad warmer in here than it is outside. The interiors of Wuthering Heights was rather dark, yet
정말 저택 안에는 색이 있어.
the whole place is colored. Let's fucking go. Its hue appeared a tad faded from its original vibrancy, but there was color in this manner.
말했잖아. 저택에서는 색이 보였다고.
But I tell you, I could see color inside this manner.
이것도 뭐 돈을 내서 가져온 거지만.
Well, it's all bought by money anyway.
저택에 걸린 이 랜턴들이 있으면
Believe it or not,
색을
there's something
돌려받을
about
수
these
있다던가.
lanterns hanging about the manor that brings back the colors.
본래의 색을 밝혀주는 랜턴이구려.
The lanterns
꽤
that return
값진
the
기구일
object's
텐데.
original saturation. These are quite expensive luxuries, are they not?
그래도 완전한 색을 돌려받지 못해. 어딘가
It
칙칙하지.
still doesn't bring all the colors back. Things still remain a tad gloomy.
그런데 캐시는 어디?
So where's Kathy?
히스클리프, 지금까지 어떻게 지낸 거야? 응?
Heathcliff,
잠은 어디서 자고?
please tell me of your
밥은 잘
life
먹고
since you
다닌 거
left
맞아?
us. Hmm?
좀 야윈 것 같은데.
Where have you been staying? Have you been eating well? My, have you lost weight?
그래도 너무 늦지 않아서 다행이야.
I'm glad your
다들
delay
널
wasn't too
기다리고
substantial. We've all been waiting for your arrival.
다들?
We?
그러고 보니 옷차림이 못 본 사이에 달라지고 아주 멀끔한 신사가 됐네.
Now let me get
친구들도
a better
많이
look at
생겼고.
you. The refined dress, clothes, the hair. My, you've certainly grown into a right proper gentleman, haven't you? Quite the popular lad you are, with a posse of friends and all.
뭐
Well, did I?
그래?
그럼 멀리서
Of
보면 하나도
course,
못
I would have
알아듣겠다.
recognized you from a distance. Nellie was talking so fast that Heathcliff wasn't spared even a second to get in a single word.
넬리라고 했나?
Nellie was it?
정확히 어떤 사이지? 우린
I kinda
그의
love it
소중한
when Otis does this
친구이자
face.
동료이며 전우들이라. 어떤 사이인지가 무척이나 궁금하군.
What is your precise relation to Heathcliff? As his precious friend, colleague, and comrade in arms, I cannot help but be curious to how you do know each other. Otis, who was conspicuously scanning the interiors of the manor, suddenly asked Nelly the most transparently suspicious question that I've ever heard.
아, 나는 말이지. 히스클리프의
Let's see, I'm
이를테면
Heathcliff's, how should I put it?
보모라고 해야 했나?
Nanny, I suppose.
보모요?
Nanny?
코 흘리고 있으면 닦아주고 옷 갈아입혀주고 하는
What? Like you
보모요?
wipe Heathcliff's snot, change his baby
Heathcliff?
clothes, and am I thinking of the right nanny? Yep, that's what she did.
밥을 먹기 거부할 때는 밥을 떠먹여주기도 하고요.
And when the baby's fussy about the food, nanny spoon feed it to them.
아이 넬리.
Oi,
이런
Nelly,
식으로 소개하지 마.
quit teasing me like that.
고모라고 하기에는 조금 달랐잖아.
You weren't exactly my nanny, and you know that.
우린 어렸을 때부터 서로를 알고 지냈어.
We've known each other since we were both young,
그리고 난 넬리를 하인처럼 부리거나 보모처럼 따르지
and I did not
않았거든.
treat her like a servant or follow her around like she was my nanny.
그리고 지금은 엄연히 치프 버틀러라고.
Mind you, I
내
am
말
now the
한마디에
chief
군기가
butler of
바짝
the
드는
house.
버틀러들이 얼마나 많은데.
You must see the butlers moving about like soldiers when I give a word.
뭐 네가
Well,
제일
you were
일을
the best at
빠르게
your job.
잘했으니까. 그런데 나 슬슬 인내심이
Nelly,
금방이라도 끊어질 것
I'm
같아서
getting
말이야.
quite impatient,
넬리,
so I've got to ask. Heathcliff must have wanted so badly to ask her where Kathy was.
연애는 언제 시작이야?
When's the banquet starting? Instead, he hid his true question behind a mask of aloofness. But Nelly's expression became somewhat odd upon hearing Heathcliff's query.
연회는
The banquet.
어이,
저 막내네 새끼 오긴 하는 거야 뭐야?
What was his name again? I forgot. Heathcliff's like half brother, adoptive brother. Oi, what's the witless brigand coming? Oi, when's that witless brigand coming? Is he even on his way?
사람을 불러 모아놓고 사라지면 어쩌자는 거지? 언제까지 이 꼴보기 싫은 얼굴들을 마주보고 있어야 하냐고?
You can't just leave after gathering us all down here. I have to sit any second longer next to these mugs. I'm gonna lose it. There was a furious voice echoing from down the halls.
넬리, 잠깐. 방금 그 목소린.
Wait, Nelly, I recognize that voice.
아이 참, 안 그래도 막 왔어요.
My, don't rush. He just arrived, mind you.
히스클리프 들어가자. 모두가 널 기다리고 있다고 했잖아.
Let's join the others, Heathcliff. Like I said, we've all been waiting for your arrival. Heathcliff bit his lips anxiously and followed Nelly.
파티를 하는 듯한 분위기는 확실히 아닌 것 같은데.
This doesn't feel like a manor that's about to throw a party.
네. 그때 크루즈 파티나 이곳에서나
Yeah, that cruise ship party. This manor.
아무리 감추려고 해도 말이죠.
You can't hide the rising sense of dread
공간에서부터 나오는
from places
음침한
like
분위기는
these. Doesn't matter how
숨길
hard
수가
you try.
없더라고요.
평소에도
This
활기찼던
manor does not appear to
서투른
have
아닌
been
듯하다.
a place where liveliness is an expected element.
청소를 급하게 했지만 오로지 손님 맞이를 위한 용도일 뿐.
I see signs of
곳곳에
rush
균열이
cleaning
있고 보수가
conducted
필요한 부분이
immediately
보인다.
before the guests arrived. Several cracks and areas in need of repair have been identified as well. So that's why it took so long for them to open the door. Like, oh shit, they're here.
또한
즐거운
I was-
파티를 기대했던 건 아니지만 마음이 제법 슬프네.
Party. I was kind of expecting a raucous party, yet this is quite depressing presentation. I followed Don Quixote to the halls. She apparently terribly disappointed. Okay, you have a fight.
진리를 열기 위해
I forgot their names, but Kathy's brother. I think it starts with an E. Two people sat by the dying hearth, surrounded by their respective posse. It was quite apparent from the way they sat opposite from one another that their relationship was far from amicable. On one end was a group of people dressed in mysterious masks, surrounded by a jumpy-looking man who looked like he was one little nudge away from hollering foul insults at everyone. On the other end was a group of people dressed in identical uniforms. Sinclair told me that they were wearing the outfit that most manor employees wear to each other. One of them stood out, as he was the only one among them in a black suit. He appeared somewhat uncomfortable. It seemed as though he was in great deal of pain merely from being here. If I had to guess, this might be Edgar.
해결사들이요. 저 목장은 분명
Wait.
외우피 협회에서 온 자들.
And between the groups were fixers. I recognize their outfits. Forsooth, they must be fixers from the OFI Association.
외우피 협회는 보통 중요한 일이 아니면
Actually,
분들이 어찌 이런 곳에?
Don't kill this fangirling so hard. But I actually don't like the drip of the OFI Association. I don't know. It's so jarring to me. That's the reason why I didn't pick up Ofi Hong Lu. But now I learned that it's like core to the Tremor team, so now I can build the Tremor team. It is quite rare to even get a sighting of a single Ofi fixer. They required quite the momentous occasion to even grace us with their presence. We'll have time to ask autographs later. Later, alright? I had to coax Don Quixote, who was practically quivering from immediately running to them for signatures, because we had unintentionally became the center of attention from the entire room. The center of a very negative attention.
맙소사, 기어코 그가 돌아오고 말았어요. 워더링 하이츠의 수치인 그 망할 자식이.
By gum, that vagabond has returned. The bloody shame of Wuthering Heights.
여전하네, 조세핀.
I don't remember Josephine.
뻔뻔하게 들어오는 꼬락선이 좀 보라지.
She must be a new character.
보신다면 얼마나 기겁하실까.
Look at him, strutting about like he owns this place. If our mistress were to witness this travesty.
어우, 조세핀 그만 좀 해.
Gosh, Josephine, that is quite enough.
신경 쓰지 마, 히스클리프.
Don't mind her, Heathcliff.
이 광경을 보시면 뒤집어지실 거야. 이 신성한 워더링 하이츠를 불황자들이 점령하고 있다니 기가 찰 노릇이지. 아무렴.
This blessed land of Wuthering Heights, reduced to an asylum of vagrants and drifters. If the mistress had been here to witness this tragic, deplorable state of affairs. There was an old woman in the room who was muttering some choice words at us while staring with eyes full of hatred.
역시 망나니 자식답게
Hindley.
제일 늦게 기어 들어오시는구만. 무슨 자신감으로 이곳을?
Hindley Earnshaw. This is the brother of Kathy. Ah, the witless brigand returns. And quite delayed at that. How dare you show your face? So he's supposed to be the lord of the manor. Why does he look like this?
조용히 하십시오, 힌들리.
It is Edgar Linton. Okay. He lives at Thrushcross Range, which is like the manor below Wuthering Heights. And he marries Kathy in the book. Hindley, please exercise some restraint.
히스클리프, 정말 돌아올 줄은 몰랐는데.
Heathcliff, I hardly did expect your return.
캐서린을 잊지 못한 건가?
You have yet to let Catherine go, still. It was clear that the two had both been acquainted with Heathcliff for a while. But the nature of that acquaintance was more long-standing hatred stemming from a deep history of contentation they shared. One of the two was hardly hiding his hatred, allowing it to fully seize control of his words and actions. But the other one's hatred had sunk deep into his heart, boiling and writhing underneath.
내가 뭐 성대한 환영 같은 걸 기대하고 이 저택에 돌아온 건
Right.
아니지만
I wasn't exactly expecting a grand welcome upon my return.
적어도 너희들 면상이나 보려고 온 건 아니야. 그 말대로 난 알맹이는 변하지 않았거든.
But I ain't here to see your ugly mugs. It's like you always said, my base nature's just incapable of change. Heathcliff shoots back with just as much vitriol, as though he was always used to this kind of scorn and humiliation. The man in black suit turns away as though it would degrade him to even entertain him with an answer. But this man they called Hindley.
이 빌어먹을 자식이! 짐승만도 못할 새끼가!
This is the guy that made Heathcliff's life living hell growing up. You unscrupulous shite! You bloody animal! No, a thing lesser than a savage beast. Jumped up from his seat, his face turning bright red from anger.
또 어디서 이놈이랑 똑같은 것들을 데리고 왔어? 뭐라도 쑤셔볼 심산인가 본데.
By the looks of it, you found yourself a band of vagrants and vagabonds just like you, eh? Crawling back to see if there is something worth pilfering from this place.
어이 너네, 이 자식 정신 좀 차리게 두들겨 패라.
You lot,
어디 한쪽을 부러뜨리기라도 하면 더 좋고.
beat his arse and teach him a lesson. Break a bone or two.
명령 없어.
Why do they talk like that? No orders from boss.
잔말 말고 해. 그 보스라는 놈과 너희들을 고용한 건 나야.
Shut it. I'm your boss's boss. I hired him and the rest of you.
그래봤자 어디서 굴러 들어온 개 뼈다구보다 못한 놈들일 거다.
I don't expect these boneheaded fools to give you much trouble anyway. Head of bone? What on earth is this fellow speaking of?
그냥 신나게 두들겨 맞고 싶다는 소리죠. 뭐 그렇게 원하신다면요.
He's just expressing his explicit desire to get his ass beat. Well, since he asked for it, let's fucking go. The OVE Association hasn't said
기다리는 거
anything.
못해. 100초만 기다려줄게.
Let's just get on the horse.
나아가주게.
늦으면 내피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
달릴 시간이다.
Ooh. We just got on the horse, but we can get off the horse and get some sanity. Struggling.
뭐죠?
Oh, they're paralyzed. Okay, so it's a lie.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
Come on. Fuck. I didn't expect her to roll all tails.
우와 함께 사라져라.
승객이 딱 콩 한 방 먹었어.
무지하니까
이 속에서
Yeah, clean house.
불청객은 찌그러져 있도록.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
And let's get back on the horse. Whatever we want, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Soulmates. And then let's do this. And then this.
나아가주게.
직접 발견. 이 속에서
정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것.
Hope you're doing well. Hope your arms aren't tired. I can keep going. Thanks for asking though. Hope you're doing well too.
이기는 편, 우리 편.
Okay. We'll just do this. Okay. 5. So after this wave, there should be one more enemy.
오자 터뜨려주지.
직접 발긴다. 돌아하니 비명을 질러라.
They are jumping out of the combat though. It's not like we see their bodies explode.
맞는 거야.
They're retreating.
기대받지 않은 것들을 모조리 치워버리자.
Yep, last person.
이기는 편, 우리 편.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
편히 쉬시게.
It's so hard to manage the sanity of this Yisan.
품 속에서 무쳐 잠들어.
좋아. 이제 살을 발라 뼈다구 너 만들어주지.
Good. Now I'll separate the bones from your flesh and personally introduce you to your own skull. Ryoshu has a very colorful set of words. Yukiki, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Soulmates. Oi, lads. A casual yet powerful voice booms from across the hall, immediately breaking the tension in the room.
잠깐 물 좀 마시라고 갔다 온 동안 무슨 난장판이 벌어진 거야?
I was just gone for a minute to get some water. What the hell happened here?
저택은 또 빌어먹게도 넓어서 차라리 우물에서 물을 길어오는 게 나을 뻔했네.
This one big fecking manor, eh? Would have been faster to go bucket a cup of water from the well myself. Oh my god, why do they speak like that? Like they're lobotomized, you know? Boss, we have a guest. So that's their boss.
예. 걸음걸이나 한눈에 느껴지는 기색으로 보아 전투에 꽤나 능숙한 경험이 있는 자 같습니다.
Yes, executive manager. It is immediately obvious from the way he walks and from the way he carries himself that he is someone quite experienced in combat.
마침 잘 왔다. 네 잡졸들은 영 시원찮아. 이런 시정잡배 같은 놈들한테나 얻어맞아서 주저앉고 있었다니까.
Right on time. Your lackeys are lacking. How could they let this group of no-name hooligans knock them on their arses?
자, 본때를 보여줘.
Go on, show them the meaning of pain.
내가 아무래도 부하들 교육을 잘못 시켰나 보네.
Looks like I've got to give my men some proper demonstration. They even made them like the voices be muffled through the mask. The boss confidently strode toward Heathcliff. Then gave him a playful smack on the back of his head.
마! 오랜만에 고향에 왔으면 말이야. 제일 먼저 형님한테 째깍째깍 인사를 박았어야지.
Oh lad, ain't the first thing to do when crawling back to your neighborhood is to give a quick hello to your dear old boss. Where'd you leave your manners?
너희
Huh?
뭐야? 얼른 예의 갖춰서 인사 박아라.
You lot, wipe that stupefied look from your faces and bow before him. Come on, hurry up. Show some bloody respect.
뭐야?
What?
설마?
No, it can't be. The man waded past both the aftermath of the brawl and the heavy tension that filled the manor like he was out on a stroll. He just walked into the middle of it all, then put his arm around Heathcliff's shoulder. It was the kind of friendly gesture that only someone who's known Heathcliff for a long, long time could do. So he was part of the Rabbits clan.
끝장냈어. 이제 더는 폭풍 소리에 죄를 떨 필요도, 개소리의 꿈을 꾸고 슬픔에 빠질 필요도.
매튜 형님?
Boss, Matthew?
그래 임마. 네가 조직을 얼마나
Right
오랫동안
on, you
떠나
muppet.
있었으면 그 악명
You've been gone for so long that the people don't even recognize the infamous Mad Coney.
미친
Mad Coney.
저놈이랑 옛날부터 아는 사이였냐?
You've known that
미리
fragrant
얘기를
for
안
that long? Why haven't you told me so?
그거야 뭐 옛날에 끈끈하고 땀내 나는 이야기까지 듣고 싶어 하실 줄은 몰랐어서.
Well, I hardly imagined you'd be interested in hearing about every little friend I made back when we were just another gang rolling in the sweaty, muddy streets.
형님은 왜 이놈이랑 아니 그것보다 그럼
Boss, why are you working with this blighter? Wait, no, but
이 가면 모양
that mask,
토끼기?
those rabbit ears.
데드래비츠?
Wait, you're still with the dead rabbits?
올해가 좀 많이 변했지?
Yeah, we've changed a tad, eh?
한쪽 어깨에 대충 두른 스카프와 외상으로 마신 맥주 한 병만 있었으면 그 망할 아담스 패밀리들 따윈 아무것도 아니었지.
Remember, lad, back in the day, all we needed to crack some Adams family's heads was some tattered scarf around one arm and bottles of beer on tap.
네 별명으로 이름이 붙은 맥주도 있었잖아. 그 집은 몇 주 전에 문 닫았어. 요새 흉흉한 소문 때문에 길거리에 나다니는 사람이 있어야 말이지. 나 참, 말이 돼?
We even named one of the beers after you, didn't we? The pub that used to sell that beer closed shop a few weeks ago and got much business around with that dreadful rumor keeping everyone home nowadays.
뭐? 늑대 몰락 펍이 망했다고?
What? The Wolf's Wall closed? Bloody hell.
나만 아는 이야기를 해버렸네. 뭐 소개를 해주자면
Well, allow me to introduce the gaffer.
이쪽은 옛날에 내가 몸담았던 조직의 보스.
He was a boss of the old syndicate I used to run with.
야, 동료들인가? 호련히 사라지더니만 멀끔한 회사에 취직이라도 했냐?
They all friends of yours, eh? Joined some posh proper company after running out on us out of nowhere, did you?
뭐 어쩌다 보니.
Well, things just worked out that way.
그 아들도 많이 생겼네.
Aren't all them lads and lasses your lackeys? Blimey, got a walking timepiece with you too. You daft bastard. You've certainly moved up in the world, eh? Yeah.
What?
Lackeys? Ishmael glared at Heathcliff with a look that could kill. But she decided to hold her silence and merely shook her head in disbelief. She probably decided that it was not worth the trouble.
그런데 왜 이런 가면을 쓰고 다니게 된 거야, 형님?
So what's up with the masks, boss?
왜? 이상하냐?
What? Is it odd?
유행이라는 거는 매일
Trends
바뀌는
change with
거야.
time, lad.
어깨에
The
토끼가
time for
오래된
scarves
매던
with
시기는
rabbit
지났다는
embroidery is long past.
그런 거야?
Is that so? It looks a bit...
내가 보기엔
당연히 아니지.
Of course not.
우리 데드래비츠가
What do you
어디
think we are?
팬들처럼
We, the
유행
Dead
따라
Rabbits,
왔던
ain't a
허접한
bookish
조직은
rabble
아니야.
that follows the coattails of some naff trend. You've really not once returned to this place since you left, have you?
이 저택을
No. When I
그리고
left this
데드
manor
라비츠까지
and
떠나고
eventually
나서
the Dead Rabbits,
적어도
I made a
성공해서 내
promise
발로
to
돌아오기
myself
전까지
that I'd not return.
다시는 어설픈
Not even a step
발걸음조차 하지
closer to
않겠다고
this place
결심했거든.
until I've made something of myself. Not until I can return as a successful man.
하긴 너는 우리랑 어울리고 있었을 때도
Well, you've always
이곳을
hated this place,
혐오스러워했지.
even when you were one of us.
있잖냐,
I've got news
히클리프.
for you, Heathcliff.
우린 이제
We're no longer the same
뒷골목에서
lowly
쏘다니던
backstreets gang
군단들이랑은
you're familiar
급이
with.
달라졌어. 드디어
I
우리도
suppose you've also
출세라는
moved
걸
up
하는
in the
걸
world.
알까?
Some of
약지
the ring.
출신이었던 자가 우릴 눈여겨봤거든.
The ring.
덕분에 이젠 몸집도 더 불어났고 꽤 잘 나가는 조직이
Wait.
되었지.
You got involved with the ring? Someone from the ring who'd been keeping their eyes on us plucked us right off the streets and into their fold. We're bigger now. We're one of the up-and-coming syndicates.
약지? 손가락 중 하나?
The ring? One of the fingers?
약지 중에서도 야수파 출신인가? 이런 시시껄렁한 동물 가면을 씌우는 건
Must be the
그놈들
Fauvists of the ring
뿐이겠지.
then. They're the ones who'd outfit their underlings with these cheap, tacky animal masks.
그럼
그래 임마.
Then you're...
데드래비츠 최고 보스가 되셨다.
Yeah, you little shite. I'm the top of the Dead Rabbits now.
형님, 우리가 마시던 맥주가 3병이 넘어갈 때마다
Remember when you
중얼거리던
always
말이
used to say
있었어?
that
기억나?
when we've each filled up with more than 3 bottles of beer,
썩어가는 밀로 만든 싸구려 맥주였어, 이스클리프.
what we drank were some lousy beer made from halfway rotten wheat, Heathcliff.
기억나는 건
All that I
다음 날에
remembered
깨질 것 같은
come
두통과
the next morning was pounding headache and the light feeling of our emptied pockets.
형님 밑에 있는 놈들은 그 누가 됐던
You
간에
used to tell me that it hurt like
아무리
hell every
갓들어온
time one of your own men came back
신천내기였다
to us hurt. Even the recruits.
어디서 얻어맞고 오면
Like they hurt
자신이 맞은
not
것처럼
just
아프고
any underling,
화가 난다고
but an
했었지.
extension of you.
난 형님이 언젠간 정말 잘
I
될
knew
거라고
you'd make it
생각했어.
big one day, boss.
뭐? 내가 술만 들어가면 홈 있는 말을 곧잘
His body's
듣고
probably
있겠지.
changed. Well, I suppose drunk me knew how to wax poetic.
역시 매튜 형님이 맞구나. 가면을 쓰고 있어서 그런지 다른
I knew it
사람이
was
된 줄
you, Matthew.
알았어.
The mask threw me off for a moment, boss.
보고 있으니까 기가 차 죽겠군.
What a sorry sight this is.
감동적인 재회에 찬물을 끼얹게 되어서 무척이나 송구스럽습니다만.
I sincerely apologize to you two sweethearts for crashing your tearful reunion.
결국 네 놈이 길거리를
But the point is,
돌아다니면서
while you were wandering the streets,
짓거리나 하면서
wasting away the
몇
best
년을
years
보내는
of your life on the road,
매트, 이자는 출세했다는 거지.
Matt's made something of
동시에
himself,
내
which is
경호인으로도
why I hired him as a bodyguard, you hear me?
네놈같이 이름도 알려지지 않은 싸구려 양아치들이 모인 집단이 아니라
Not like you and your merry band of no-name second-rate hooligans. I could think of I could think of more than a few sinners who would have gotten angry enough to brandish their weapon at such an insult. But they all seem to remember that responding to such insults with violence only begot pointless turmoil. They're learning. So instead, they all began sighing heavily in an attempt to vent some of their pent-up anger.
힌들리, 아직도 나를 마구 짓밟고 조롱하고 개처럼 부려먹어도 되는 그 시절 겨울인 줄로 아는 것 같은데.
Hindley, you seem to be sorely mistaken. This isn't the same winter you trashed me, treated me like an indentured servant, and abused me like a hound.
물론 옛날엔 힌들리, 네 놈의 그 더러운 말을 내뱉는 혓바닥을 잘라버리는 상상을 수도 없이 했었지.
I won't deny that I spent many days and nights imagining tearing that foul tongue from your gob.
하지만
But Heathcliff glanced briefly at our direction.
나 같은 놈도 어딘가에 속해서 여기저기 돌아다니고 다른 놈들 보면서 배워가는 게 있어서 말이야.
Even a poor sod like myself found a place to belong. Went on adventures to places you couldn't even imagine. Learned a thing or two from him.
지금은 그냥 불쌍하네.
So I just feel bad for you, mate.
뭐?
Huh?
네 놈은 하나도 안 변한 거.
Because you really haven't changed one bit.
그리고 너
Besides,
그게 뭐냐? 길거리를
the hell's that
걸다가
rag you're
기어들어온
wearing?
건 내가 아니라 너 같은데?
You look more like a drifting vagabond than I do. That's what I'm saying.
뭐?
What?
아까부터
You
욕지거리만
insolent
퍼붓고
fool?
있긴 하지만 저자
That man's been saying some pretty nasty stuff about us.
뭐라고 하고 싶은 마음조차도 들지 않는 건
But he doesn't even look like someone that's worth arguing with. Oh!
야, 너 일주일 동안 거울 한 번이라도 보긴 한 거냐?
Mate, did you even check yourself in the mirror in the last week?
차마 눈 뜨고는 못 봐줄 정도인데 힘들리.
Oh my god. I can't bear to look at you so down in the dumps, Hindley. Of course, we had no way of knowing what Hindley looked like in the past, but we could pretty easily tell that he was far from the most stable person in the room. You fucking bastard.
핸들리 씨.
Now,
또
Mr.
사이
Hindley,
않지 그래.
why don't you sit yourself on the sofa and calm down?
우리 애들은 자리가 모자라는 바람에
Be more considerate of our boys standing in that corner, watching the whole thing go down, huh? They don't even get these comfy looking leather sofas. Hindi grumbled for a moment before slumping down on a sofa. And even that simple action was stumbling and pathetic.
뻔한 술에 먹힌 거야.
I see what happened.
어마어마하게 크고 독한
He
술.
let the alcohol consume him and not the other way around. Fell into a big nasty barrel with no way out.
배에서 몇 번 본 적 있어요. 그러다가 헤어나오지 못하면 그냥
Everyone's just
빠지는 거죠.
Everyone's just bad mouthing Hindley, but you know what? He fucking deserved it. They were like holding their tongue this whole time. I've seen the same look on some sailors, failing to put themselves out of the habit would lead them straight into the merciless maws of the lake. Not even a trace of them would be left. The British Canto. Yes, we're finally here. I, that's actually I had a hard time reading Wuthering Heights because of how British it was. Like it took me a few rereads of the earlier chapters to get like a feel of the language. Like I knew it was English, but it was like British English.
뭐 일단은 내 고용주니까.
Well, this man's still my client.
사정이 있어서
Mr. Hindley hired me for a job, which is why I'm here at Wuthering Heights.
부탁?
Job?
애초에 이 자리는 캐서린이 주최한 연회잖아. 그런데 무슨 부탁을 할 게 있다는 건데?
Catherine's hosting this banquet, isn't she? What kind of job could possibly need the dead rabbit's help here? What?
연회?
A banquet?
시간이 지나도 변하지 않는 게 여기 하나 있네.
Well, I suppose
그 아둔하고 쓸모없는 이놈의 대가리 말이야.
there is one thing that hasn't changed with time. It's that witless, useless, idiotic brain of yours. You absolute dullard.
힌들리.
Edgar still as sickly as always.
제발 그만하게. 부탁이니.
Please cease this at once, I implore you.
내 저택에서 그런 지저분한 말이나 듣고 싶지 않아.
I do not wish to see my manor sullied by such foul obscenities. My manor? Wait, in the book it's the other way around. Because eventually Heathcliff gets to own Wuthering Heights and Thrushcross Grange, but now it seems that Edgar Linton owns Wuthering Heights.
이 저택이 아니라 내 저택이다, 린튼. 내 저택!
This is not your home, Linton. It's mine. It's my manor.
네가 갖지 않은 농락으로 훔쳐간 내 저택. 우리 아버지가 내게 물려주신 고귀하고 명망 높은 이 워더링 하이츠를.
You're the one who sullied this noble Wuthering Heights, my birthright bestowed upon me by my father, by taking it from me by the means of trickery. So I think in the book he lost it through gambling.
이놈의 그 에드가라는 잘난 가문에서 내어주신 저택만으로는 모자랐던 거냐?
Was your own family manor too small for you, Linton Edgar? Oh, so noble Edgar family.
에드가 가문?
Also, they switched it up. Because in the book, it was the Lintons. And his name was Edgar Linton. But here it's the Edgar family. So it's like Linton Edgar.
소리 지르고 떼를 써서 물건을 뺏어갈 나이는
The time for whining, crying, and throwing a tantrum to get what you want is long past.
금방이라도 숨이 넘어갈 것 같은 새끼 주제에 어딨어?
Bold words for some milksop who's about to choke himself to death on air.
힌들리 씨, 물러나십시오.
Please maintain your distance, Mr. Hindley.
개만도 못한 충성심을 가진 놈들. 몇 년 전까지 너희들이 받들던 주인은 나였다. 기억은 나냐?
I've seen mongrels more loyal than you lot. I was your master only a few years ago. Have you cast aside your memories as well when you did your loyalty? If I remember from the book, he wasn't the best master, so it wasn't that hard to abandon him.
그만하세요, 힌들리님. 힌들리 언쇼 쪽에 남아있는 버틀러들은 이제 없다는 거 아시잖아요.
Seize this at once, Master Hindley. The butlers have all left Hindley Earnshaw behind, as you are very well aware of yourself.
자, 너희들도 이 자리에서 더 이상 소란을 일으키고 싶은 건 아니겠지?
And you too, butlers. We do not want to make further trouble here.
알겠습니다, 넬리님.
Understood, Chief Butler Nelly. It's all piecing together to you now, isn't it, Heathcliff? After a brief silence, Heathcliff finally brought up the question he'd been stewing for so long. Where the fuck is Catherine?
캐서린은 어디 있는 거야, 넬리? 알잖아, 캐서린은 시끄러운 걸 못 견뎌 했어.
You must know,
이렇게 많은 손님이
Nelly,
자기 집 한복판에서 소리라도 지른다면
that Catherine never did like these commotions. So many guests making so much noise in her home. She won't be pleased.
그랬지.
I suppose she never did.
나 아까부터 캐서린의 기분에 상하게 하고 싶지 않아서 계속 목소리를 낮추고 있단 말이야. 슬슬 참기 어렵다고.
I've been keeping my volume in check because I didn't want to offend her. But it's getting harder and harder to keep it down. She's dead. There was a look of unfathomable, immeasurable grief in both Linton and Nellie. Hindley was absent-mindedly mumbling some foul language at the ceiling. And Heathcliff probably sensed from this ineffably dark and ominous silence that something was terribly wrong. It was setting in for us as well. After all, we've been through in this journey. This kind of silence was all too familiar.
캐서린은 대체 왜 안 나오고 있는 건데? 표정은 왜들 다 그따위고?
Where is Catherine? What's with this dour look on everyone?
미안 히스클리프. 나는
I'm terribly sorry, Heathcliff.
미안하다는 말을 왜 하냐고?
He's starting to shout now. Why? Why are you sorry? Why? What the hell are you sorry about?
히스클리프, 나는 이 분위기의 배경이 되는 사실을 유추할 수 있다.
I may have a correct assumption as to what this silence indicates. Not now, Mersault. He has to hear it from them.
그러므로 통상적인 표현으로서 너에게 지금 매우 유감이라는 말을
So I have no
전할
other
수밖에
choice but to tell you, as it is common courtesy to do so, that I am very sorry to hear that.
아니,
What the?
알아듣게 얘기해봐 좀.
Can't you talk normally for once?
이걸 너에게 어떻게 전해야 할지.
Just come out with it.
캐서린 아가씨는
Miss Catherine
여기 없어.
isn't here anymore.
여기 없다는 게 어떤?
What do you mean she's not?
캐서린은 죽었다.
Catherine, she's dead. Damn. We're hit with the Spanish opera shock. Linton looked up at Heathcliff. His eyes were bloodshot.
자네 말대로 얼굴 보는 것도 불쾌하기만 했던 우리가 이곳에 왜 다 모여 있다고 생각하는 건가?
As he said earlier, none of us are here to see each other's ugly mugs. What other reason we possibly have to reconvene like this? Bro, the OP Association still like just standing there.
무슨
That
미친 소리를.
can't be real. What kind of insane? Oh, there we go. Now, fixers of the OP Association, who have remained silent throughout the entire commotion, suddenly spoke up.
약속한 시간이 다 되었습니다.
The promised hour is come.
고인 캐서린님의 혈연인 힌들리 언쇼 씨,
Mr. Hindley Earnshaw, a blood relative of the deceased,
고인 캐서린의 남편이었던 린튼 에드가 씨,
Linton Edgar, the spouse of the deceased.
마지막으로 유언에서 언급되었던
It's a will reading.
히스클리프 씨.
And Mr. Heathcliff, an individual mentioned by name in the will.
이렇게 모두가 한 자리에 모였으니 집행을 시작할 조건이 충족되었습니다.
Now that the three relevant parties are all present, we, as executors of the deceased will, may begin the ceremony.
이제 의뢰자 캐서린님의 유언 집행을
The first
시작하도록
order of
하겠습니다.
business will be the execution of Miss Catherine's will.
우리는 캐서린님의 엄숙한 장례식에서 고인의 바람대로 캐서린님이 소유한 저택에서 유언장을 낭독 후
Thus commences the solemn occasion of Miss Catherine's funeral rites. As per the deceased wishes, the will shall be read out loud here, at Miss Catherine's manor, in attendance of all those present. Then...
잠깐만.
No. Stop.
나불거리지 말고
Shut up for a
잠깐
second.
멈춰.
He's still processing it.
누구의 장례식이라고?
His funeral rites?
그리고 누가?
What was that about her spouse? The man they called Linton rose from his seat for the first time since we arrived here.
네가 말도 없이 이곳에서 사라진 뒤
Yeah, they got married after you left, bro. After you abandoned this place with nary a word to her,
캐서린은 곧바로
Catherine immediately turned to me.
우리는 부부였어.
Then we married.
매일매일 행복하고 수많은 날들을 보냈지.
Every waking hour we spent together were filled with happiness and joy.
마지막 날까지.
We were happy to the very last day, to her very last breath.
개소리하지 마.
Shut your stupid gob.
난 이 저택에 발걸음을 한 순간부터
The moment I set foot in this manor,
캐서린이 날 부르는 소리를 들었어.
I heard her voice.
그녀가 이 저택에 있다는 걸 느낄 수 있었단 말이야.
I felt her
무슨 말도 안 되는
presence.
소리 하는 거야?
So what the bloody hell are you talking about? Oh my god. Okay, so in the book, Kathy's actually fucking haunting Heathcliff. But this isn't how she starts haunting him. She starts haunting him when Heathcliff tried to like dig up his corpse. dig up her corpse.
이 개자식들이 작정하고 꾸민 일이 분명해. 그렇지 않고서 이렇게
Bro's losing it. This has to be some ploy. These fucking bastards. They must. This can't. Heathcliff paused for a moment, struggling to find the words.
이렇게 끝날 리가 없어.
This can't be how it ends.
내 눈앞에 그녀의 시체라도 갖다 놔. 그래야 좀 믿어볼 신용이라도 할 테니까.
I won't believe a single shite coming out of your mouths until I see her body with my own eyes. Where is she? Bring her here now.
못 봐주겠군. 장례식에서 고인에 대한 최소한의 예의를 갖추고 애도는 못할 망정.
What a repulsive sight. The least you could have done was to show some proper respect for the dead. But I suppose even the bare minimum was too much to expect from someone like...
히스클리프, 네 기분은 알겠으니까 진정하고 자리에...
I understand how you feel, Heathcliff. So please, calm yourself and take a seat.
놔! 누구 마음대로 죽었다는 거야. 개시를 보기 전까지는.
Oh my god. I wonder if they're gonna use the speech Heathcliff used in the book where Nellie tells Heathcliff in the book that she's dead. Because he had some choice words for Kathy. Get your hands off me. You can't just decide for me that she's dead. I won't accept any of this. Not until I see Kathy with my own.
경고합니다. 지속적인 유언 집행 방해가 이어질 시 무력을 사용해서라도 유언 집행을 진행할 수밖에 없습니다.
Warning. Should this interruption to the will reading continue, we may have to resort to use of force to ensure the full execution of this will.
닥쳐! 아무것도 모르는 새끼가 멋대로 짓거리지 말라고!
Bro's losing the plot. Calm down. Shut up. You don't know shite. Shut your fucking mouth. Heathcliff was gasping. The sheer momentousness of the emotion overwhelmed him. It looked as though he was about to lunge at anyone who even dared to get close. I could hardly tell whether it was sorrow or wrath that came over him.
히스클리프, 너야말로 거울을 좀 보지 그래. 꼴이 말이 아니고.
I'm not even gonna read that.
역시 태생부터 글러먹은 새끼는 아무리 그럴듯한 옷을 주워 입어도 결국 티가 나긴 마련이거든. 그리고 장례식 절차상 좋든
오케이.
싫든 곧 캐서린의 시체를 볼 수 있을 테니 너무 재촉하지 말라고. 날 이런 꼴로 만들어 놓고 얼마나 편안하게 눈을 감고 있는지 나도 직접 봐야 하겠으니까.
You'll eventually see Catherine's corpse, all right? It's all part of the funeral process, so don't be in such a hurry to get there. I can't wait to see how well she's resting after what she's done to me.
힌들리님, 히스클리프님, 두 분 다 지금 당장 자리에 앉아주실 것을 명령합니다. 이것은 최종 경고입니다.
Mr. Hindley Earnshaw, Mr. Heathcliff, we order that both of you immediately return to your seats. This is your final warning.
관리자 나리, 우리가 어쩌면 좋겠는가? 웨오피 협회 나리들은 계약 불이행에 관해선 필요에 따라 처형까지 할 수 있는 사람들이란 말이오.
Manager Esquire, you must do aught anon. Fixers of the OP Association may even execute those involved should there be a breach of contract.
본인은 히스클리프 군이 처형당하는 것도 싫고 웨오피 협회 나리들이랑 싸우는 것도 싫소.
I ill wish to see Sir Heathcliff be executed, nor do I wish to have battle the honorable fixers of the Ufi Association. I agree with Don Quixote. There is no need for us to get involved in an unnecessary conflict, but I don't think Heathcliff's gonna listen to us. I don't even know if there's anyone who can talk Heathcliff down when he's that agitated.
경고는 여기까지입니다.
You have refused to comply. Oh fuck. We had no choice but to watch as fixers of the OP Association struck Heathcliff with their weapons. He fell to his knees with a painful cry.
이상.
She said Yisang. Like, ideal.
말씀하시.
그 이상.
Not you.
아니다.
그럼에도 말씀하시오.
Speak still, your intentions notwithstanding.
이상하군. 너희 그대로
You
멈춰.
stop. All of you. Something's off about this whole thing.
이자를 대신에 할 말이 있으십니까?
Would you like to speak for this individual?
라고 말할 뻔했지만 그냥 가만히 있는 게 좋을 거라고 마음을 바꿨습니다.
Was
그렇지.
what she was going to say, but she decided to remain silent in favor of not getting in trouble. Right?
어? 뭘 하는 거지, 벌량?
What are you saying, bug guy?
류슈, 같은 수감자가 눈앞에서 그렇게 얻어맞은 것에 대해서 충분히 분노할 만하다고 생각해. 하지만
Ryoshu, I understand that seeing our fellow sinner get smacked around like that can be pretty aggravating, but
당신까지 나서버리면 걷잡을 수 없이 커져버릴 거라고.
once you get involved, peace will simply no longer be an option. Didn't know you cared so much about Heathcliff, Ryoshu.
말 더 안.
NC, what's NC? Ryoshu flickered her cigarette indifferently as though she was no longer interested. NC is no comment. No, his outfit and hair got ruined. You bastards.
한꺼번에 덤비든가.
Oh my god, we're fighting. Fine, let's crack some skulls then, shall we? Heathcliff stumbled to his feet with the club in his hand, glaring at everyone that stood before him.
최초 대응만으로 협조하지 않으시는 겁니까?
I see that you're still refusing to comply despite our initial attempt.
1분 내로 무기를 내려놓지 않을 경우 그 다음 절차를 이행하겠습니다.
Should you refuse to let go of your weapon within the next minute, we will have no choice but to escalate our next steps.
설차고 나버리고
I couldn't care less about your steps.
보여주지 않으면
Give me Catherine or
여기서 너희도 나랑 같이 뒤지는 거야.
None of us are leaving this manor alive. You lot, me. We're all going 6 feet under. Heathcliff.
아무라 시계 대가리! 지금 회사가 규칙이고 알 바냐? 빨리 생각하지 마.
Bro's crashing out. Shut it, Clockhead. This ain't the time to bring up shite like company rules. Stay out of my way. Ah.
전 아무 말도 못 하겠어요.
I don't have anything to say.
눈앞에서
If
소중한
someone that
사람이
important to me
죽었다는 걸 알게
died,
되면
I'd be blinded and
아무것도 안
deafened
보여요.
to all reason to you.
들리지도 않.
있지, 히스. 지금 엄청 화나고 답답한 건 알겠어. 하지만 이대로 가면 우리는
Hey Heath, I understand how angry and frustrated you must be, but you can't.
닥쳐! 다 입 다물고 건들지 마. 같이 박살나고 싶은 게 아니라면.
Shut your trap, all of you. Don't you dare touch me unless you want your faces caved into.
히스클리프, 한숨 자고 일어나자.
Nelly, let's go. What was that sound?
방금 맨손으로 히스클리프를 눕힌 거야?
Did she just knock him out cold with her bare hands?
게다가 꿀밤 한 방으로?
And it wasn't even a punch. It was just a light tap.
호흡은 정상적이다. 뒤통수에 위치한 맥에
His breathing is
정확한
stable.
충격을 줘서
It appears that she
의식을
gave the
잠시
nerve
잃게 한
on
것
the back
같군.
of his head a precise, focused strike which led to his loss of consciousness.
전혀 군더더기 없는 동작이었어요. 익숙한 움직임이라고 해야겠죠?
What a flawless
마치
execution of
저희
that move.
집안에
I can certainly say that I've seen something like that before. Reminds me of my family's.
히스클리프 군이
Sir Heathcliff had been defeated with a single fell strike.
이 정도의 기술은 가지고 있어야 진정한 버틀러라고 할 수 있죠. 아이가 안 잔다고 20시간 동안 고집 부리면 누군가는 재워야 하지 않겠어요?
I actually don't have a boys team, and I pulled the chief butler Ryoshu like during the daily pulls. Depending on how much I like this, I like Nelly in the book, but depending on how much I like this Nelly character, I might build her up. Mhm. Every self-respecting butler has to be equipped with one such move. What other choice have we got when the child fusses and fusses for 20 hours instead of going to sleep?
난 바로 눕자마자 꿈나라로 갈 수 있네. 정말로.
Forsooth, I can say with quite confidence that I can immediately slumber to the dreamlands upon tucking myself in bed. For truth.
자인은 아니더라도 무기를 놓았고 진정된 것을 확인하였으니
Though it was not by his own volition, we have confirmed that he is no longer in possession of a weapon and has been subdued.
잠시 진정 시간을 10분 정도 가진 뒤 이후 계속 진행하겠습니다.
We will allow for a 10-minute recess to let things calm down for a moment. Then we will proceed as planned.
저 넬리님?
Excuse me, Lady Nelly.
넬리님이라니.
Lady
넬리라고
Nelly.
불러주세요.
No need for such honorifics, please. Just call me Nelly.
린튼이라는 분이 데려오신 저 고용인 분들은 한때 이 저택에서 일하셨던 분들인 거죠?
The contractors that Mr. Linton Edgar brought, they once worked at this manor, right?
맞아요. 캐서린 아가씨를 따라서 저랑 같이 따라온 언쇼가 버틀러들이 몇몇 있죠. 물론 린튼님이 부리는 버틀러들은 원래 있던 에드가 가문 버틀러들이 대다수긴 하지만요.
Yes, indeed. Some butlers from Earnshaw's, like myself, followed Miss Catherine to Master Linton's. Of course, most of Master Linton's butlers are from his own Edgar family.
그럼 린튼 씨가 명령만 내린다면 넬리님도
He's
저희를
scared. So if he gives the order to attack us, Nelly would. Linton was a fairly, he had his flaws, but he wasn't a brute in the book.
그게 무슨 말도 안 되는.
Opish posh, ridiculous.
저는 캐서린님의 직속 버틀러였어요.
I was a butler in direct service of Miss Catherine.
린튼 도련님이 아무리 제 바짓가랑이를 붙잡고 애걸복걸해도 제가
Yeah,
린튼
but
도련님의
Catherine's
편만
dead.
들 수는 없다는 거죠.
Young Master Linton could plead and beg all he wants, but I won't always be taking his side.
저희 근데 버틀러가 정확히 어떤 집단이야?
What exactly are the butlers?
버틀러? 말하자면 말이요. 그들은
Butlers? Forsooth, I'm quite well acquainted with this matter. They are
집 구석에나 처박혀 주인에게
house dogs on
목줄
tight
잡힌
leash, groveling before their masters.
누구보다 믿음직스럽고 충직한 분들이랄까요?
The most trustworthy and loyal people I've ever known, I'd say.
가문의 해결사들이요.
Fixers bound to families.
정말 잘 알아들었어.
Nice, gotcha.
훌륭한 정리 고맙다.
Some great help you fellas are. Well, I'm glad that I'm not the only one out of the loop for once.
그래도 버틀러에 대해 곧바로 아시는 분도 있네요. 조금은 생소한 개념이라 버틀러 조직 자체를 모르는 분들도 많거든요.
At least some of you know who we butlers are. It is a rather rare occupation, so not many people even know that we exist.
돈 좀 있는 집에서 났을 테니 보통은 알기 힘들겠지.
Really? So the concept of butlers and maids are foreign to the city. Doesn't sound like most normal folk would have a reason to know anything about them.
아니면 돈 좀 있는 집에 고용되어야만 하는 입장이거나.
Unless they're in a position where they have no choice but to work at the rich folks' homes.
우리 중에 해결사를 좀 많이 좋아하는 자가 있어서.
Well, one of us is quite a passionate fan of fixers.
그렇군요. 우리 히스클리프가 참 총명한
The
친구들을
butlers
좋아해요.
are fixers then? Quite. Oh, I'm very pleased to know that our dear Heathcliff made some very intelligent friends.
넬리군,
Lady Nelly.
내 버스로 다시 돌아간다면 꼭 구하려다 포기해버렸었던 버틀러 피규어를 구해 책장 제일 앞에 세워두리다.
I promise thee that once I make my return to the bus, I shall have my hands on the butler figurine I had given up on acquiring. It shall stand tall and proud on the frontmost row of my display shelf. So they are fixers. Fascinating. Don Quixote's eyes were practically exploding with joy at having her fixer obsession positively acknowledged and accepted for once.
버틀러들은 말이요, 일반 해결사들과는 조금 다른 해결사들이요.
That was so cute. Allow me to explain. Butlers are fixers indeed, yet they are rather distinct from most fixers thou had encountered thus far.
보통 해결사라 함은 협회나 사무소에 소속되어 그때마다 다른 의뢰를 받고 있다만
Uh-huh.
이들은 다르지.
A fixer oft refers to those who accept contracts as part of an association or an office. Alas, there exists a distinction between when it comes to butlers.
바로 가문이나 저택에 소속이 되어 일관되고 장기적인 해결사 활동을 한다는 점.
Oh my
물론
god,
다른
she's
해결사들처럼
yapping
한 사람만을 위해 고용되기도 한다오.
with such enthusiasm. Butlers join families or manors to serve them, and only them, on long-term contracts. Forsooth, like any other fixers, butlers may be hired by a single person to serve them, and only them as well.
가사와 전투, 돌봄까지 다양한 분야를 도맡는 점도요.
Do note that our services is not limited to combat. We also conduct household management and care as well.
갖가지 소양을 필요로 하는 아주
They sound really
힘들고
cool, not
드문
gonna lie.
해결사 직종이랍니다.
Must be expensive. It must also be mentioned that proficiency in many fields is a necessity to be a respected butler. This is no easy occupation, mind you.
그런데 버틀러를 고용하는 건 대단히 어마어마하게
There it
비싸다는
is.
걸로 알고 있네만.
Yet, from what I have learned, to hire a butler is to pay an inordinate amount of salary.
맞아요. 고생은 많이 하지만 고용기간 갱신 때마다 어마어마한 보수와 함께 연금과 같은 안정적인 보수까지 보장받으니까요.
Indeed, while butlers are always oh so busy, we are promised expensive compensation at every contract extension. with stable bonuses such as pensions. They get pensions.
명망 높은 해결사분 중엔 협회에서 은퇴를 하고 버틀러로
와.
전향하시는 분들도 종종 있죠.
Many famous association fixers also retired to serve as butlers as well.
저는 캐서린 아가씨 가문의 버틀러였고 린튼 도련님과 결혼하시면서 에드가 가문의 버틀러들과 섞이게 되었지만
I was once a butler in service of Miss Catherine's family and was transferred to Master Linton Edgar's family to join their ranks when she married him.
아주 평화로운 협의를 통해 제가 버틀러들의 대장격인 치프 버틀러가 되었답니다.
Still, after a rather peaceful, mutual debate, we came to the conclusion that I would be assuming the position of chief butler, leader of the butlers in that household.
그렇구만.
Gotcha.
말만 들어도
Totally
정말
peaceful.
평화로워 보여.
I'm sure it was one peaceful transfer of power.
그러고 보니 이 히스클리프 군도 조그마할 때가 있었다니 상상이 가지 않는군. 어렸을 때는 어떤 아이였는가?
Oh, it's quite fascinating to imagine that even Sir Heathcliff once had a tiny bairn. How was he as a youth?
제가 치프 버틀러까지 될 수 있었던 데 큰
He
이유를
was
차지하던
quite a special
족
child.
같은 아이였달까요?
I do not believe that I would have become a chief butler had it not been for him.
참
What a lovely
사랑스러운
boy he was.
아이였어요.
Lovely.
사랑스러운.
Quiet.
그렇구려.
(621) We're like 9 chapters away. Damn. This is a big canto, huh? It feels bigger than the previous ones. Welcome back, Heathcliff. Are you okay, Heathcliff?
넬리가 옛날에 말했던
So this has happened
나로
before.
보내버리는 비장의 방법.
It's that classic Nelly technique, eh?
오랜만이네.
Your secret technique to send us hurtling into the dreamlands. Been a while.
정말 미안해 히스클리프. 오랜만에 만난 너에게 꿈밤만큼은 쓰고 싶지 않았는데.
I am terribly sorry, Heathcliff. I was hoping to avoid having to use the sleepy smack on you, and not after a reunion like this.
정말인 거냐?
Is it true,
넬리?
Nelly?
캐서린이 정말 죽었어?
Is Catherine really gone?
어,
Yes.
그리고 캐서린 아가씨의
And
유언장에
Miss Catherine
네 이름이 적혀 있었어. 히스클리프.
wrote your name into her will.
유언
Her will, huh?
들어봐야
You
하지
should at least
않을까요?
give it a listen to hear what
뭐라고
she
적혀
mentioned,
있었는지 정도는.
Heathcliff. Heathcliff sat down wordlessly.
그런데 이 저택이 캐서린님의 소유였나요?
So was this manor Miss Catherine's? It should have been Earnshaw's, Hindley's.
원래는 힌들리 도련님 것이었죠.
There we go.
그런데
Well, it used to be young Master Hindley's once. Then
캐서린, 그것이 뒤통수를 쳐버렸어.
Catherine, the shrew. She stabbed me in the back.
린튼, 네 놈이 더 자세한 이야기를 들려주지 그래. 네 놈 부부가 어떻게 작등을 해서 날 구렁텅이로 빠뜨렸는지.
Why don't you elaborate on this injustice, Linton? Share the tale of how Catherine and Linton Edgar stabbed me in the back. How the pair of you destroyed me.
정당한 방식이었네. 법적으로 아무 문제도 없지. 당장 T사 법원으로 뛰어들어가도 변하는 건 없을 텐데.
There was no injustice. It was done in a perfectly legal manner. Bring the case to courts if you wish. It will change absolutely nothing. An OFI Association fixer carrying a piece of paper stepped in between Hindley and Linton as two men continued to growl at each other. So what does the OFI Association do? Did they just read wills?
진정 시간이 끝남에 따라 재산 상속 유언장 집행을
According to Don
계속하겠습니다.
Quixote, like seeing one is rare enough. The allotted recess has expired. We will now proceed to the inheritance bequeathment will reading.
이것은 고인 캐서린 씨의 유언장입니다. 위조가 없다는 것은 여러 번의 절차를 통해 검증이 되었습니다.
This is the will of the deceased. It has been verified via multiple tests and screenings that no counterfeiting or tampering of similar nature has occurred.
저 사람들이 위조를 검증한다면 저 사람들은 누가 검증하는 거야?
If they're verifying if it's a counterfeit or not, who verifies if they're just not straight up lying about it?
동의.
Good question.
업계 관행이라는 것일까요?
Maybe it's just a standard industry practice.
그리고 캐서린 씨께서는 재산 분배에 대해 선포되기 전 이 편지를
Miss Catherine has requested that this letter be read in an audience of the 3 attendees.
모두의 앞에서 낭독하라 하셨습니다.
Before the bequeathment of personal property commences.
지금부터 그 유언장의 낭독을 시작하겠습니다.
I will now read the full contents of her will.
드디어
At last,
모두가 한자리에 모였구나.
you're all gathered here.
부디 이번만큼은 다툼 없이 나의 말을 존중해주길.
My only wish is that my words will be met with respect, without hostility among you.
화를 내는 사람은 없었으면 좋겠어. 이건 한 번뿐인 내 장례식이잖아.
I hope that none of you become incensed during this occasion. It's my one and only funeral, after all.
그리고 지금의 나는 전혀 고통스럽거나 괴롭지도 않아.
I am at peace. There is no pain, no suffering where I am.
그러니 내 죽음을 안타깝게 생각하는 일도 없었으면 해.
So do not consider my death a tragic one.
나는 나만의 천국에 이르렀을 거니까.
Because by the time you are hearing this, I must have reached my own heaven.
하지만 그렇다고 해서 슬퍼하지 말라는 건 아니야.
This is not to say that you mustn't let sorrow into your hearts.
눈물은 마음껏 흘려.
Weep if you will.
그래야 날 진심으로 사랑한다는 마음이 느껴질 테니까.
So that I may feel your grief and know that you have all truly loved me.
워더링 하이츠, 낡고 황량한 저택.
Wuthering Heights, an old and desolate manor.
난 이곳을 많이 무서워했지. 매일같이 악몽을 꾸고 겁에 질려 했지만
I've always been afraid of this place. Fear and nightmares would consume me every night.
이제야 죽음에 이르러서야 이 저택을 있는 그대로 받아들이기로 했어.
But now that I stand before the end of my life, I have come to accept this manor for what it is.
이제 이 저택을
This manor which I will leave
나의 남편 린튼 에드가에게 남길게.
to my husband, Linton Edgar.
나를 계속 기억하며 이 저택을 소유해줘.
Keep this manor and remember me by its presence. What the fuck? Damn it.
그리고 하나뿐인 내 오빠 힌들리.
And my brother Hindley, my one and only brother.
나도
Oh my
언급할
fucking
거라고
god.
생각했다고.
Right, I knew I'd be in there somewhere. Hindley's legs began to shake nervously. So did his voice.
빚이 매우 많은 상황이라고 들었어.
I heard that you are mired in quite the heavy debt.
매일같이 술과 도박을 일삼고 있다는 것도.
And that you have been spending most of your days drinking and gambling.
그래서 나는
So I...
제발 뭐라도
Come on,
내놔라,
Catherine.
개소리.
Give me something. Anything.
M사에 있는 어비스 트라우마 교정실에 오빠를 등록해 놓았어.
Signed you up for the Miss Trauma Correctional Facility at MCorp. To be fair, this is such an insult to him, but to be fair, he probably needs it.
이 말을 듣고 일주일 내에 방문을 해서 서류를 접수하지 않으면
If you don't visit the facility within 1 week after attending this will reading,
그쪽에서 오빠를 찾으러 직접 방문할 거야.
they will come to take you in. What?
오빠의 마음이 건강해질 수 있기를 진심으로 빌게.
I truly hope that your heart will be healed, dear brother.
말도 안 돼. 희망을. 애초에 지금 상황에서 일주일 안에 M사를 어떻게 가라는?
That's absolute nonsense. How the hell am I even supposed to get to M Corp in a week?
물론 오빠를 위해 M사로 가는 워프 열차 이용권도 준비해두었으니
Oh my god, the
걱정은
warp
마.
train. Of course, I have already prepared the warp train ticket to M Corp for you. So please don't worry about the travel fees.
내 손에 집어쳐.
Now this is a load of shite.
만일 또다시 소란이 일어나서 집행을 멈추게 된다면
Should another instance of disturbance to the execution of this will occur,
이번에는 경고 없이
we will take
무력을
forceful action
행사하겠습니다.
without warning. How
이것들이
dare you, plebs?
감히.
그리고
And now
히스클리프
you, Heathcliff.
집으로 온 걸 환영해.
Welcome home.
캐시, 나는
Oh, what's with the sudden music change?
이 저택에 7번의 벼락이 치고 난 후
Once the seventh strike of lightning falls upon this manor,
그 후엔 황금가지가 네 것이 될 거야.
my golden bow shall be yours. The mere mention of the golden bow suddenly intensified the sensation I felt earlier. I definitely sensed that the golden bow was located somewhere within this manor. But I already figured out that the golden bow was somewhere in here. I've known that ever since we stepped foot into this manor. Yet I couldn't quite pinpoint its exact location because
내가 소유한 그 황금가지를 너에게 줄게. 히스클리프.
I will leave my golden bow to you, Heathcliff.
황금 가지를 저택이나 가문도 아닌 개인이 소유하고 있었다고요?
It was her personal property?
벼락 7번?
Seventh strike of
무슨 말을
lightning,
하는
what does that
것일까요?
mean? It's not a golden bow.
뭐라는 거야? 대체 무슨?
What the bloody hell is that supposed to mean? There's more than one here.
단테, 괜찮으신 건가요?
Oh shit, she has two? There is a second golden bow in this manor.
아니야. 그딴 말 말고
No, this isn't what I...
돌아와 캐시. 제발.
Come back, Kathy. Haunt me if you will. Just don't leave me in this abyss.
내 말에 한 번만 들어줘, 캐시!
I'm actually getting goosebumps.
정말이야, 네일이. 정말 유령을 봤다니까.
I'm serious. Oh, Nelly. This room is haunted. I saw a ghost.
또 그런다. 유령이 나오면 제가 두들겨
Again
패서
with this, Miss
빨래대에
Cathy?
널어놓을 거라고 했잖아요, 캐시 아가씨.
What did I say? I told you I would trash the evil ghost and hang them to dry on the rack.
유령 같은 건 없어. 맨날 거짓말만 한다니까 쟤는.
Ghosts aren't real. She's such a big liar.
거짓말 아니라고.
Not lying.
미안하다 얘들아. 많이 기다렸지?
Oh my god, this is when Heathcliff enters their lives for the first time. I'm sorry, children. Have you been waiting long?
아빠, 내 바이올린은요?
Dad, where's my violin?
내 엑스사 맞는 렌치도.
What about my X-Corp all-purpose wrench? That's like a weird thing for a little girl to ask.
바이올린도 렌치도 못 사왔어. 남은 손이 없었거든.
Again, I'm sorry. I did not have the room for the violin or the wrench.
남은 손? 아우 뭐야?
What room? What's that? It's Heathcliff.
안고 있는 그 더러운 자루 같은 건 뭐야?
What's that dirty rag? Ew.
이 날씨에서
Oh my god.
길거리에서 죽어가고 있었단다.
They even put the flies
그래도
on him.
집도 없던 모양이야.
I found this child dying alone in the streets. He was without parents or a home. The boy would truly have died in a weather like this.
그래서 나는 우리 집에 이런 거지 같은 애랑 같이 있기 싫어.
Okay, to their credit, this is what happened in the book. So what? I don't want that gross, dirty kid living here. And then Mr. Earnshaw backhands Kathy.
맞아. 바이올린 사오란 말이야. 이런 거 내다 버리고.
Yeah, I want my violin. Throw that thing out.
뭘 봐?
What are you gawking at?
바이올린 내놔. 바이올린 가지고 싶단 말이야.
Violin. I want my violin.
근데 아빠, 이 애는 왜 길거리에 있었어요?
Why was he all alone in the streets?
이 아이에게는 아무도 없기 때문이거든. 불쌍하게도.
Because there wasn't anyone to take care of him. Poor child.
뒷골목에는 그런 아이들이 간혹 보이지.
There are other
부모도
children like him in the
없고,
back
친척도
streets.
없고,
No parents
집도 없는
or
아이들
relatives
말이야.
to look after them. No homes to shelter them.
그럼 얘한테는 이제 뭐가 있는 거예요?
Then, what does he have now?
이제부턴 우리와 그리고 이 집이 있는 거지, 캐시.
Well, Kathy, now he's got us to look after him. And this place as his home.
싫어. 난 저런 거 안 가져.
No, I don't want that ugly thing.
그럼 오빠는 버리는 거구나. 그렇지?
Okay. Okay. You guys can read the subcontext here, right? So you're saying that you don't want to have him, right? Guys, like, so I can. You're saying I can have him.
바람이 불고 있나 봐.
On a time skip.
저택에 또 울음소리가 들려.
Winds howling. I can hear something wailing. Its cries echoing through the manor halls.
그렇네요. 창문은 닫으세요, 아가씨. 춥겠어요.
I hear too, miss. Close the windows. There is a nip in the air outside.
기억나세요? 아가씨가 어렸을 때 이 바람 소리만 들으면
Do you remember
계속
still?
무섭다고
As a child,
칭얼거리셨는데
you were terribly afraid of those howling winds.
유령이 보인다 그러지 않나?
That you're seeing a ghost.
넬리, 지금도 난 보이는 걸?
Nelly, I see them still.
아가씨, 히스클리프가 저택을 떠난 후로 아가씨는 너무 허약해지셨어요.
So Heathcliff's already out of the
그러니까
picture
어른이
here.
되어서도 헛것이나 보는 거라고요.
Miss, you've gone far too weak ever since Heathcliff's departed the manor. That is why you are seeing things.
괜찮아, 넬리.
That is all right, Nelly.
이젠 유령이 무섭지 않아.
I no longer fear the ghosts.
모든 두려움은 무지에서부터 나오는 것이니까.
Because all fear stems from the ignorance of its origin.
히스클리프는 어디에 있는 걸까?
Where do you suppose he is? Heathcliff.
아가씨.
Miss.
이제 그에게 남은 것이라군. 내가 전부일 텐데.
He doesn't have anything left. I am everything he has. They made him extra fucking dirty here. I kinda love it, not gonna lie. Riddles.
어떻게 된 거야? 잠깐 동안 엄청 새까맸다가
Holy shit, is that blood on the floor? What just happened? Everything went dark for a second.
벼락의 영향으로 잠깐 정전이 된 것
I think the
같아요.
lightning caused a brief power outage.
이제 돌아왔네요.
The power's back now though.
그리고 방금 보였던 그 장면 역시
What we just saw where... Oh, everyone saw the flashback?
캐서린 씨의 기억이죠?
Catherine's memories, right?
그런 것 같아.
I think so.
이전과 같은
Oh,
환경까지의
he's
영향을
back to his
볼 수 있습니다.
company uniform now. As it has been in the past, such occurrences can be attributed to the influence of the golden bow.
그리고 잠깐만.
Hold on, this
여긴 아까 걸어왔던 복도.
is the corridor we walked through earlier.
저희가 방금까지
Isn't
있던
it?
장소가 아니라.
This is where we were before the power outage. I don't see Hindley or Linton anywhere either. Oh, Nelly's with
이럴
us.
수가. 이게 어떻게 된 거죠?
Oh my word, what just happened?
하지만 우리는 한 발짝도 움직이지 않았잖아. 그치?
But we didn't like take a step or anything, did we?
발걸음을 뗀 자는 없었소.
I do not believe that any of our fellows have moved.
아, 그렇다면 움직인 건 우리가 아니라
If we were all
이
standing
집이라는
still,
이야기군요.
then I suppose this means that it's the house that moved. Or maybe we got teleported.
뭐 아는 거 없어 넬리 씨?
Know anything about this, Nelly?
저도 어떻게 된 영문인지 전혀 모르겠어요.
I haven't the slightest idea.
이 저택에 온 것도 정말 오랜만이거든요. 캐서린 아가씨가 린트님과 결혼해서 여길 떠난 후부터는 저도 올 일이 거의 없었으니까요.
I have been away from this manor for many years myself. I seldom had any reason to return ever since Miss Catherine married Master Linton and left this place to live with him.
그 고인이 된 캐서린이라는 분이 워더링 하이츠 저택을 샀다고 하지 않았나?
Catherine the deceased. Didn't someone mention that she purchased this manor, Wuthering Heights?
네. 하지만 사기만 하고 워더링 하이츠로
Yes, indeed,
바로
but
이사를
she did
하진
not immediately
않으셨어요.
move here after the purchase.
지금 보니 이곳을 떠나올 때와 다르게 저택 곳곳에 뭔가 달라진 점이 보이네요.
Oh, now that you mention it, I see that some changes have been made to this manor since I was gone. Nelly was probably referring to the numerous exposed cables, holes, cracks that seem to have been painted over.
제가 치프 버틀러였을 때 이런 꼴을 봤다면 분명 길길이 날뛰면서
That's so
집 관리를
bad.
어떻게 하냐고 외쳤을 거예요.
Had I been the chief butler of this manor, I would not have let such slovenliness slide.
하지만
저택을
But maybe she
개조하려고
was
한
trying to
걸까요?
make a modification to the manor?
보통 부자들은 저택을 사서 입맛에 맞게 개조하는 경우가 흔해?
Is it normal for rich folk to just buy a whole manor and modify it to their liking? I would say so.
머리 스타일을 바꾸는 정도의 느낌일까요?
Oh my god. I'd say it's kind of like changing your hairstyle once in a while.
계속 같은 머리로만 있으면 지겨워지니까요.
Maintaining the exact same style of hair for too long gets pretty boring, you know.
아하.
Uh-huh.
돈 많은 사람들에게는 그 정도의 느낌이구나.
So that's
이게.
how a full-on house remodeling is like for the rich folk, I see.
히스클리프,
Heathcliff,
너한테 뭐라고 위로해야 할지도 모르겠지만
I hardly know what to tell you. I do not know what words could possibly comfort you right now.
캐서린 아가씨의 죽음을 믿지 않는다고 했던 네 말 말이야.
But what you said about Miss Catherine's death and how you didn't believe that she was truly dead. What?
그 말을 듣고 나도 다시 생각을 해봤는데
I gave that idea some thought,
어느 정도는 동의해.
and I agree to an extent.
뭐?
Oh my gosh, we got the classic music playing of the mirror dungeon. Heathcliff's pupils suddenly dilated.
나도 아직 캐서린 아가씨의
Even
시신을 본 적
I
없어.
haven't seen Miss Catherine's body.
아가씨가 돌아가셨다는 린튼 주인님의 말을 듣고 너무 경황이 없는 나머지 제대로 확인해 볼 생각도 못했으니까.
I was so beside myself when Master Linton told me of Miss Catherine's passing that I did not even care to verify with my own eyes.
네가 하려는 말은 그러니까
So what you're trying to say here is,
그러니까 그런 거야?
is it really what I think
캐시가
it is?
죽은 게 아닐 수도 있다는.
You're saying that Kathy might still be alive.
혹시나 하는 거야. 그리고
Nothing but suspicion at this
캐서린
point.
아가씨 성격 알잖아.
Besides, you know how Miss Catherine can be. She's a drama queen. I'm not gonna fucking sugarcoat it. In the book, she's a fucking drama queen.
고집이라면 누구에게도 지지 않고 가끔은
Stubborn as a
섬뜩할
mule,
정도로
sometimes
예측
doing
불가한
things
일을
so
벌이시기도 하니.
unexpected that they're almost frightening.
난 사실 이 장례식도
Honestly,
어쩌면
I even
아가씨의
wondered if
끔찍한
this whole
장난일
funeral
수도
business
있겠다는
was
생각까지
but an
했다니까.
awful, elaborate jest from the miss.
그래도 확실한 건 유언장은 틀림없이 아가씨의 필체였다는 거야.
What's certain is, however, that the will has undeniably in her own handwriting.
그리고 린튼 주인님은 캐서린 아가씨가 돌아가신 이후에도
And Master Linden, he never once stopped making modifications to the manor,
이 저택의 개조를 멈추지 않았어.
even after Miss Catherine passed.
린튼, 그 새끼가 이
That
짓거리들을
bastard
했다고?
Linton made these modifications to the manor.
가까이에서 본 적도 의도를 물어본 적도 없지만
Yes, I haven't gotten a good look at this place, nor did I personally ask him of his motives, but
적어도 이곳에서 무슨 일이 일어나거나 혹은 일어났다는 건 분명하지 않을까?
it's quite evident that something is to transpire here, isn't it? Or that something has already happened.
진짜 뭐가 어떻게 돌아가는 거야?
Bollocks. I don't understand any of this.
유언장에 적힌 벼락이 의미하는 건
What do you think the lightning in her
무엇이었을까요?
will is talking about? If I had to assume that first lightning that transported us was number 1, right? And there's 6 more to go.
말 그대로 벼락이 여러 번 치는 걸 의미하는 건 아닐까요?
Maybe she meant it literally. That's what I think too. 7 lightning strikes.
언제 어떤 날씨에 우리가 찾아올 줄 알고 저명한 예언가라도 되지 않는 한 그런 걸 조건으로 적을 순 없을 거다.
Are you suggesting that she knew we would arrive precisely under this weather on the day of her funeral? Unless she moonlighted as a renowned prophet, I don't see that happening.
아무도 모르지. 캐서린 씨가
Who knows?
대체 뭘
I don't
하고
even
싶었던 건지
understand what
모르겠고.
Miss Catherine was trying to do here with that will.
맞아. 어떻게 죽은 사람의
Right,
의도를
we
알 수
can't
있겠어.
ever know the will of the dead.
아니면 캐서린 아가씨의 방을 찾는 게 어떨까요?
Perhaps there is something, a clue, to be found in Miss Catherine's room.
아가씨는 결혼하신 후에도 종종 워더링 하이츠를
I'm so curious
방문했으니까요.
about this
방에 뭔가를
case.
두셨을지도 모르잖아요.
She's lugging around all the time. She did visit Wuthering Heights from time to time, even after her marriage to Master Linden.
너도 기억나지, 히스클리프? 캐서린 아가씨는
Going down memory lane right now. Don't you remember, Heathcliff? Miss Catherine. Yeah.
수수께끼 내는
She
걸
always
좋아했지.
liked riddles.
반면에 너는 머리 쓰는 걸 싫어해서
Not
일단은
like
다
you,
부숴보려고
who
했고.
preferred a more direct approach, which involved smashing everything to pieces.
나중엔 무지 혼났어. 의도도 생각 안 하고.
Got me in plenty of
몸으로
trouble for
해결하라고
trying to brute force problems without even trying to think about the intent. A faint smile appeared on Heathcliff's face as he seemed to recall a fond memory.
그렇다고 지금은 잘 풀 수 있을까?
I don't know if I've gotten any better at it since. But the heavy, somber expression soon returned. I guess our next order of things is to find where that room is. I'm confused. Is this the next one? The corridor.
다음 오창까지는 돌아오겠습니다.
바닥 곳곳에 피가 낭자하고
Okay, so it is blood. Of course, Don Quixote would know. I espy blood everywhere on the floor.
좋은 일이 벌어졌던 건 아니겠네.
I doubt
분명히.
anything nice went down here. That's for sure.
좋은 사람만 있는 것도 아닐 테지.
And I doubt there's
저
anyone nice down here either. Luck.
물러나.
Oh,
물러나라고 이 개 같은 놈들아.
we found Hindley.
너희가 누구 앞을 가로막고 있는 건 줄 알아?
Get back. Back off, you dogs. Have you even an inkling of who I am?
순순히 털어놓으시죠. 이 저택에 무슨 짓을 한 것입니까, 힌들리?
Speak plainly, Hindley. What have you done to this manor?
진짜 나도 뭐가 어떻게 된 건지 모르겠단 말이다.
Hells, I don't know. I'm just as lost as you are.
넬리, 어서 이놈들을 떼어내.
Nelly, get these brutes off me.
너희들 이곳에서 뭘 하고 있는 거야?
What are you all doing here?
아, 이거 넬리 아닌가?
My,
그리고
if it isn't Nelly,
저택의 망나니 자식과
the vagabond
그가
child
데려온
and his gang of
불청객들도.
uninvited guests.
우리한테 하는 얘기야?
Is she talking about us?
조세핀, 저택이 이상해지고 있는 것 같아. 뭐 아는 거 없어?
Josephine, something is terribly wrong with this manor. Is there anything you know about this?
워더링 하이츠는 언제나 그래왔지. 그리고 감히 저런 몹쓸 것들을 이곳에 데려오다니. 마님이 아신다면 분명 호되게 채찍질을 했을 거다.
Wuthering Heights has always been like this. More importantly, how dare you bring those louts to this place? Mistress would have had you whipped had she been here to witness this desecration.
우린 아무것도 몰라. 불이 나갔다가 들어오니까 이미 사람들이 눈앞에서 사라졌단 말이야.
I wonder
근처에서 들리는 이 소리는 대체 뭐야?
I wonder if the mistress she's referring to is Catherine. We are in the dark as much as you are. Everyone was displaced when the lights flickered. Besides, what is this noise?
모르나? 지금 저택 곳곳에서 버틀러들과 데드레비치 놈들이 교전 중이지. 물고 뜯고 핥히고.
They're duking it out.
서로가 서로를 전부 죽인다면 정말이지 좋으련만.
How are you still unaware? The dead rabbit louts and the butlers are battling in all corners of this manor. Ripping, tearing, biting. Oh, what I wouldn't give to have them kill each other until they all lay dead.
교전? 하지만
They're fighting?
왜?
Why?
벼락이 치고 잠깐 어두워졌다가 다시 빛이 돌아왔는데
After the lightning struck and the lights flickered,
데드레비츠 놈들이 갑자기 달려들었지.
the dead rabbit suddenly charged us.
힌들리, 저놈이 우리 저택을 노리는 게 틀림없는 거야.
Not gonna lie, I think Hindley's just like a fucking pawn. Hindley, that fool, must be scheming to take over our manor.
그게 무슨...
What in the blazes?
이 워더링 하이츠가
Oh, fuck.
마님이 말씀하시는 게 틀리지 않냔 말이야.
Do you fail to heed the voice of Wuthering Heights? The voice of the mistress?
데들레비츠 놈들이 그러는 거랑 나랑 무슨 상관이야? 나는 아무 명령도 안 했어.
What the bloody hell do these out-of-control dead rabbits got to do with me? I haven't even given them any orders.
넬리, 당신이 말릴 수는 없는 거야?
Nelly, is there something you can
이러다가
do
우리한테까지
to
불똥이 튀겠어.
de-escalate this? We'd rather not get involved in something like this.
조세핀이랑 저 버틀러들은 한때 힌들리를 따랐던 자들 아니야?
Josephine and those butlers, didn't they serve Hindley once?
저들은 워더링 하이츠 직속 버틀러예요.
Their service is to Wuthering Heights and Wuthering Heights only.
이들은 엄연히 말하면 저와는 다른 계약으로 이루어진 버틀러들이죠.
Strictly speaking, Josephine and her butlers are bound to a contract different from mine.
가문의 특정 사람과 계약한 저와는 다르게 이들은 저택과 토지 자체에 귀속된 버틀러여서
I am contracted with a specific person within the family, while they are contracted with the manor and its estate itself.
아니 뭐 부잣집 해결사로 일해서 돈 벌겠다는
Wow,
건 알겠는데 그렇게 복잡하게 묶여 있으면 집이나 땅에 묶인 해결사들은 무슨 득이 있는 건데?
I get wanting to work for a rich family to make yourself some dough, but is such a complicated contract worth it for butlers who are bound to the manor and its land?
그것은 계약 조건에 따라
Depends on the
다릅니다.
terms of the contract.
특정 기간이나 조건이 만족될 때까지 버틀러로서의 근무를 마치면
Once they have completed their duties as butlers, which may be over a set period of time or over specific conditions stipulated in the contract,
해결사의 급수를 올릴 수 있거나 토지와 관련된 가치 있는 것을 양도받을 권리를 얻기도 하기 때문이죠.
they may be able to raise their fixer grades or gain the rights to certain valuable assets tied to the land itself.
그게 참 아이러니한 게 저들처럼 저택과 땅에 묶인 버틀러는 집안 대대로 버틀러 일을 물려받기도 해요. 그건 마치 관성적이기도 해서
There lies in the irony. Butlers bound to manors and estates often inherit their parents' careers and contracts. Sometimes it continues for generations upon generations
최초엔 어떤 계약으로 시작했는지조차 모를 정도죠.
until the initial contract is eventually forgotten. Someone should fucking take note of this and keep track of this, right?
에? 그쯤이면 계약은 다 까먹었겠다.
Really? What if they forgot what the contract was even about?
그래도 계약은 계속 유효하니까요. 이걸 어기면 영문도 모를 둥지에서 금기 사냥꾼을 보내거나 아까 본 외우피 협회에서 찾아올지도 모르는 거고요.
Still, the contract isn't voided merely because people stop remembering it. breaking it may invite the taboo hunters from an unexpected nest or fixers from the Ophi Association we had the pleasure of meeting earlier.
그리고 조세핀 저자는 옛날부터 돌아가신 마님 말고는 누구도 따르지 않으려고 하죠.
And that Josephine is obsessed with following the long dead mistress's orders and won't listen to anyone else.
잘 아는군. 그러니 이렇게 웃으면서 말할 때 이만 떠나지, 넬리.
You know me well, Nelly, though, well, enough to get out of my way while I remain courteous.
우리 워더링 하이츠를 가로채려는 가짜는 수작질을 하는 쥐새끼분께 본때를 보여줘야겠으니까.
Do not get in my way of punishing this rat that dared to scheme to take our Wuthering Heights from us.
그래, 우린 그냥 아무 일 없던 것처럼 지나가자.
Roll just like, sure thing, we'll just go, okay? Let's just pretend we didn't see anything. Heathcliff?
문을 잠가버릴 거다, 히스클리프. 너는 이 안으로 들어올 자격이 없으니까.
Unlock the door now, Heathcliff. You don't deserve to come indoors.
너 같은 게 우리 가족들이랑 같은 식탁에 앉을 자격이 있다고 생각하냐?
Do you really think that a thing like you deserves to sit next to our family? To dine alongside us?
헛건이 얌전히 있어.
Stay put in the barn.
만약 거실에
If I
허락
see
없이
you wandering
내려왔다면
into the living
나한테
rooms without
걸리면
my permission, I hear Hindley's voice echoing from Heathcliff's memories. So we are in a mirror dungeon, right? That's not normal. Or Dante's connection to Heathcliff's just getting stronger. This revenge may not be so difficult after all. We just had to pretend we didn't see anything. Leave Hindley behind and have Josephine and her butlers take care of him for us. Even if he does put up a fight, there is no telling how long he could hold out against all of them without backup. I can feel Heathcliff's turning slightly to look in my direction. I'm sure he's thinking the same thing as I am.
시계대가리, 네 생각처럼
No,
하진 않을 거야.
Clockface. I won't leave him to die. You won't?
그래.
I won't. Because you want him to suffer while he's alive?
캐시는 내가 힌들리 저 자식을 버리고 가는 걸
Because Kathy
원하진
wouldn't
않았을 테니까.
have wanted me to abandon that sod to die by their hands. Not like this. So we're fighting the butlers.
늦으면 매피랑
Okay, we got
먼저
the
갈
buff.
거야.
Unending bereavement. Start a turn, heal 5 SP. When hit, lose 3 SP. Gain 20 offense level next turn when... Oh, when hit, we get offense level. Turn start at less than 0 SP, gain... Okay. So it wants us to be low sanity.
오자 터뜨려주지.
Kill him.
편히 쉬시게.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
It's so hard to maintain sanity.
불청객은 찌그러져 있도록.
Yeah, we're winning the clashes, right? Looks like Ishmael might have lost, though. Yeah, Ishmael lost.
적들이 흔들흔들. 기회 아니야?
Okay.
나아가주게.
Oh my god, Ishmael keeps fucking losing. Kill it.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
So close to killing them.
매피가 배고파했어. 잘 됐다. 그치?
Okay, now I'm getting on the horse. bro. Ishmael's not doing well. I'm gonna go ahead and do her ego.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지요.
There.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
Yeah, girl, chart your own path. Holy shit.
모조리 치워버리고.
Holy shit, these butlers are actually giving me a hard time.
징저 밝혀주마.
불청객은 찌그러져 있도록.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Okay, this should be good.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
You got this.
무지하니까
Hi, elbow.
깨달았나?
They're also not exploding into bodies.
야호.
They're retreating.
이기는 편, 우리 편.
Wait, this is the last 4 enemies. I think I'm gonna get off my horse. And then get on next turn.
꽂아 터뜨려주지.
Get him. Nice.
불청객은 찌그러져 있도록. 들어맞지 않은 것들은 모조리 치워버린다.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
할까? 목을 내놓고 있도록.
정리하겠습니다.
Bam.
기대받지 않은 것들은 모조리 치워버린다.
Okay. It was kind of tough for a bit there.
보고 계시는군요, 마님. 칭찬 감사합니다. 불청객들을 남김없이 모조리 처리했습니다.
진리를 열기 위해.
늦으면 메피랑 먼저 갈
Okay,
거야.
we can start off like this. Yeah.
꽂아 터뜨려주지.
I feel like our coin flips have been a little shit.
정신 못 차릴 거야.
Look, what the fuck is this?
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
승객이 딱콩 한 번 먹였어.
정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것.
God damn it.
적들이 흔들흔들. 기회 아니야?
We're fine.
직접 알게 합니다.
불청객은 찌그러져 있도록.
풍수적에서
Come on.
야호.
I'm getting on the horse.
이기는 편, 우리 편.
And then hopefully killing this guy.
나아가주게.
Oh, we won.
속에서
초대받지 않은 것
Kill it, kill it.
모조리 치워버린.
Heads. Let's go.
왜
Oh
안에
my
갇혀
god.
죽어라.
8 HP left.
초대받지 않은 것들을 모조리 치워버린.
Yeah, these butlers are thick.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Okay, this looks like a good turn.
나아가주게.
And we have double AoE on Heathcliff.
편히 쉬시게.
Fuck him up. Nice, nice.
다친 지성을
무쳐 잠들어.
정리하겠습니다. 초대받지 않은 것들을 모조리 치워버린.
얼얼하지? 정신 못 차릴 거야.
Is that the last one?
야호.
Holy shit, how many do we have
이기는
left?
편, 우리 편.
It doesn't say. Usually it says up here. We're just gonna have to mow them down. I'm getting off the horse.
나아가주게.
Fuck him up.
깊게 다친 지성을
비명을 질러라.
Oh my god, because Hong Lu staggered them, I don't think we're gonna trigger the get off horse animation.
파쇄 완료.
I mean, we are getting off the horse, but we won't do the hit.
쉬시게.
Suffering from success.
무지하니까. 야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Bro, how many are there? It's going so long that we're getting double moves for all our sinners now.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
초대받지 않은
무지하니까. 무지하니까.
불청객을 찌그러져
There has to be a limit.
밝게 열어젖힌다.
내피가
Okay, there it is.
떠비어서 되겠나?
잘
Which is the last one, I'm guessing.
됐지?
You know what? Can I just do this? Yep.
나아가주게.
Fuck off.
이곳은 그분의 초상이요. 가까이서 자세히 보는가.
밝긴다. 돌아하니.
That ego applies so much thinking. It's kind of funny.
직접 열어드리죠.
All the Honglu skill trees always have some sort of panache to them. Fuck him up.
부숴주마! 기대받지 않은 것들을 모조리 치워버린.
Looks like she's the only one left.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Okay, let's finish this off.
이 땅과 마님에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면.
Fuck her up.
과 함께 사라져라.
Another one. Holy shit, 200 damage in one swing.
끝장냈어. 이제 더는 폭풍 소리에 죄를 떨 필요도.
Okay, story
그 소리를
fight.
꿈을 꾸고
진리를 열기 위해.
네, 그러죠, 마님.
Understood, mistress.
분부대로 하겠습니다.
I shall do as your command. What batshit thing are you thinking about or
우린
hearing?
여기서 시간을 더 끌지 않고 데드래비츠 그놈들을 청소한다.
You will not waste any more time here. Let's go and clear out the dead rabbits rabble.
다음에 다시 만나게 되면 너희도 같이 청소해주지.
We will put the rest of you in the bin should our paths cross again. Hindley didn't show even a hint of gratitude. Oh my god.
사실 나 혼자여도 무리 없이 상대할 수 있었어.
Well, I could have handled them all on my own.
조세핀과 그 똘마니들
I didn't even need your help to beat up some insane old hag and her pawns. That was a hard fight. Well, it wasn't too hard, but it wasn't fucking easy. Maybe we should have just left him behind.
그리고 네가 형님이라고 꼴사납게 따르는 놈. 이름도 잘못 기억하고 있는
And
주제에
that boss
왜
of
좋은
yours,
척은
you
다
don't even remember his name properly, do you? So much for your loyalty. Rage slowly returns to Heathcliff's face and draws a deep crease between his brows.
무슨 개만도 못한 헛소리야.
What dodgy nonsense are you blathering about?
그놈 이름은 매트야. 매튜가 아니라.
He goes by Matt now, not Matthew, or whatever you decided to call him.
뭐? 무슨?
What?
정신 나갔냐? 내가 몇
Have
년
you
동안
finally
알고 지낸
gone mad?
형님 이름을 헷갈렸을 것 같아?
I've known that gaffer for years, and you think I'd get his name wrong?
그리고 정신 나간 조세핀. 눈치 하나 빠르더군. 내가 무슨 수를 써서라도 이 저택을 뺏어갈 생각이란 걸 알고 있어.
That insane old hag still has some of her wits about, because I do intend to take this manor back, no matter what.
거의 다 따라온 판이었는데.
I almost had it. If only I had gotten that confounded card in that round.
아니지. 분명
No,
조작된
the game must have been
그렇고
rigged.
말고.
That's the only way this makes sense.
경매로 넘어간 이
Nothing
워더링
explains
하이츠.
it. How Catherine could have had the funds so ready to purchase Wuthering Heights the moment it was up for sale at the auction.
네가 도박으로 잃은 이 저택을 캐서린이 다시
You lost
샀다고?
this manor in a gamble, and Catherine bought it back.
그래. 걔도 조세핀처럼 언제나 제정신이었던 적이 없었지.
Yes, that girl was always as insane as Josephine.
하지만 곧 워더링 하이츠는 내게 돌아올
Mark my
거다.
words, Wuthering Heights shall be mine again.
매트 그놈이 나와 계약을 했거든.
Matt's made a deal with me.
자신과 데들레비츠를 함께 워더링 하이츠에 데려가 준다면 이 저택을 돌려받게 해주.
He promised to help me retrieve this manor as long as I let him and his dead rabbits into Wuthering Heights.
잠깐, 어디로 가는 거예요, 힌들리님?
Wait, where are you going?
내가 니놈들과 사이좋게 동행이나 할 거라고 생각한 건 아니지.
You didn't seriously expect me to be cozy with you a lot after that, did you?
매트, 그놈을 다시 만난 뒤에 내가 할 수 있는 모든 방법을 동원할 거다.
I'll find Matt and I'll do everything I can to make this place mine again.
그리고
And don't be so quick to assume that you've really changed, Heathcliff.
난
You haven't.
변하지 않았어.
You simply can't change.
변하지도 못한 넉마처럼
You're
어울리는
nothing but a rag sack of waste.
해갈
Don't you forget that.
기억하라.
성질머리.
What an asshole.
히스클리프군.
Sir Heathcliff.
이런 말이 화가 난 자네에게 도움이 될지는 모르겠지만
I am quite unsure as to how much of my words may reach thine ears, given thy fury, but some sinners attempt to cheer Heathcliff up, who would normally be seething with anger upon hearing abuse like that. But this was different. It wasn't anger.
예전에는 매일 나를 짓밟는데 안달이 나 있는 저놈을 볼 때마다
Back then, whenever I heard that kind of contemptuous shite from that bastard,
마치 저놈 말대로 나는 밑바닥 인생에 쓸모없는 인간이 되는 것
it
같았어.
felt as if though every word he spat out rang true. That I really was just a useless lowlife who deserved nothing but rags.
매일 저놈에게 안갚음할 방법만 궁리했지. 그런데 이제는
I spent days and nights coming up with all kinds of ways I'd exact my revenge on him. But now it's
이 기분은 뭐냐?
bloody hell. I can't even put this feeling to words.
변하지 못한 건 저놈이에요.
I like the
구질구질하게
smuggy smile
과거에만
face.
매여 있잖아요.
He's the one that couldn't change, not you. Look at him, clinging desperately to his past like it's the only thing he's got.
그냥 자라지 못한 10살짜리 어린애 같아요.
He's just like an immature kid who never grew up past 10.
캐서린이라는 자의 방은 어느 정도의
Okay,
위치일지
Otis setting us
교전
to the
중인
right
저택을
path
마음
again.
놓고 지나다니기는 힘들겠군.
Where is Catherine's room? We would do well to be on our guard in this manner. We must always be wary of our surroundings in this field of battle.
여기서 오른쪽으로 꺾으면 될 거예요. 이상하네.
It should be there once we turn right here. Odd. I don't recall the corridor being this long.
어머나, 저기
Heavens, there!
복도 끝.
Dead rabbits at the end of the corridor.
아까랑은 조금 달라 보이는데 기분 탓이라고 누가 말해줄 사람?
Is it just me or they look a bit different from earlier? I'll take it's just you for an answer, by the way.
그러고 보니 거리에서 종종 저런 식으로 돌아다니는
That
데드레비치들에 대한
reminds
소문을
me.
들은 적이 있어요.
I've heard tales from the streets about those strange wandering dead rabbits.
혹시라도 저런 붉은 안광과는 마주치지 않는 편이 여러모로 좋을 거라고요.
Word on the street is that we should steer clear of dead rabbits with red eyes, just like the ones they have.
너희들 무엇을 아니면 누구를 찾고 있는 거야?
Excuse me, are you looking for something or someone?
아 참고로 우리 중에 그 린튼이라는 사람은 없어? 워더링 하이츠의 버틀러. 아 그놈들도 아까 저 복도 뒤로 가버렸거든. 그래서 뭐 우리랑은 볼 일이 없지 않나 싶은데.
Gregor is like the charisma roll face of the party that rolls low every time. Just for your information, that Linton fella ain't here. Those butlers of Wuthering Heights ain't here either. They all went that way, past the hallway. Clearly, you've got no beef with us, right? Those red eyes are kinda creepy, not gonna lie.
볼일 있어 보이는 거.
She's happy about this. Looks like they've got plenty of beef with us.
우리의 말이 들리긴 하는 건가? 원하는 게 있다면 명확하게 응답을 해라.
Can
협상의 여지가 있다면
Can they even hear what we are saying? If you have demands, then state them. If there is room for negotiation. What's that squelching noise? They look completely out of it, don't they?
조금 아쉽기도 하군요. 이 오티스의 협상수를 관리자님께 보여드릴 기회가 매번 이렇게 흩어지니
What a shame. I, Otis, would have loved to demonstrate my excellent negotiation skills to the executive manager. I'm pretty sure Otis is very capable. Okay, rabbits this time.
늦으면 매피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
Bum 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 bum.
직접 알게 함이라.
Fuck him up.
정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것.
무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가 시작이랬어.
풍속에서
적들이 흔들흔들. 기회 아니야?
I don't think this is enough to kill, but it will start the coffin stats.
나아가주게.
Butler Otis racks up sanity so fucking fast. It's kinda great. Yep, did not kill.
맞는 거야. 야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
I'm trying to rack up sanity on Yisang before I have to reload. I think we can start getting on the horse now.
꽂아 터뜨려주지.
정리하겠습니다.
Nice.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
I want that offense up. And possibly get off the horse next turn.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
When getting off the horse, you want to be as close to 0 as possible. Probably 15. 15 sanity is what I've learned from using Wild Hunt Heal Clip.
잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
파쇄 완료. 초대받지 않은 것들은 모조리 치워버린다.
맞는 거야.
But these guys have really fat HP.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Okay, time to get off the horse. And if this is the last one, then I can go all out.
나아가주게.
Yes, as low to 0 as possible. Die.
대성공이야. 가론 신나. 노래 부를까?
I wonder what the deal is with those dead rabbits, though.
끝장냈어. 이제 더는 폭풍 소리에 죄를 떨 필요도, 캐서린의 꿈을 꾸고 슬픔에 빠질 필요도 없지. 전무.
Okay, we cleared 1/3 of it, but we haven't unlocked part 2 yet. I feel like we should reach part 2 soon.
진리를 열기 위해.
다들 들었죠?
You heard that too, right?
목숨이 끊어질 때마다 들렸던 소리가 있었어요.
The noise every time we killed one of them. The noise from beyond their mass.
거울 소리.
The sound of mirrors.
그건 거울이 깨지는 소리 같았어.
They made a sound not unlike a shattering mirror. Wait.
잠시만요.
Ishmael approached the dead rabbit's henchman corpse and unmasked him. What do we see?
뭔가 이상한데요?
Wait, something's wrong.
다른 자들의 복면도 다 벗겨보는 편이
We should
더
unmask the rest
정확하겠군.
of them to get a better picture of what's happening here. Things became even more puzzling once they were all unmasked.
생긴 것만으로 사람을 판단하는 건
I want to judge a book by its
나쁜
cover, but
판단법이겠지만
이 자들 뒷골목의 폭력 조직원들이라고 생각되지는 않네만.
hardly do they appear to be members of a violent backstreet syndicate.
근육 상태만 봐도 조직 생활을 해온 자들보다는 민간인들 같아 보이는군.
I can tell from their build that none of them were ever part of a syndicate. They look more like civilians. They were being kidnapped and mind
분명
controlled.
공격은 저들이 먼저 한 거였어요.
But they attacked us
저희는
first,
그저
right? We were just
맞은편
eyes up.
또다시
More dead rabbits.
들이 걸어오는
Red eyes, all of them.
여전히 불근한 것.
이보시오, 정신들 차리시오. 어떻게 된 일인지 말을.
Hark, heed my words. Whatever is die. Oh, what's that squelching sound though?
앞뒤 상황을 따질 때는 아닌 듯하네요.
I don't think this is the best time to attempt diplomatic approach.
늦으면 매피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
I'm just getting on the horse right now.
나아가 주게.
Okay, nice.
적들이 흔들흔들. 기회 아니야?
Then I'm gonna get off the horse next turn.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
It looks like they're saying something though when we see. There's like three dots whenever they clash. There's like dot dot dot. I've been noticing it.
크게 다친 지성을.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
I'm getting off the horse.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면 불청객은 찌그러져 있도록.
But in exchange, I should get some coffin stacks.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어. 야호.
7.
이기는 편,
Okay, that's respectable.
우리 편.
It's still so hard to get sanity on this Yisan.
손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다면
직접 밝혀주마.
Fuck him up.
속에서
Kill him, kill him. Nice.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
That should cap us off.
불청객은 찌그러져 있도록.
직접 열어드리죠.
See? When they clash, there's a dot dot dot.
또한 잠들게.
야호.
Okay,
이기는 편,
these should be
우리
the last
편.
ones.
나아가 주게.
Not gonna lie, these dead rabbits are easier than the butlers. But then again, at the same time, you know, these are like mindless slaves, whereas the butlers are all trained.
노래 부를까?
끝장냈어. 이제 더는 폭풍 소리에 죄를 떨 필요도,
Dead rabbits
소리를
too.
꿈을 꾸고 슬픔에 빠질 필요도 없지. 와일드 헌트야.
Heathcliff was digging through the deceased dead rabbit's pockets. What are you looking for, Heathcliff? They don't have them.
안 보여.
The timepiece that Yi-sang mentioned earlier?
그래. T사에서 태어나고
Yeah.
자란 자들은 무조건 시계를 가지고 있어야
Everyone
해.
born and raised in T-Corp carries a watch. They have to. Right, the Kurokomo clan officer we fought in Yongjin building was looking for a timepiece too.
그건 내가 어떤 사람인지에 대한 신원을 알려주는
It's like a
도구이니까.
form of personal identification. It's something you carry around to show others that you are who you are.
나는 T사를 떠나면서 시계도 같이 버렸지만
I abandoned my watch when I left T-Corp, but
그러게. 이자들 시계끈조차 보이지 않아.
I see they don't even have their pocket watch chains with them.
시계만 있다면 적어도 어디서부터 온
If they did
자들인지까지는
carry a
알아낼 수
watch,
있을 텐데.
we should have been able to learn at least where they were coming from.
의도적으로 이 사람들의 신분을 지웠거나
So either
여기
someone
출신이 아니라든가.
doesn't want people finding out who they are, or they're simply not from around here, right?
복장은 T사에서 자주 보던 양식이요. 분명
I have
이곳
witnessed such
출신이
garb
맞을 터.
commonly worn around within the T-Corp territory. I have no doubts they must be locals.
의문점이 한두 개가 아니지만 일단 지나가지.
There are many unanswered questions, but let us save that discussion for later.
여기군.
Here it is.
오늘처럼 방까지 오는 길이 험난한 적이
Is this
없었네.
Catherine's room?
아,
But this is a
그럼
dead
이제 들어갈까?
rabbits chapter. Ooh, not that was a quite. Now that was quite the journey, wasn't it? Shall we enter?
말해줘, 넬리.
Nelly, tell me.
내가 이곳을 말도 없이 떠나고 나서 캐서린은
After
어떻게
I
지냈어?
left without a word, how did Catherine fare?
물론 결국 린튼 놈과 결혼해서 행복하게 살았다는 것 정도는
Of course,
알겠어.
I already know that she lived happily ever after with that sod Linton, but
말해줄까?
are you sure you wanna know? Damn it.
진짜
I do,
듣고
but
싶은데 듣고 싶지
I also
않아.
don't.
분명 지금 내 표정 꼴사납겠지. 캐시가 지금 나를 보면 한마디 날려줬을 거야.
I must look so pathetic. If Cathy was here, she would have mocked me mercilessly.
거울이라도 있으면 보여주고 싶을 표정이긴 해.
I would have brought you a mirror so you can see the priceless look on your face.
내가 전부 치워버려서 지금은 남아있지 않지만.
If I hadn't removed them all from the premises, haha. Why did you? That's such like an odd thing to do.
실없는 농담은 갖다 치워.
I'm not interested in your stupid jests.
애초에 내가 나간 후에 캐서린이 한 번이라도 내
But has
이야기를
Catherine ever, even
꺼낸
once,
적이 있어?
talked about me at all since I left? No.
뭐 그랬겠지. 나 같은 망나니 새끼는
Of course she didn't.
떠나든 말든 캐서린에게.
A witless brigand, a scoundrel like me. I am sure it didn't matter to Catherine whether
글쎄, 스클리프.
I won't be so sure, Heathcliff.
내 말은 그런 뜻이 아니었어.
That is not what I meant.
네가 떠난 후 캐서린 아가씨는 아주 천천히 죽어가기 시작했어. 방에 처박혀서 며칠 안 나오고 밥도 먹지 않고 말도 하지 않았지.
When you left, Miss Catherine, she began withering away. She skulked in her room for days upon days, refusing to even eat or speak.
그러다가 소리 지르고 울고 혼잣말을 하고 린튼 주인님이 와서 달래줘도 똑같았어.
Then she'd suddenly grow lachrymose, scream, cry, whisper things to herself. Master Linton would come by to coax her, but it hardly helped matters.
정말 장의사를 미리 불러야 하는 건가 싶을 정도로 아가씨는.
So she was ill that I was worried that we might have to start making arrangements with a mortician in advance.
정말이야? 캐서린이 그렇게
Are
고통스러워했다고?
you happy? Really? Catherine? She was in that much pain? Heathcliff asked incredulously.
보고 있는 모두가 고통스러워질 정도로.
Yes, it pained us
그러다가 어느 날
to even watch her suffer one day. And one day she...
넬리, 이것 봐. 린튼이 베개 위에 꽃을 놓아두고 갔어.
Nelly, look, Linton's left a flower on my pillow.
황금빛이네.
Golden.
몰랐는데 워더링 하이츠에 이제 봄이 왔구나.
Oh, it's
눈도 다
golden.
녹았어.
I don't know that spring had come to Wuthering Heights recent... Oh, it's golden. I didn't know the spring had come to Wuthering Heights already. I suppose the snow has all but thawed too.
와, 정말 낭만적인데요.
Is that not so romantic of him, miss?
그렇게 보일 수도. 또 엄청난 값을 치렀으려나.
I suppose it could appear that way. He must have paid quite the fortune for this.
하지만 린튼이 정말 날 위해 꽃에 색을 주고 싶었다면
But if Lyndon truly cared for me, truly wished to return a color to a flower for my sake,
이 꽃은 보랏빛을 띠는 꽃이었어야
then he
했겠지.
should have brought me a violet flower. You done with Wal PP? Walpurgis? Yeah, I did the event. I haven't done all the quests though, but I did the majority of them already.
그러니까 이건 나를 위한 게 아니야.
So he
린튼
did
그
not bring
스스로를 위한
this
거지.
flower for my sake. This was only for his own satisfaction.
아가씨, 괜찮은 거예요?
Are you okay, miss?
무슨 말을 하는 거야? 오늘만큼 상태가 좋은
Whatever do you
날도 드문
mean?
것 같아.
I've never felt better than I do today.
나와 함께 바깥에 산책을 가주지 않을래? 어떤 꽃들이 겨울을 이겨내고 피어났는지 하나하나씩 봐야겠어.
I do yearn for the Heath Argalia Hongdu clashing. I did Walpurgis, but I skipped all the story because I didn't want to spoil myself. But I do hear that Argalia kicked Otis. It's all over the social medias. Walk with me, won't you? I would like to see which flowers have weathered the wintry cold and bloomed.
아가씨는 그 후로 정말 기운을 차리셨어.
After that day, Miss Catherine truly appeared convalescent.
캐서린 아가씨가 다시 활기를 되찾게 되어서 모두가
We were all
기뻐했지만
happy to see Miss Catherine be herself again, but
지금 생각해보면 뭔가 이상했던 것 같긴 해.
now that I think about it,
몇 달을
it was a tad
괴로워하던 사람이
strange.
하루아침에 열병을 떨쳐낼 수 있을까?
She suffered for months upon months from fever. How could anyone so suddenly recover from all that after a single night's repose? I bet that was the golden bow, right?
힌들리 씨로부터 이 워더링 하이츠를 사버리고
This is also when she purchased Wuthering Heights from Mr. Hindley Earnshaw
이곳에서 본격적으로 집을 개조하기 시작한
and
것도
started making sweeping
그때부터야.
modifications to this place.
나는 두 분이서 다시 워더링 하이츠로 돌아가서 사시려나 보다 싶었어.
I thought the two of them
궁금해서
had
계속
intended to
물어봤지만
return to Wuthering
저택을
Heights,
어떻게 바꾸는지는
so I asked them
결코
what
말씀해
exactly
주시지
they planned to
않았거든.
do with it. But they never gave me a straight answer.
아, 나도 알고 싶다, 히스클리프.
I'm just in the dark
아가씨가
as
대체
you are.
어떤 생각이었는지.
I've not the slightest clue as to what she was thinking.
편지는
What about my letters?
편지를 보낸 적이 있었어. 이곳에 입사하고부터는 못 보냈지만 갱단에 있을 때부터
I sent her letters. I haven't been able to since I joined this company, but when I was part of that gang,
봉투에 내 이름을 써놓진 않았지만
I wrote her letters, though I didn't sign my name on them.
그냥 잘 지낸다는 것 정도는 알려주고 싶었다고.
I just wanted to let her know that I was doing fine.
글쎄, 편지 같은 건 뜯어보지
Well,
않으셨어.
I don't recall her ever opening a letter.
그 고집은 아무도 꺾을 수가 없을 거야. 아무도.
Seriously, once she has her mind set on something, no one could convince her otherwise. No one. Oh my god, she does have. I don't know if you guys saw, but she did have power tools in her fucking room. So okay. So her asking her dad for a wrench, multi-purpose wrench, kind of makes sense now. If she really was like that, you know, she liked to tinker.
직접 알게 하리라.
She just had a tool display cabinet right beside her bed.
늦으면 매피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
Okay, this is like a different Catherine from the books then. I mean, I'm sure their essence is still the same at its core, right? It's just so odd.
나아가주게.
I wonder what the Catherine of Project Moon was busying herself with.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
얼얼하지? 정신이 차릴 거야.
초대받지 않은 것들은 모조리 치워버린다.
불안이야.
카론도
도록
깜짝.
달릴 시간이다. 목을 내놓고 있도록.
내 손으로 그대를 기릴 테니.
거친 지성을.
풍속에서
Get them up.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
정리하겠습니다.
Damn.
초대받지 않은
뭘
것들은
잘못했는지 아는
모조리
것부터
치워버린다.
맞는 거야. 됐어.
풍속에서
I want Heathcliff to get the kills, but he ends up just softening them up, and the other sinners kill them.
야호.
We're still at
이기는
one
편,
coffin.
우리 편.
Yeah, at least he's killing this one.
어두운 무지를 열어젖히라.
Oh, you know what? I should be reading the skills they're using. Dead Rabbit. I think I just got a glimpse of it. It was like get out of my something.
열어젖힌다.
불청객은 찌그러져 있도록.
야호. 이기는
But
편, 우리 편.
I guess we won't find out since this is the last of them.
나아가주게.
초대받지 않은 것들은 모조리 치워버린다.
See, she just has power tools beside her bed. Usually you have a workshop somewhere else.
끝장냈어. 이제 더는 폭풍 소리에 죄를 떨 필요도, 개소리를 꿈을 꾸고 슬픔에 빠질 필요도
The
없지.
diary.
전모.
Okay, let me just get some potato chips. I'm getting a little hungry. We've been at this for almost 5 hours, but we're getting there.
와일드 헌터.
너희 뭐 하고 있는 거야?
This looks like a flashback. What are you doing? I'm eating chips. Oh, it's not a flashback. Even the room, now without its master, was completely turned upside down. Even the power tools were not spared. And in the center of that mess were butlers, awkwardly standing, frozen mid-movement, as though they all been caught red-handed.
린튼 주인님의 요청으로 방을 청소 중이었습니다.
누가 뒤지고 있는 중이었잖아.
혹시 데드레비치 놈들이나 워더링 하이츠 버틀러들을 모집 못하셨습니까, 넬리님? 아무래도 힘들 그 놈들에 잡혀서 린튼 주님을 해치는 것 같습니다.
데드레비치는 남녀 정신을 죽이라고 들려드렸잖냐.
Before.
하지만 그 친구들이 다짜고짜 버리는 공격한다는 말이지.
Exactly, but okay, but they did try to kill us for no reason.
나도 알아. 분명 형님께서 뭔가 이유가 있을 거야.
Yes, there's a Dullahan in this game. I was surprised. It's the name of the headless horse he rides. You can hear he could go like, "Oh, Dullahan," in Korean when he rides it. No, I think your friend's long gone.
캐시버린 안에서 무슨 작당을 꾸미고 있었던 걸 말해.
방을 청소 중이었다고 말했을 텐데, 히스클리프.
Yeah, no one's buying that. Like the art style of this game has, I know it's very unique. I'm looking for an artist that does this style.
아니면 데드레비츠, 그 저급한 놈들과 역시 한패가 된 건가?
누가 곱게 자란 샌님 린튼 밑에 있는 놈들 아니랄까봐 말귀 못 알아먹는 건 똑같네.
말이 지나치군.
아니, 지나치다 못해 건방지게 선을 넘은 건 이놈들이지. 이 방을 맘대로 해도 된다고 허락할 수 있는 놈은 나야. 그 새끼가 아니라.
I guess we're fighting the butlers again, which is harder than the rabbits. I would love art of my OC in this style. Me too. I want my my version of myself in this world, you know? I am working on it. Like concepts of it.
카론, 기다리는 거 못해. 100초만 기다려줄게.
Might have to DM you after the stream or at some point in the future. My VTuber model has gotten updated. Wow. Exciting, exciting.
어두운 무지를 열어젖히라.
As always, the mates are really tough.
편히 쉬시게.
승객이 딱콩 한방
Don't mind me just eating.
이게 다친 지.
내 배가 배고파했어.
도록 달릴 시간이다.
그치?
I would say though, these are cute made designs. They're different ones. I like this one.
고작 터뜨려주지.
저 발긴다.
정리하겠습니다.
주라하니여.
불결한 것.
무지하니까
방 속에서
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
맞는 거야.
찢어 놓아주고.
불청객은 찌그러져 있도록.
칼은 스담해줄게.
크게 받지 않은 것들을 모조리 치워버린다.
열어젖힌다.
내 피가 배고파했어. 잘됐다. 그치?
목을 내놓고 있도록. 방 속에서
적들이 흔들흔들. 기회 아니야?
I'm not getting off the horse yet because I want the optimal time to use skill 3 so that I can nab a kill.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다니.
직접 하! 열어드리죠.
얼얼하지? 모조리 치워버려.
편히 쉬시게.
Go.
야호. 이기는 편,
Okay, I think
우리
this is the
편.
time to use it.
어두운 무지를 열어젖히라.
This one won't kill, but the other one will. Or it could. It couldn't. Nope. Okay.
사라져라.
There we go.
열어젖힌다. 잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
정리하겠습니다. 기대받지 않은 것들을 모조리 치워버린다.
그만해, 스크리프.
살려는 놔야 해요. 그래야 왜 무엇을 찾고 있었는지 정도는 알 수.
말해. 납득이 되지 않으면 니놈들의 그 십기로 손가락을 하나씩 잘라줄 거니까. 얼마나 잘 썰릴진 본인들이 더 잘 알겠지.
말해줄래? 너희까지 내 손으로 꼼밤을 먹이고 싶진 않거든.
일기장. 캐서린 주인님의 방에서 일기장을 찾아야만 한다고 하셨습니다. 저택이 개조되면서 캐서린님이 일기장을 어딘가에 숨겨놓으셨을 거라고.
그래. 그 일기장을 왜 찾으려고 하시는 걸까?
방법을 찾아야 한다고 하셨습니다.
너희 계속 그렇게 두루뭉술하게만 말할래? 내가 어떤 방법으로 치프 버틀러 자리를 꿰찼는지 재현해줄까?
Let's go, Nelly. She's getting impatient.
정말입니다. 어떤 것과 관련된 방법인진 말씀해 주시지 않았습니다.
모른다고만 할 거면
됐어, 히스클리프. 모른다는 말은 진심인 것 같아. 그리고 더 이상 눈에 띄지 마. 부탁인데.
넬리님,
You have disappointed me. Leave my side.
저희 내부 정보에 의하면 도시 질병급 조직에 해당하던 데드 레비츠는 이미 한참 전에 티사 뒷골목에서 괴멸이 된 상태였습니다.
The dead rabbits had long been obliterated from T-Corp.
뭐?
오랫동안 활동하지 않은 이른바 토벌된 조직이라는 것입니다.
They have been inactive for a long, long time. In other words,
뒷골목에서
they have
데드
already been
레비츠들을 보지 못한
vanquished.
지 한참 되었다고 합니다.
Other gangs have not seen the dead rabbits in the back streets in a while either.
신원을 알 수 없는 자들입니다. 부디 조심하십시오.
We have no way of verifying their identities. Please do be careful.
힌들리 씨가 대체 누구를 이 집안에 들인 거지? 그리고 일기장이라는 건
Who in blazes did Master Hindley let into this matter? And that diary? Diary, huh? I'm not sure what to expect from it, but
찾기만 한다면 이 상황을 타개할 단서 정도는 되어주겠죠.
if we do find it, it at least clue us in as to what kind of situation we've just walked into. According to the book, her diary is full of like Catherine Heathcliff or Catherine Linton. You know, little girl musings.
일기장 따위의 조그만 물건을 숨길 만한 곳이라면
A small container.
이 책꽂이와 서랍들
A space to
정도겠지만
hide such a thing as a diary would be these bookshelves or drawers.
이미 저들이 최선을 다해서 뒤지고 간 모양이군.
But it appears that the butlers have combed this room clean already.
나 이런 거 본 적 있어.
I have once beheld such a sight.
보통 어딘가에 숨겨진 버튼이 있거나 그레고르 분이 쓴 것보다 훨씬 커다란 돋보기로 이런 데를 유심히 쳐다보면
Forsooth, it's all the case that a hidden button exists somewhere. We ought to scour this room from corner to corner with magnifying glasses, much larger than even Gregor's.
아, 이건 금시안경이라고.
These glasses are for my myopia.
베개 속은 온갖 새들의 깃털로 가득하지. 다른 부자들은 희귀한 새 깃털을 수집해서
I
넣어놓는다고
can admit that, not
하지만
gonna lie.
난
There,
싫어.
there are 1,000 feathers of so many birds in this pillow. This was in the book. Other people of means like to collect rare bird feathers and stuff their pillows with them. But I don't like that.
왜인지 너는 알겠어?
Do you know why?
날아가는 새들은 죽이지 말아야 하니까.
Because birds are meant to fly and not be killed like that?
맞아. 새들은 새장을 벗어나서 하늘을 날도록 태어난 존재니까.
Birds do not belong in their cages. They are beings born to soar the skies.
그래서 나는 이 깃털들을 전부 빼낼 거야.
So I'm gonna empty this pillow of their feathers.
대신 그 빈 속엔 내 비밀을 채우는 거지.
I will fill it with my secret. That's where the diary is.
언제든지 내 머리맡에서 펴볼 수 있도록.
Thanks for the redeem. 와.
히스클리프 씨, 왜 갑자기 베개를
Why are you tearing that pillow open?
캐시라면 분명
This is where Cathy would have
일기장이 나왔군. 베개 속에서.
A diary hidden within the pillow.
커다란 얼룩이
It's
번져
stained by
있네요.
ink.
표지부터.
Even the cover too.
왜 이런 얼룩들이 배어 있는 거지?
I wonder why anyone would do this to their own diary.
아주 오랫동안 무슨 글을 써야 할지 몰라서 펜을 든 상태로 종이를 계속 누르다 보면
When I would hold my pen against the paper for a long time because I'm not sure what to write.
잉크에 생긴 웅덩이가 번지고 번져서
The ink
이런
will start to
커다란
pull
얼룩들이
and
남기도
spread,
하더라고요.
leaving big stains like these.
일반적인 잉크의 성질과는 다르게 보입니다. 한 페이지에 번져 있는 잉크가 다른 페이지에는 어떤 영향도 없어 보이고.
These ink stains appear to have been made from non-standard special ink. A pool of ink that stained this page has left no marks on the subsequent page. Oh.
무엇보다 의도적으로 글자를 가리기 위한 장치라는 생각도 드는군요.
Perhaps these stains were made on purpose to hide the words under them.
린튼이라는 자가 길을 쓰고 찾으려는 게 이 일기장이 맞다면
If that Linton guy is trying to so hard to find this diary, then
중요한 정보가 담겨 있는 물건은
I'm willing to
확실하겠네요.
bet that it's something important.
대부분의 페이지에 다 얼룩이 묻어 있어.
Most of the pages are stained. True, most of the pages were stained, and their contents were rather difficult to read.
읽고 싶을 때 조금이라도.
That's when the pages suddenly began to flip rapidly until it came to a stop at a page with actually legible words. It could have been the wind. It could not have been the wind. There weren't any open windows. What?
히스클리프. 그 애가 아무 말도 없이 나를 떠났어. 밖에는 천둥과 비바람이 치고 있지. 넬리의 말대로 장대비가 한바탕 쏟아지고 나면 그가 내 속을 더 이상 썩이지 않고 집으로 다시 돌아올까? 그래, 돌아오지 마.
Fine, don't come back. Holy shit.
나도 널 더 이상 보고 싶지 않아. 너에게는 이 저택과 나뿐이잖아. 아니면 너의 전부를 기어코 버리겠다는 거니?
어휴. 아주 이거 우리가 계속 봐도 될 만한
This all
내용인가?
feels extremely private, should we? She's dead. Allegedly.
히스클리프 씨가 따로 읽어보시는
Why don't we leave
게...
Heathcliff alone so he can?
아니, 좀 묘한 게 나온 것 같아.
No, this entry seems off.
오랜만에 저택에 손님이 찾아왔어.
Oh.
새로운 자와 이야기를 해보니까 정신이 맑아졌지 뭐야? 그리고 문득 눈앞에 거울에 비친 내 모습을 봤어. 이제야 내가 무엇을 해야 할지 알 것 같아. 지하실.
The basement.
우리는 그곳으로 내려가야 해.
It's always the basement.
우리가 누굴까요?
Of course, Sinclair's the one reacting.
지하실, 지하실.
넬리, 분명 내 기억으로는
맞아, 히스클리프. 여러분, 다음 장소는 지하실로 가야 할 것 같아요.
왜 그렇게 추론하는 거지?
It says so in the diary.
이 저택은 오래전 돌아가신 마님의 명령으로 지하실을 막아놓았었어요.
The old mistress who passed many years ago ordered us to seal the entrance to the basement.
즉, 저택의 개조와 함께 뚫어버린 공간이라는 거죠.
Oh,
왜 지하실로?
what's in the basement?
캐시는 어두운 걸 싫어했어. 항상 방에는 랜턴을 여러 개 두고 싶어 할 정도로.
덕분에 매일 장을 보러 갈 때마다 랜턴들을 한가득 사놓아야 했죠.
확실히 수상하긴 하군.
지하실 위치 예상하는 곳이 있어, 넬리 씨?
뭐 집집마다 거기서 거기죠. 부엌부터 한번 가봅시다.
끝장냈어. 이제 더는 폭풍 소리에
We're getting so close.
캐서린의 꿈을 꾸고 슬픔에 빠질 필요도 없지.
This might be the last one.
열기 위해.
We had a rather spirited start to this investigation, but our journey to the kitchen was far from straightforward.
이상하네. 1층으로 내려가려면
Odd.
여기서 오른쪽이었는데.
From what I recall, turning right here should have led us to the first floor.
아니야. 부엌이 나오려면
No,
이미
we should have
한참 전에
found the
나왔어야
kitchen
했어.
ages ago.
그리고 넬리,
And Nelly,
네가 이
it makes
집에서
absolutely no
헤맨다는 것
sense that
자체가
you of all people
말이
would
안
be
돼.
lost here.
맞아. 난 눈을 감고도 어디가 어떤 방인지 다 돌아다닐 수 있었어.
Indeed. You could blindfold me and I would still know where everything is in the house.
익숙하군.
This
이건
feels
마치
quite familiar. It's like the corridor.
뒷문의 복도를 보았을 때 느꼈던
The corridors of the back room,
기시감이요.
of the back door.
네. 밖에서 보았던 저택의 외관으로 미루어 보아 논리적인 구조는 이미 한참 전에 벗어났습니다.
Yes, considering the exterior of the manor and comparing it to its internal map, its shape and size is far from being even remotely reasonable. What's on your mind, Heathcliff?
느낌이 비슷해. 옛날에 수수께끼를 내던 개시같이.
This feels familiar. Like it's all just one big riddle Cathy used to give me. You gotta crack the code, man.
내가 가끔 일찍 정답을 맞힐 때도 있었는데 그때마다 심술을 내면서 이리저리 답을 꼬아버렸거든.
I'd sometimes get the right answer early in the game, and every time I did, she kept making the answer more and more convoluted. Annoyed that I actually managed to get it right.
지금도 꼭 일부러 심술내는 것
This
같아.
exactly what it felt like.
지하실을 찾을 수 없도록.
Like she's
계속
cross with
헤매게
me,
만들면서.
hiding the basement from us, making us go circles.
일기장 좀 줘봐. 지하실에 대해서 더 언급된 거 없는지 보게.
Damn it, let me see the diary. I want to see if it says anything else about the basement.
여기 지금 세 번째 맴도는 것 같거든. 슬슬 정신 나갈 것 같다고.
This is like the third time we're walking around this hallway, Kay. I'm starting to lose my cool.
저 액자 이제 정들어 버렸어.
Look, that picture frame again. No, I could recognize you from anywhere now.
일기장엔 뭐가 더 없던데?
There wasn't anything else in the diary, lass.
잠깐만 볼게, 히스. 네가 놓친 걸 수도 있잖아.
Just let me have a look, Heath. What if you missed something? Oh my fucking god, what are you doing, Don Quixote? That was so loud.
그렇게 소리 지를 정도는 아니지 않았나요?
Was that
도-
overreaction really necessary, Don Quixote?
방금 뭐였어?
Oh my god, is that the ghost of Cathy being upset?
유리창이 깨졌다. 어떠한 전조
A
증상도
window
없이.
shattered quite literally out of nowhere.
아이고, 미안, 히스. 놀라서 일기장을 떨어뜨렸네.
My bad, Heath. I dropped the diary. That noise really got me.
됐어. 먼지만 털어내도.
Don't bother. I just need to dust it lightly. Oh?
이 페이지 아까는 못 본 것 같은데.
This page wasn't here earlier.
그러게. 얼룩들로 다 덮여 있던 부분 같은데.
You're right, that page was one of those ink-stained pages, wasn't it?
지하실.
The basement.
우리는 그곳으로 내려가야 해.
We must descend there.
언젠가 멀지 않는 날에 말이야. 나는 내 초상화를 지하실의 입구에 걸어놓고 싶어.
Hang my portrait at the entrance of the basement.
가장 내가 아름답고 활기찬 지금 이 순간의 모습으로. 가끔 조세핀이 저택에 안 보이는 날이면 나는 그곳을 독차지하고 그와 함께 오랫동안 수다를 떨곤 했지.
Oh my fucking god. I was wondering why there's no Joseph from the book. And I was like, who the fuck is Josephine? They gender bent Joseph from the book to be Josephine. Oh my, it makes sense now.
리나를 기억해?
It's like the diary's talking to Heathcliff.
그곳이 어디인데? 그래서
수수께끼. 답을 풀 수 있는 건 아마도
Heathcliff.
지하실 입구 수다 떨던 곳.
Heathcliff briefly closed his eyes, as if to recall what these could be referring to, then squinted them open.
식당의 벽난로.
The fireplace in the dining hall.
캐서린은 벽난로 앞에서 이야기하는 걸 좋아했어.
Catherine enjoyed chatting with me before the fireplace.
그랬군요. 정말 소중했었나 보네요. 잊혀지지 않게 일기장에다 기록해 놓을 정도로.
Oh, the rabbit.
또 너네들이냐? 형님은 어디 계시는 거야?
Where is he? Where's boss?
말이 통하지 않는 상대인 게 분명하다. 더 이상의 대화는 무의미.
Any further attempts to communicate with them appear futile. They're clearly
아니야. 데드레비치들은
they've been annihilated. Heathcliff stopped himself, then scratched his head. He sighed deeply.
젠장. 무슨 말을 해도 다 소용없겠지.
It doesn't matter what I've got to say.
모르겠어. 아직도 모든 게
I don't know.
믿어지지 않아.
None of this feels real.
죽었다고 하는 캐시.
They're saying Kathy's
변해버린
dead.
데드레비치들.
The dead rabbits have changed, and this
뒤죽박죽
bloody
되고 있는
maze of a
망할
manor.
워더링 하이츠.
늦으면 매피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
I'm getting the horse.
나아가 주게.
Come on.
깨달았나?
기다리는 거 못해.
도록 달릴
100초만 기다려줄게.
Oh. We're getting a skill 3 next turn.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있어.
속에서
적들이 흔들흔들. 기회 아니야?
목을 내놓고 있도록.
깨부숴주마!
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
너 발긴다. 돌아하니요. 너 발긴다.
I love that it's so evident that it's so much easier to deal with the dead rabbits.
열어젖힌다.
부대받지 않은 것들은 모조리 부대받지 않은 것들은 모조리 치워버린다.
매피가 배고파했어. 잘됐다. 그치?
You know what? I'm gonna start getting off the horse. We need those coffin stacks.
어두운 무지를 열어젖히라.
Kill him.
과 함께 사라져라.
Nice. Nice, nice.
대성공이야. 가론
Kill this one too.
노래 부를까?
Oh, 5 HP
뭘
left.
잘못했는지 아는 것부터가 시작이랬어.
It would have been so epic.
정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것.
열어젖힌다.
무지하니까.
우와, 카른도 깜짝.
서도록 할까?
It's not so bad.
어두운 무지를 열어젖히라.
편히 쉬시게.
So close. I'm just noticing that shadow that counters for Heathcliff look like Nelly.
기대받지 않은 것들은 기대받지 않은 것들은 모조리 치워버린다.
끝장냈어. 이제 더는 폭풍 소리에 죄를 떨 필요도, 캐서린의 꿈을 꾸고 슬픔에 빠질 필요도 없지.
Last one, the fireplace.
전뭐
진리를 열기 위해.
Oh. There already was a group of people by the fireplace.
린튼 주인님.
It's Linton.
결국
So
여기까지.
you've arrived. He's so out of breath.
우연찮은 만남 따윈 아닐 테고 네 놈의 목적지로
This can't be
지하실인 모양이야.
coincidence, can it? I suppose you're also trying to enter the basement.
린튼님, 대체 지하실에 무엇을 숨겨놓으신 거예요?
먼저 들어갔으면서 결국 찾아야 할 건 저들이 찾은 모양이군.
죄송합니다, 린튼 주인님.
그 일기장을 돌려주게.
그래야 할 이유가 있나?
Why must we?
남편이 사랑하는 아내의 유품을 돌려달라는 게 그리 불합리한 요청이었나?
자꾸 자극하지 마. 캐서린이 죽은 이유에 대해서나 말해.
In the book, she died of childbirth.
계속 말했지만
Wait, was it
시체를
childbirth?
보기
Yeah, it was childbirth.
전까지는 네 말은 아무것도 믿지 않아.
Among other things.
결혼했다는 이야기부터 모든 걸 말이지.
She totally married him though.
애처롭군. 이건 어떤가? 그냥 이 저택에 벼락이 닫힐 때까지 가만히 숨어 지내면서 캐서린의 유언대로 황금가지나 챙긴 뒤 영영 떠나는 게 제일 잘해왔던 거잖아, 히스클리프.
Damn.
우는 모습을
He just said, "Don't provoke me. Let me just like push all of your fucking buttons."
개에게 물릴까봐 두려워서 캐서린을 버리고 떠나버리는 것 말이야.
두 눈 뜨고 똑바로 봐, 에드가 도련님. 내가 아직도 그때 힘없는 꼬맹이 같아 보이는지.
글쎄, 내 눈엔 여전히 변한 게 없는 것 같다만 여전히 네가 보낸 그 싸구려 편지들은
He got the letters. Those cheap, tacky letters he sent.
소각장에 태워질 뿐이지. 쓰레기들과
All burned
함께.
with the rest of the trash in the incinerator. Are you fighting him? Oh, we're fighting the
기다리는
mates.
거 못해.
How dare you glorify
이쯤은
dishwashers?
기다려줄게.
Bury your hands. Okay. Let's get on the horse.
나아가주게.
정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것.
Ah, fuck, he lost. Nice.
적들이 흔들흔들 기회 아니야.
Oh, you know, I'm gonna get off the horse immediately to pop this guy.
나아가주게.
속에서
Nice.
대성공이야. 칼은 신나.
맞는 거야.
It's a good piece.
신는 건
찌그러져
먹였어.
있어.
To our coffin stacks.
우와. 칼은도 깜짝.
서도록 할까?
Then let's get on the horse again.
직접 알겠습니다.
Nice.
품 속에서
Oh my god. Why is no one stopping that one guy?
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Yes.
이 땅과 만인에게 손끝이라도 대려는 자가 있다니.
찢어 놓아주마.
Nice.
무지하니까
1타 2피 맞지? 카론 스담해줄게. 내 피가 배고파했어.
I wonder if you're gonna end up fighting Linton.
그치?
Probably not.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
Honestly, probably not because he's a sickly fellow.
저 밑에서
But then again, the Gregor ID is based on him.
써주마. 써주마.
무지하니까 맞는 거야.
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Okay, let me see if I can get off the horse and get the skill off that maid. Or they staggered Otis somehow. Sadly, I gotta sleep, but it was good to finally catch one of your streams. I hope I can catch more in the future. I hope so too. And get that rest. Thanks for stopping by.
오자 터뜨려주지.
무쳐 잠들어. 와 함께 사라져라.
That killed.
얼얼하지? 정신이 쉬시게.
방금 건 아무 쓸모도 없었어. 바보.
무지하니까
Oh, it's good to see more Dulahan streamers. Not gonna lie, I didn't think there'd be. I'm surprised with the amount that we have. Not that I'm complaining.
우와, 카른도 깜짝.
서도록 할까?
Let's get on the horse again. Good night.
오작 터뜨려주지.
편히 쉬시게.
So close to staggering. But maybe the heat with AoE might do it.
모조리 치워버려.
Yep, let's go.
열어줬습니다.
I might start bringing Spice Bush for next Spice Bush Isang for the next part.
야호, 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Yeah, this guy is dead. Fight's over.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지.
비명을 질러라. 풍과 함께 사라져라.
Sarabada.
이 저택을 어떻게 한 거지?
What have you done to this manor?
저택을 직접적으로 건든
Did
건
not tamper with the
내가
manor
아니다.
myself.
평생 공방이나 공학과는 거리가 멀었던 에드가 가문 도련님이 무슨 지식으로 저택을 개조했다고
I have not
생각하나?
once been anywhere near the subject of workshops or engineering in my life. I am but a sheltered child of the esteemed Edgar family. How would I have the capacity to do the modifications myself?
난 자금만 투자했을 뿐 개조를 도맡은 집단은 따로 있었네.
All I've done is make a few investments in a separate organization that worked on the construction.
한때 약지라는 조직에 속한 적이 있었다고.
They were introduced to me as
그렇게
a group that was once part of this syndicate called The Ring.
약지? 그러고 보니 데드 레비츠들이 약지에 포섭되었다고 하지 않았어?
Didn't the Dead Rabbits guy say something about being plucked by the ring?
그놈들을 데려와서 무슨 짓을 벌이고 있는 거야?
모른다. 난
He really doesn't
저택이
know.
정확히 어떻게 개조되어 가는지에 대해서
I never really cared much
깊이
about the
신경을
details
쓰진
of how
않았어.
this manor was
형이라면
modified.
당장이야
If
날
my brother
죽이려
found out
들었겠지만
what I was doing,
그런 건 아무래도 좋았다.
he would have tried to kill me. But I cared not.
황금 가지는 어떤 방법으로 입수한 건데요?
How do you even
보통
come
사람이
across the
황금 가지를
golden bow?
구하기란
It's
불가능하지. 하지만 우리 에드가 가문은
impossible for a
꽤
private
모아둔 돈이
individual to acquire the golden bow. Indeed, but the Edgar family is a family of vast means.
첫째 형이 가문을 나가고 나서 대부분의 재산은 내 몫이 되었다. 내가 가진 것 중 유일하게 마음에 드는 것이더군. 황금 가지를 구하느라
When my eldest brother left,
써버렸지만
most of the family fortune became mine. I quite enjoyed the affluence. One could say it's the only thing of my possession that I like. Though I have spent most of it procuring the golden bow. Linton was coughing harshly between every couple of words. It seemed as though he was pushing himself just to finish a sentence. It wasn't that the battles had been grueling. It was merely that he was some of a frailer constitution.
에드가라는 이름은 뭔가 그 해결사 잡지에서 본 것만 같소만 혹시
The Edgar family, I believe that I have once espied that name in the Fixer's monthly magazines, mayhaps?
너 같은 약골 자식한테 더 뭐라고 해줄 말도 없지.
What have I got to say to a book who looks like he belongs in the infirmary?
캐서린은 어떻게 된 거야?
Just tell me what happened to Catherine.
그것만
That's all
이야기해.
I'm asking.
네가 우리 부부 사이 일에 끼어들 처지가 된다고 생각하나?
Do you really think that you even deserve to meddle in my family's affairs? To meddle in this business between me and my wife?
딴 식으로 말하지 마. 진짜. 그리고 그딴 단어도 사용하지 말라고 보란 듯이.
Don't talk like that to me, damn it. What are you trying to flaunt those words at me or something?
법적으로도 실질적으로도
We were married.
우린 나는 캐서린의 남편이었고
I was Catherine's
우린 한 집에
lawfully wedded husband,
가정을
and we lived under the same roof. We built a family together.
그래, 남편. 자네는 평생 갖지
Right,
못할
husband.
호칭이겠지.
I suppose you will never know how it feels to be called that. Am I wrong? This guy just keeps like, I think he knows that he's frail and people won't like actually hurt him.
그럴 만도 하지. 한낱 뒷골목에서 주워온 거렁뱅이에게 어떤 이가 자신의 모든 걸 맡기겠는?
It's only expected at this point, is it not? Who in their right mind would leave everything behind just to be with some poor backstreets vagrant like you?
자극하지 말라고 분명히
Told you to
말했다.
stop provoking me.
분명히.
Damn it. Heathcliff fell silent for a moment. What Linton said hurt him so much that he could not even come up with a rebuttal. Linton continued, somewhat emboldened by his silence.
그녀를 먼저 떠난 건 자네였지만 차라리 잘된 일이지.
You were the first to leave her, yes, but I assure you it was certainly for the better.
그게 아니었다면 캐서린이 먼저 너를 떠났을 거야.
Because she would have
틀림없이
left you first
질렸을
if you
테니까.
hadn't. Because she would have grown tired of you. Okay, that's a lie.
나에게
Tired
질렸을
of
거라고.
me? Was that the second?
일부러 말을 건 거지, 린튼.
Linton, you said that on purpose, didn't you?
방금
What do you
일부러
mean?
히스클리프에게 시비를 걸었잖아. 그 애가 약을 내서 내게 시비를 걸지 않고서는 견딜 수 없게끔.
Just now you provoked Heathcliff so that you'll anger that boy. So that he'll attack you first.
아니, 나는 말을 걸지 않았어.
No, I'd never
그냥
say
흔들리게만
anything to him.
죽어버린
You see, I was just
것뿐이라고.
talking to Hindley.
그리고 솔직히 웃기잖아. 저 머리 꼬라지를 봐. 옷차림은 또 어떻고.
Besides, let's be honest, just look at him. His unkempt hair, the rags he's wearing. He's laughable, isn't he?
그 아이는 이제 네가 떠나면 매질을 당하게 될 거야. 어떡할 거야?
Oh, this is so fucking weird. Because there is Edgar Linton's son is Linton, named Linton. And he has this personality where... Okay, so he's not based off on Edgar then. He's based off on Linton. Because Linton was a spiteful, sickly young man who blackmailed Kathy, the daughter of Catherine, to marry him. Do you even know what you've done? Hindley will trash that boy once you leave. Do you understand?
아니야, 아니라고. 울지 마, 린튼. 네가 그럴 때마다 내가 얼마나 속상한 줄 알아?
This is... Okay, this is from the book. Quit your whipping, Linton. You have no idea how unhappy your tears make me.
린튼은 일부러 히스클리프를 괴롭게 만들어.
Linton tortures Heathcliff like that on purpose.
오빠가 히스클리프를 욕할 때 뒤에서 들으라는 듯 웃거나 동조하는 듯이 혼잣말을 하지.
Every time my brother speaks ill of Heathcliff, he giggles with him or mutters in his agreement, as if he wants Heathcliff to hear.
그러면 히스클리프는 린튼에게 달려들어. 그 아이는 언제나 참을성이 부족하니까.
And Heathcliff would always attack Linton because he is an impulsive child.
내가 사랑하는 사람들은 왜 서로를 사랑할 수 없는 걸까?
This is why she died, by the way. Why can't the people I love also love one another?
린튼, 당신은 나를 사랑하지?
Linton, you love me, don't you?
당연하지, 캐서린.
Of course, dear Catherine.
그렇다면 어디까지 해줄 수 있어?
Then how far are you willing to go for love?
당신에게는 무엇이 사랑이야?
What does love mean to you?
그렇다면 나를
If you truly
사랑한다면
love me, then
히스클리프를 다시 돌아오게 할 수도 있지 않을까?
perhaps you could bring Heathcliff back to me? That diary. You can read it? Linton looked downright pathetic. He was gasping for air with every breath, trying to read the open diary. It was a wretched sight. The rapier in his hand clattered pitifully to the floor.
그래, 보다시피
Yeah, as you can plainly see yourself.
이전에 내가 계속 넘겼을 땐 아무것도 보이지 않는 얼룩에 불과했지.
When I tried to read it, it was full of nothing but pages upon pages of ink stains.
왜 내게는 안 보이고 네 놈에게만?
Because she loves Heathcliff more than she loves you. So why does it refuse me but not?
이게 나에 대한
This is
대답인가?
your answer then.
더 이상 내게 막을 자격이 있는지도 모르겠군.
I no longer know if I even have the right to stand in your way. Nope, you don't. Linton closes his eyes for a moment and backs away from us. He activates a button somewhere within the fireplace and the fireplace opens, loud with the sound of moving mechanical parts. Before us appears a long staircase leading downstairs. He is watching us with a hollow, dejected look.
린트님,
Master Linton.
이 계단을 내려가면 지하실이 나오는 건가요?
The staircase leads to the
대체
basement.
무엇을 하는?
What the hell were you doing down there?
새로운 손님을 위한 초대를 준비 중이라고만.
All I can say is that I have been preparing to invite a new guest.
내려가게. 앞으로 무엇을 보던
Descend.
무엇을 겪던
Whatever appears before you, whatever transpires,
다 캐서린의
it shall be
뜻일
as Catherine willed.
끝장냈어. 이제 더는 폭풍 소리에 죄를 떨 필요도, 캐서린의 꿈을 꾸고 슬픔에 빠질 필요도 없지. 전무.
Okay, finally. Well, part 2. I didn't expect this stream to go almost 6 hours. Holy shit. But thanks for everyone that stuck around. And I'll probably upload this to YouTube. Thanks for everyone that watched the whole 5 hours-ish VOD. But yeah. I think I'm gonna end the stream here. I'm really hungry. And I'm gonna go grab dinner. I will continue this tomorrow. I'll probably try to start earlier so that I'm guessing part 2 is probably much the same, right? The same length. So I'm gonna try starting earlier. But yeah. Thanks for hanging around, guys. See you next time. Bye.